It looks like this hall had a lower level, and there, a deep space was spread around. I feel like we will be falling for a while. I could utilize the gravity reversal of the dark matter to float, but there was something I had to prioritize. Like hell I will let you. Haine. In order to restrain the shadow that was still persistently aiming at both Karen-san and Yorishiro, I jostle with it and choose to fall together with it. I am, the dark god, Entropy. So annoying. Is that all you can say? Haine. On the other hand, the presence of Karen-san and Yorishiro steadily grew further away. That's fine. That's exactly what you were planning on doing, right, Yorishiro? In the time you are away, I will defeat this guy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapters 76 to 77, Country at the Depths of the Earth. And then, Icor and Karen ended up separated from Haine-san. When the floor broke, what I saw while we were falling along the rubble was the shadow calling itself the Dark God and Haine-san jostling as they both went away. That person did something reckless again in order to save us. Thinking that, I felt mortified at my own powerlessness, and at the same time, I felt happiness at how the person I loved was fighting for my sake. These mix of feelings were making me confused. The past me wouldn't have understood this kind of feelings at all, and would have fallen in a vicious cycle of confusion and end up panicking. But now, that's different. I decided to name this inexplicable emotions as love. That definition returns my heart to serenity and it helps me out a bit. I love Haine-san, so I am happy when Haine-san protects me. I love Haine-san, so I end up being more worried about Haine-san than any other. By admitting my woman part, I was able to make an excuse of these feelings that should be scolded as a hero. Asterisk. Are you okay, Karen-san? Yorishiro. Yorishiro-sama, who had gotten up first, extended her hand to me. Ah, yes. Karen. I hurriedly take that hand. But, how pathetic of me. I should be the one protecting Founder-sama as the hero. We ended up falling quite a few ways down. It looks like the materials had become a lot more brittle than I thought. Yorishiro. Yeah, I feel like we fell from quite the height. I am surprised that we were able to come out safely from Karen. I soon noticed the reason why. My rear was halfway buried in sand. It is probably something that leaked from the desert. It had piled up and worked as a cushion to soften the impact of our fall. This is underground, right? Karen. Yeah, and we have arrived. The place we were looking for in this journey, the dark underworld country. Yorishiro. I pull up my rear from the sand and run to where Yorishiro-sama is and stand to her side, and then, follow that gaze of hers. What appeared in my sight was the remains of a city that reached far into the distance. In this space at the depths of the earth, there's many stone-made buildings. Most were partially destroyed or buried in sand. There was already no presence of life. But even in its current state, I can still understand that there were traces of life in the long past. Traces of humans living here. It would be more accurate to describe it as ruins. Historic ruins of a grand underground city. This is the place we were searching for, the dark underworld country? Incredible! Even when it is pitch black underground, I can still slightly tell its contour. Karen. Looks like there's moss growing on the surface of the buildings. It seems to be the type that gives off slight amounts of light. Karen-san, perk up your ears. Yorishiro. Being told this by Yorishiro-sama, I concentrate on my ears and hear some sort of damp sound. Could this be the sound of water? It must be an underground water source. It seems like the few times that there's rain in the desert, it soaks into the sand and created a stream. Life appears in places where there's water. But well, it is mostly vegetation though. Yorishiro. Saying this, Yorishiro-sama walks around as if confirming the surroundings. Thanks to the plants cleaning the air, we are able to breathe even when we are so below ground. Even in this dead metropolis, life still goes on in a different form. Yorishiro. But, as expected, just the light of the moss won't help in seeing well. We can't confirm our footing will either, so, wait please, I will make some light, Karen. Saying this, I was about to pour light divine power to my holy sword, but... Stop it! Yorishiro! I was suddenly yelled at by Yorishiro-sama and got scared. Did you forget what happened just a few moments ago? That shadow attacked us seeking for light, you know? If you shine your sword again, it will serve as a lighthouse and that child will once again come here Disuwa. Yorishiro. Sorry. Karen. It is exactly as Yorishiro-sama says. I could see that Shadow-san jostling with Haine-san when the floor crumbled and we were falling. We didn't suffer a single injury, so that Shadow-san must be safe as well, and there's a high chance that it is loitering around this city somewhere. It happened just a few moments ago, and yet, why am I messing up now? But, what should we do now, Yorishiro-sama? It is good that we arrived at the underworld country, but the passage to the entrance has collapsed, and returning is impossible now. On top of that, if such an unknown monster like that is loitering around, it is important to protect ourselves, you know? Karen, monster here is written in Japanese, instead of the usual monster in English. There's no need to worry. We have Haine-san. Yorishiro. We ended up separated from him, but that's probably the best option right now. He has an ethereal flashlight with him. If he keeps it on all the time, the shadow should be lured to it and target Haine-san. If it's 1 versus 1, he can show his real strength as much as he wants. Yorishiro. I see. Against that shadow that absorbs light, I am only a deadweight. In that time, we should keep hidden. There's no need to get worried about the matter of getting out of here either. Haine-san will definitely manage something. Yorishiro. We are throwing all of it to Haine-san, Karen. When I let out what I was thinking right out of my mouth, Yorishiro-sama giggles in a joking manner. Because you know, that's exactly how it is, right? That person can resolve anything. Save the world when it is in peril, and even the worries of women. Yorishiro. That's true. Only a short time has passed since I met Haine-san, but who knows how many times he has already saved me. He is a lot more of a hero than me. That person is a lot more of a god, Yorishiro. 77, the one that the gods have approved. At any rate, Yorishiro-sama and I Korin Karen decided to investigate the historic ruins of the underworld country that's in front of us. I am also bothered by that shadow that calls itself the dark god Entropy, but our original objective was to find this city and investigate it. Why did this city fall to ruins? Why did it get buried deep underground? If we are able to unveil the truth by investigating the ruins, we might be able to get closer to the identity of that shadow. Yorishiro-sama and I walk at what might have been the path of a street in the city. It goes through the middle and the width of the road is big. In the days that the city was still alive, I think that many people had moved back and forth on this road. But right now, it is a quiet space where there's only rubble and sand scattered around. Yorishiro-sama, be careful. It is dark and we can't see what's at our feet. Karen. Then, want to hold hands as we walk? Yorishiro. What? Karen. Without even knowing, I ended up holding hands with Yorishiro-sama as we walk. For some strange reason, this is making my heart race. Even if I am holding hands with someone, that other person is a girl like me. Moreover, I have my heart set on Haine-san, and yet. As expected, is it because Yorishiro-sama is way too beautiful? Even in the eyes of a person of the same sex, Yorishiro-sama is transcendently beautiful. I thought that way even when she was normally covering her face with a veil. When she took that veil off, that beauty of hers surpassed my imagination. So unfair. If a person hides her face in normal basis, you would imagine that person as being incredibly beautiful, so isn't the hurdle of beauty supposed to increase when that person reveals her face? Yufufu, walking side by side like this, Yorishiro. Yes? We look like friends, don't we? Yorishiro. Why yes. I have only been saying yes. TTT, that's too much of an HHH honor. I am a hero and Yorishiro-sama is a founder. I pledged at the hero investiture that I would devote my sword to Yorishiro-sama, Karen. Era, that's the old stiff Karen-san di Sawani. But walking with our hands held like this, seeing each other's naked bodies, and most importantly, loving the same man, isn't this already on the level where it is okay to call us the best of friends? Yorishiro. That's Karen. Even if she tells me that, as I thought, someone like me being the friend of Yorishiro-sama is just unthinkable. A friend is, putting it in other words, an equal person. No matter how I think about it, I can't consider Yorishiro-sama as an equal to me. There's the founder and hero standing, but there's also what I said before, even if I were to take away the beauty part, I am still far from reaching her level. For example, in the time of the idol strife, when we were fighting together with Celestis, I was overwhelmed by that person's flashiness and refined charm. Even with that, I didn't want to lose as a woman in front of Haine-san, so I ended up saying I win. I was just acting tough there. And right now, in front of the beauty of Yorishiro-sama, I can't even act tough. A perfect beauty that would make you wonder if she isn't actually the very representation of a goddess. Moreover, this person doesn't only have possessed beauty and status. She is also perfect in strength. Traveling together with her in this occasion, this fact was made even clearer. This person surpasses me a hero by lengths and bounds, and her ability to control light divine power is good. Even that skill of destroying the floor at the Battle of the Shadow-san, Yorishiro-sama doesn't have a divine tool like the Holy Sword St. George, and yet, she was able to create such destruction with her bare hands. Normally, no matter how much light element number you have, without a divine tool that amplifies it, a person can't bring out enough divine power to destroy things. Yorishiro-sama overturns such norm. She probably possesses light element that surpasses mine by a lot, a person that's rarely born with high affinity of her light element. Even in the Needle of Guidance, at first, it was supposed to be me and Yorishiro-sama pouring divine power together, and yet, it ended up with Yorishiro-sama doing it on her own all the way here. If Yorishiro-sama was not the founder, she would have been the light hero, no doubt. Thinking that way, my confidence decreases more and more. Even Haine-san, he definitely likes her more. Sorry, it looks like I have turned your mood sour. Yorishiro. The hand of Yorishiro-sama slips away from my fingers. This is bad. Did my face show how I felt? But don't worry. Haine-san will definitely choose you. Yorishiro. A long time ago, I committed a sin. A big sin that I wouldn't be able to atone for even if I tried to atone for it. He still doesn't know about the details of this sin of mine. But he will know of it in time. When he learns of it, he will not forgive me. Yorishiro. The underground city is dark, so I was unable to confirm the expression of Yorishiro-sama well. But for some reason, I thought that Yorishiro-sama was probably crying. That's why I can't be together with Haine-san. Being pampered by him is fun and it makes me happy, but that's as far as I'm allowed to step into. I can't go further than that. When Haine-san learns about everything and begins to hate me, I won't be able to take it. Yorishiro. I couldn't understand the full extent of Yorishiro-sama's words. I don't know what she means about a big sin, and in the first place, I can't imagine the light founder Yorishiro-sama committing a sin, whether it is big or small. But she is most likely unable to forgive herself. That's why, Karen-san, I will cheer you on. Even if I am not by his side, I would be glad of his happiness after all. It might be a rude way of saying this to Karen-san though, Yorishiro. Yorishiro. I hold the hand of Yorishiro-sama tightly. The force was so strong, I ended up surprising Yorishiro-sama. But, I can't stop this feeling. Yorishiro-sama. Please become my friend. Karen. Honestly speaking, I don't understand well what Yorishiro-sama was saying. What I do understand is that Yorishiro-sama is a good person. Karen. If that weren't the case, she wouldn't have sent kind words towards me so many times, she wouldn't have played together with me. Being pampered by Haine-san together with Yorishiro was truly fun. If it were with someone who was lying to herself, I wouldn't have had that much fun. That's why, Yorishiro-sama, please become my friend. Let's have Haine-san pamper us and trouble us together. Karen. Karen-san. Yorishiro. If Yorishiro-sama has committed a mistake, I can't say something as presumptuous as, I forgive Yorishiro-sama. But, I can at least apologize with you as a friend. Please give me the qualification to do that, Yorishiro-sama. Karen. And Haine-san will definitely accept whatever it is. He is the person I have fallen in love with after all. It is okay for both Yorishiro-sama and I to be happy. Good grief, you really are, Yorishiro. It was so dark, I couldn't see the expression of Yorishiro-sama well. But, from the hand that I was holding, I could tell that the strength she held me with had strengthened. You are truly my hero desu wayani. Yorishiro. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapters 78 to 79, I play by myself. Where am I? Ikoramiya Haine was separated from the group and was feeling lonely. We found an entrance to the underground at the middle of the desert. Advancing there, we encountered a mysterious shadow. I was unexpectedly having a tough battle against this guy that is using my name without my permission, and fell down here with it, but, this place are the remains of an ancient city underground. It is okay to consider this the dark underworld country, right? Haine. Even if I call it a city, there's already not a single person living here. The buildings have crumbled, and because they have been buried deep underground, these ruins have barely managed to avoid weathering. Just like in that poem, did they really fall into ruin because they worshipped the dark god? Or more like, did they really worship me? Haine. The dark god that was sealed 1,600 years ago and hadn't done anything at all? But that shadow, this mysterious being that calls itself the dark god Entropy, is proof that it has some sort of connection with me in this city. Until I solve what this connection is about in detail, I can't just leave. What's this feeling, as if I was told that a baby of mine had been born without me even knowing? Haine. In reality, for a god, believers must be that kind of existence. If I was told there were, I would feel my self-awareness as a god born inside of me. Anyways, for now, I should prioritize regrouping with Karen-san and Yorishiro. Haine. I ended up separating from them in the chaos of that fall after all. I was jostling against that shadow in the middle of it, but it escaped. And so, that's how I am currently all by my lonesome self. If I don't regroup with Karen-san and Yorishiro soon, I might collapse from loneliness. But how should I look for the two of them? Haine. From within my baggage, I take out something that looks like a short stick, and turn on the switch of it. When I did that, it released a shining light. It is a pocket light that functions with ethereal energy. Ethereal is an incredibly useful energy source. This flashlight apparently doesn't need to be exchanged for a new one for at least 20 years. In terms of lighting, I can rely on the hero and founder of the Light Church, but I am truly glad that I actually brought it with me just in case. It doesn't hurt being prepared. I choose whichever building is the highest among them and climb to the top of it, and from there, I swing around the flashlight here and there. I feel like I might call something else at the same time though. I wonder if those two will come. Haine. I feel like they won't. It was just my instincts talking here, but I was close to being sure that was the case. In the first place, if they wanted to, they would have been able to release a light that's several times stronger than this flashlight. If they are not lighting up in this pitch-black place, not even a firefly level of light, it must mean that they are trying to hide themselves. They are probably cautious of the shadow. They are not going to regroup with me until I defeat that shadow. They are really strict girls. Haine. Then, I should continue using this flashlight. The shadow eats light to get bigger, so it has the tendency of heading towards light, craving for it. The reason it was waiting for us at that hall must have been because it detected the light that Karen-san was releasing from the holy sword, and came rushing towards it. And even if it's an artificial light that has no divine power, there's enough possibility that it will be lured by it and once again appear in front of me. But, do I have to swing this flashlight the whole time until it comes? That would tire my arm. What a pain, is what I was thinking when. My footing suddenly crumbled and, just like that, I make a direct drop. The building that I was using as footing had collapsed. I slid down along with the rubble and was about to be buried alive. That was dangerous. Haine. As expected of ruins that have deteriorated after several centuries without any humans living in it, once you get a bit rough on it, things like this occur. Or more like, am I not damaging a legacy here? I have harmed an asset of human history, Haine. At the moment when I was fearing what I had done, something appeared that wasn't destroyed when the building crumbled. It towered over its surroundings without breaking. What is that? Haine. Was this something that was inside that building? It was a single slab that seems to have fallen vertically and has a simple construction. It's made of stone. No, it looks like a mineral of fine quality that has slight transparency. What is this thing that is colorful in all its body and overwhelms anyone that looks at it? A monument? Haine. I thought that way because of the writings carved at the surface of it. Was the building something made to protect this monument from the wind and rain? Or was it to hide it from someone? I can read it. Haine. I used the flashlight to check the surface of the monument and trace it to the writings carved there. The language utilized is obviously completely different from the one currently used, and yet, for some reason, the how should I call it soul that was carved together with that writing was telling me its meaning. The soul that was filled with anger and hate. What was carved in this monument was the history of when the underworld country was created, and its fall. 79, Bello. According to this monument, this whole place called Nameless Desert was once a fertile land filled with water and green. The people that lived the first period of humanity didn't know about the techniques to go against nature and weren't able to control nature either. It was truly a repetition of becoming one with nature by living and dying. The one who brought change to this was the appearance of a single human. The curves of human history have always been brought by the genius of a prominent individual. Just like how it was in that time, that person had more knowledge than the others, and with that person's wise decision-making, many new techniques were created, rules were made, and created a group of people that were organized by leadership. It didn't take long for it to become the framework of society. The place that had this completed framework was the underworld country. It was probably the first nation in this world. The underworld country, in order to bring together the heart of the people that live there, a certain measure was created. A god. Believe in the same God and worship it. With that common point, it created a sense of camaraderie between the people, made them cooperate with each other to win against difficulties, and had them share the fruits of that victory. The god that was worshipped by the underworld country as their religion, that is the dark god Entropy. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It really is me? Haine. I couldn't hold back my confusion after seeing my own name carved clearly on this monument. So it was real. A dark god actually existed in the history of humans. But I was sealed for 1,600 years and hadn't done anything at all to show anyone of my existence, so how did they even learn of me? Will that answer appear as I continue reading on? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At any rate, the underworld country was certainly primitive, but it still walked onto the path of a nation. With the cut stones, they create houses and secure a safe place to sleep in. By plowing the land and the surroundings, they can harvest crops from the cultivated land. Resting one day out of the several days of work, they head to the church, offer their prayers to the dark god, and confirm once again their own affiliation. This living cycle that had been made distinct increased the efficiency, increased the productivity, increased the birth rate, and raised the worth of humans. The wealth began to spread to other places, and the underworld country had grown into a huge community that was big enough to cover the whole nameless desert. On top of that, according to this monument, this leap in progress was surprisingly accomplished in the time a single human was alive. The prodigy that appeared at the origin of the underworld country. A wondrous existence that appeared out of who knows where, provided them with techniques and principles, and boosted the humans, that were basically just one type of animal, into an intelligent form of life. That human obviously became the representative of the underworld country, stood at the top of society, governed them, and led them. The name of that human was Izanami. Izanami was the queen of the underworld country. She preached about the kindness of the dark god Entropy that had created humans. Darkness is abyss, from there, everything was born. The ruler of darkness Entropy is the one who created the whole world, and the humans are its children. Entropy provided night and sleep for the sake of the humans, and advised them to rest whenever they are tired. The people of the underworld country were grateful of Entropy, and offered their prayers. They also were grateful for their queen Izanami and praised her. The dark god and the wise queen. These two factors developed the underworld country without any grave errors, and it became an utopia that would last for millenniums to come, or at least that's what it was supposed to be. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. But I continued reading the monument. What was written next was about the end of the underworld country. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Invaders appeared in the peaceful underworld country. The humans outside were jealous of the wealth of the underworld country, envied it, and went there to steal it. Of course, the people of the underworld country fought in self-defense. The ones defending were the current nation that had progressed the most in the world. Even if they were called invaders, there was no way to lose against these group of people that were on the level of bandits that had barely grown. But the barbarians weren't the only ones who attacked them. Disasters that can't be brought by humans, in other words, natural disasters, were attacking the underworld country in succession, as if conspiring with the attack of the barbarians. The first were locusts. These insects that appeared from the sky were in the several thousands, and when they were right under the crops, they would fly towards it and eat it all. Next was a plague. This deathly disease that flowed in the city from the water had spread in the blink of an eye from people to people, killing old people and the children, and also robbing away the life force of the young ones. On top of that, acid rain fell. It was different from normal rain. These fire rain that smelled rotten melted the stone-made buildings and devastated the once beautiful cityscape. And in the end, the earth slowly turned into sand, and the once fertile land of the underworld country was slowly eroded. Many disasters befell the underworld country, the people and wealth was laid waste, and there was already nothing to steal from them, and yet, the barbarians continued attacking the underworld country. Along with the swinging of axes, jeers rang on. This is the just retribution of God. You heretics that revered an evil God will now fall, is what they shouted. The locusts, disease, acid rain, and the desert, was this all a punishment brought by God? Don't joke around. A God wouldn't do something like that. A God would only watch over the humans in silence, deciding just and evil on their own convenience and handing down punishment on their whim. That's not the deed of a God. You barbarians, the God that you guys worship is the actual evil God. Interfering with the living of humans, defeating the ones who should win, have the ones that should lose win, distorting the course of history. That's exactly what an evil God is. Therefore, I will destroy all of you, and also the 4 evil gods that you serve for. Our god, the dark god Entropy, wouldn't put its hands in a fight of humans as the authentic god it is. But, if you are not going to hand down any punishment against these 4 evil gods that have broken this law, I will become the dark god Entropy and erase all evil. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. This is where the writings on the monument end. But at the last parts, the several lines at the end, were not shown visually. They were probably made from the raging emotions of the person that created the inscriptions in this monument and were stored just like that in it. The person that created this monument probably made it at the destruction of the underworld country, in order to show their existence. Not long after, everyone was killed, and the underworld country turned into dust and disappeared from history. But, if someone were to transmit the contents of this monument as evidence and understands it, it will serve as proof that they certainly did exist in the past. This is probably the reason why it was hidden in a building that would soon crumble. The invaders that attacked the underworld country will eventually erase the history of the defeated and destroy the monument. In order to avoid that, this was the desperate measure taken in order to hide it from the eyes of the invaders. So this is the rise and fall of the underworld country, Haine. It was a grander history than I expected. But, even with this, what occurred in this land was not told in its entirety. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 80 to 81, Underworld Army. TL, a small note for the people that haven't noticed, the schedule has returned to every 3 days, since a week ago actually. 80, Underworld Army in Japanese culture, this denotes the Oni that live in hell. I am, the dark god, Entropy. And so now, I Korin Karen am in big trouble. Geez. Why did it come here? Karen. It is that Shadow-san. We encountered it when we were in the middle of going down to the underground city, a mysterious enemy. It looks like a shadow, and it changes its shape dizzyingly and attacks us. Yorishiro-sama. Hurry here. Karen. Karen-san. Yorishiro. Pulling the hand of Yorishiro-sama, we run as fast as we can. It chases right after us. It has completely locked its target on us. We haven't shown anything that's similar to light since the time we fell, and yet, even with that, it chased after us. Is it a coincidence? Or maybe, Yorishiro. This is not the time to be saying suggestive words. Karen. At any rate, we have to run. We already learned that our light divine power is nourishment for this Shadow-san to make itself bigger. That means we can't defeat this Shadow-san. The only one in this party of 3 members who can defeat this Shadow-san is the one who possesses the dark element, Haine-san. That's why Yorishiro-sama went through the trouble of separating together with me, in order to not be a burden for Haine-san. And yet, the Shadow-san in question comes to us. Karen-san. Yorishiro. What should we do? We are running at full speed but we can't shake it off. Wait, did you call me, Yorishiro-sama? Karen. What is it in this precarious situation? Please leave me and run. Yorishiro. Eh? What are you saying, Yorishiro-sama? The chances that Shadow is aiming at me are high. Also, you can't bring out as much speed as you can because you are pulling me as well. If it's just you alone, you should be able to run faster, right? Yorishiro. That isn't reason enough for a hero to abandon her founder. In the first place, why would Yorishiro-sama be targeted? Karen. I saw a light flickering from the distance a while ago. It was probably Haine-san waving the flashlight. Yorishiro. I didn't notice at all though. I don't know if it was to tell us his location or to lure that Shadow, but now that the Shadow ignored this and has come here, it means that this child doesn't simply get pulled by light. Yorishiro. No way. Karen. At least you should escape and regroup with Haine-san. The light was coming from 4 o'clock, if you run to that direction, Haine should be there. Yorishiro. Then I let go of the hand of Yorishiro-sama and turned my body around. The shadow-san that was chasing us from the back was now right in front of me. Holy Sword St. George, I entrust my light divine power to you, change into a blade that cuts away my enemies. Karen. The dazzling light that was released from my blade was a visual representation of my piled-up frustration. You can't, Karen-san. That child absorbs light and Yorishiro. I shake off the warning of Yorishiro-sama and release it. Holy light blade. Karen. The released light wave didn't hit the shadow-san. It flew above the shadow-san and headed further to the back. I aimed at a different place. At a part of the underworld country's building where no one is living in anymore, I cut it off with holy light blade. The building that had been cut had now turned into mere rubble, and the location that it fell onto was, just as calculated, right on top of the shadow-san. I did it! Right on target. Karen. I cheer when the shadow-san was crushed by the rubble. Even if I can't hit it directly with my light divine power, physical attacks from external factors might work. I don't think it has been defeated with that just now, but it will definitely work to keep it at bay. Yorishiro-sama. Let's use this chance to go to where Haine-san is. Karen. Karen-san. Yorishiro. Hearing the shout of Yorishiro-sama, I reflexively bend my body. Almost at the same time I did this, small pieces of stone flew about. That shadow-san rotated its body like a tornado and blew away the rubble that was crushing it. I am the dark god, Entropy. And then after that, the shadow-san showed its figure as if nothing happened. What power! Karen. Karen-san, run! There's no reason for you to get hurt here. Yorishiro. No, there is. Karen. I answer immediately. The shadow-san that was rushing towards us seems to have grown slightly bigger by absorbing the attack just now, even though it wasn't a direct hit. The light hero protects the light founder. And more importantly, Yorishiro-sama is now my friend. Of course I would stake my life for a friend. Karen. The shadow-san probably thinks it has us cornered. It stops its approach at full speed and slowly closes the distance cautiously. That's good. I want to buy a little more time. And also, please remember. We still have one more person we can trust in, don't we? There's no way that person would overlook our crisis. Because if he were to do something like that, he wouldn't be able to receive the incredible reward later after all. Karen. Karen-san? Yorishiro. That's why, don't give up. That person will definitely come. Dark matter, set. 81, darkness is not equal to shadow. That was close. Because by the time Koramiya Haine had arrived to the place, Karen-san and Yorishiro were being cornered at that very moment. Dark matter, set. Haine. I strike it with my dark matter as I shout. This attack that had hit properly for the first time had covered the body of this shadow in an instant. Oh, dot. The shadow raises a voice similar to a scream as it writhes in pain. Haine-san. On top of that, the two beauties call my name in sync. You really appear on the most opportune times. But, how did you know our location? Yorishiro. What are you saying? You were the ones who called me. Haine. In the time I was reading that monument, a dazzling light suddenly shone far away. The only ones who can bring out that much light are Karen-san or Yorishiro. But in this current situation where the shadow is roaming around the area, it would be strange for her to release such a conspicuous light. Even if it's to let me know their location, that would definitely make the shadow find them. But there's one explanation that makes this action logical, that they have already been found by the shadow. And so, I hurriedly rushed here. Haine. Then, the holy light blade of Karen-san just now was not only to crush that child in rubble, it was also to have Haine-san learn of our crisis? Yorishiro. It looks like it was the quick-wittedness of Karen-san at work here. When you told me that Haine-san was using his flashlight to show his location to us, it clicked in me at that moment. But I didn't expect him to come this fast. Not even 5 minutes have passed since I used the holy light blade. Karen. For the people you love, a man can bend space in order to reach that place. Haine. Well, I actually used the gravity reversal of the dark matter and flew through the sky at the highest speed though. I practically ignored the backlash to my body, so my legs hurt. And so, the crucial shadow was covered in dark matter and has been squirming for a while now, but it should creep out from it in time. Oh, it is getting smaller. Haine. But it is still bigger than the first time we encountered it though. It is more like it got a bit smaller after swelling up a lot. Well, the fact that it has gotten smaller is proof enough that dark matter does work on it. I am gradually getting at this thing's identity. Haine. It resurfaces in my mind, the words that were carved in that monument. I will become the dark god Entropy. And erase all evil. I am the dark god, Entropy. The shadow chants my name as always. No, you are wrong, Haine. And so, I stated the obvious truth. You are not the dark god. And that power you control is not dark element either. I have finally understood. Your power, the true essence of it. That's light. Haine. Eh? The first one to raise a voice of confusion was Karen-san. What does that mean, Haine-san? The power of that shadow-san is light? But there's no way, even though it is so dark and not shining at all? Karen. It is probably changing the light divine power in some sort of way. That's why it gets bigger when it eats light. By altering it, it is able to absorb energy of the same element. Haine. For example, in the places where there's light, shadows can definitely be created. If there's light, and there's something in front of it, the object will obstruct the light and a shadow will be created. The stronger the light, the darker and deeper in color the shadow will be, and at times, it can get longer and bigger. Just like how this guy is eating light and becoming bigger. In other words, this guy's element is shadow. At a glance, it looks like darkness because it is black and darkish, but it is not. By using something with substance as an intermediary, it has changed light into shadow. It is a light user. Isn't that right, Yorishiro? Haine. There was no answer from Yorishiro. But inside of me, my hypothesis had already changed into conviction. I will become the dark god Entropy. And erase all evil. Where there's light, shadows can be made. In order to make a shadow, there's the need of something with substance that obstructs the light. And what is that something? The first thing that comes to mind is a body, a human body. Using a human body as its intermediary, it is able to change the light divine power into pseudo-darkness, or in other words, shadow. If there's such a technique, and there's someone that has been consumed by anger and hatred to the point that it renders that person unable to control it. Therefore, I will destroy all of you, and also the 4 evil gods that you serve for. I will become the dark god Entropy. And erase all evil. The identity of this shadow is a human that had its shadow power go crazy and was engulfed by it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 82 to 84, The Goddess Past. I committed a sin. The first sin that I, the light goddess, inflation, committed, betraying the person that I love. In the Genesis era, because of the birth of humans, the first friction between us gods occurred. The dark god Entropy, who I love, adored the humans. On the other hand, the other gods claimed that the humans should be ruled over like the other living beings. At first, I didn't really support any of the two opinions. But, if it's to make my beloved Entropy happy, I thought it wouldn't be bad to raise the humans into living beings of higher order along with him. That's all I thought of this. In this time, there was one God who threw mud into my heart. Entropy-sama seems to treasure the humans more than you. At this rate, all his love will be taken away by a lower life form, you know? For the first time as a god, these emotions called doubt and envy had surfaced. He will choose the humans over me. As if trying to fight against this doubt inside of me, I stood on the enemy side. There was the need to subdue this friction between gods. He will definitely avoid a fight against me. Knowing this, as long as we can reach a compromise with the other gods. I had such faint hopes. But, he fought. Even with a despairing situation like 5 versus 1, he still fought. Why? Does he really love humans more than me? Even against 5, even when I stood there, he still decided to take the side of humans and fought alone. The fight ended, and in the moment I had to seal him with my own hands. For the first time in my life, I felt like my chest was going to burst open. He definitely won't forgive me. I have perpetrated a sin that I wouldn't be able to atone for even in an eternity. That's how I thought at that time. But, this was just the beginning of my true sin. After the dark god Entropy had been sealed, the 4 base element gods began to act selfishly. The fire god Nova exercised atrocities at times towards the surface world. The water god Coacervate induced falsehoods to the humans, stirred up conflicts, and enjoyed watching it. The wind god Quasar vanished into his own side, and only the Mother Earth mantle respected my will and obeyed me. Within all of this, just how was I going to have Entropy forgive me? I was only thinking of this. For the sake of humans, he fought a fight that he would inevitably lose. He loved the humans that much. If I were to do something for the sake of these humans, when he comes back, won't I be able to soothe him a bit? Thinking this way, I decided on realizing the dream he was trying to accomplish. By showing the humans the path of progress, I thought about supporting them. But for the sake of that, I would have to tread with care. Because the opposition of the 4 base element gods would be inevitable. Even if I am one of the poles, I don't have as much advantage against the 4 base elements as Entropy. On top of that, the seal on Entropy at that time was incredibly firm and couldn't be released without the cooperation of all 5 gods. In order to welcome Entropy into this world again, I couldn't displease the 4 base elements. And so, instead of acting as a god, I decided to guide the humans as a human myself. With a human vessel, I will reincarnate as a human and raise the humans within their own society. And then, the human me was named Izanami, and became the leader of a certain group of people. We created techniques and arranged rules. My group of people was becoming visibly bigger with time and got wealthier. Those were enriching days that I didn't have in the Genesis era. I felt like I slightly understood the feelings of him wanting to get involved with the humans. And so, in the process of raising this community of people, I tested doing a playful thing. I knew that this would be a valid method to unite the hearts of the people. In order to put this method to practical use, I decided on uniting the people under one symbol. The symbol I prepared for this was the dark god Entropy. The humans will worship the dark god, respect him, and with that common point, they would recognize each other as comrades. When the seal is undone and Entropy returns to this world seeing all this people loving him and respecting him, he will definitely be surprised and be happy. That's what I thought. At first, I was incredibly motivated in putting this plan in track. A part of what I did for this was conferring the shadow power to humans. As the light goddess, I can't confer the dark power. But creating shadow with light by using the body of humans as intermediary was a relatively easy technique. I utilized the shadow as a substitute for darkness and spread it to the humans as the blessing of the dark god Entropy. After learning to control the shadow as if they were their arms and legs, the humans developed even more, and the community grew bigger and bigger. The land that I ruled over as the Queen Izanami was at some point in time called the Underworld Country, and by the time my body was all wrinkles, it had already grown into a big nation that was equal to no other in this world. But I overdid it. There's no way a community of humans that had become so big wouldn't fall in the eyes of the four base elements. The human civilization that had developed heavily had been seen as arrogant by the gods. On top of that, the fact that the underworld country worshipped the dark god Entropy had angered them. Because Entropy had been defeated, they were under the impression that they were superior to Entropy. Their anger attacked the underworld country in the form of divine punishment. Locusts, plague, acid rain. On top of that, invaders from outside that were influenced by their will had pushed the underworld country into the verge of destruction. Even when it had reached that state, I couldn't return to being the light goddess inflation to stop the foolish four base elements. All of them were the key to unsealing Entropy. If I were to injure any of the four base elements, the return of Entropy would be pushed to a length of time that's almost like an eternity. Rather than the humans I raised and guided, I ended up choosing Entropy. That is my second sin. A sin that's helplessly heavy. But what made it even more unsalvageable was the fact that my sin didn't end with just that. There was a young one named Doraha. A person that was born in the underworld country, in the age when it had been officially established as a nation. Since the time that person had grown aware, that person was filled with faith towards Entropy, and on top of being used to controlling the shadow, it was a level higher than the others. By the time Doraha had grown into a healthy young one, there was no other person as good in utilizing the shadows in the underworld country, and I, the Queen Izanami, conferred this child the highest title of the Guardians. I conferred her the title of hero. And then, in the time the underworld country was heading towards destruction, the one who fought back the most, choked and cried the most, was Doraha. She ran about in order to drive away the locusts. She embraced her family that was desecrated by the plague and cried, and even utilized her own body as a roof to protect the people from the acid rain. She confronted the invaders that were sent by the four base elements, refuted the insults hurled at the dark god, and was enraged at this irrationality. Even when I witnessed the figure of Doraha fighting bathed in blood and shedding her own, I didn't lend her my help. In time, Doraha's hatred towards the gods had increased so much that she was consumed by the shadow and had become shadow itself. In that form, Doraha had become a dangerous existence. The special trait of the shadow, absorbing light and making it its own power. Now that Doraha had become shadow itself, this trait had lost all limiters. She began eating all light beginning with the sunlight itself, and had become a monster that would not stop growing bigger even if it were to cover the whole world. At this rate, the world would be engulfed by Doraha. At that time, I finally took off the body of the Queen Izanami and returned to being the light goddess inflation, utilized all my divine power, and sealed the child to the very depths of the underground together with the dark underworld country. If it's underground where light doesn't reach, Doraha would not be able to get the light energy to increase her size. In this way, I had sent that child to an underground life of solitude, wandering around for several centuries. This is an unforgivable sin of mine. 83. Regret of the Goddess. I am the dark god, Entropy. The fight between the shadow and Haine was reaching its climax. At first, I was agitated by its strangeness, but after dealing with it in a calm manner, those aren't movements that I can't keep up with. In order to avoid Karen-san and Yurishiro from being attacked, I enclosed the both of us in a wall of dark matter. On top of that, I slowly reduced its scope to strangle its specialty, which is its speed. By nature, the light element should have an absolute advantage against the dark element, but because of the transformation of light into shadow, it looks like this advantage has been lost. Every time it grazes the dark matter, it loses volume, and has already returned to the size we first met it with. I am the dark god, Entropy. I can mostly guess what this guy actually was. It was a human. Moreover, a person that loved the underworld country deeply and fought fiercely to protect it. A warrior. Its homeland, that wrath towards this irrationality, I could understand it to the point of hurting when reading the writings of that monument. The anger and sorrow it felt to the point of changing itself into this. There's not many humans who possess such intense emotions. That's right. This child is actually a child that possessed quite the rich emotions. By the time I noticed, Yorishiro was already standing right by my side. She entered the dark matter sphere. This shouldn't be a surprise, right, Haine-san? You already made it clear a while ago that darkness can't win against light. Yorishiro makes a mysterious smile. Looking at the hole in the dark matter that connects to the outside, I could see that Karen-san had fallen completely unconscious. Don't worry. I just had Karen-san sleep. She has become my friend, so she will definitely go against what I am about to do. Yorishiro, what are you planning on doing? Haine, I immediately ask. I have understood most of everything. This person called the Queen Izanami that was said to have raised up the underworld country, that was you, right? A reincarnation that spanned before this current body of yours as Yorishiro. The one who spread the Entropy religion was also you. You are also the one who taught them the technique to change light divine power into shadow. Were you intending on creating an utopia with me as the center? Haine. As expected of Haine-san, no, my beloved dark god Entropy. It looks like you have seen through everything Disu Wani. Yorishiro. Since she has brought that name, it must mean she intends to have a talk as gods. Is this the sin you were speaking of? Haine. That's right. In order to distract myself from the loneliness of losing you, I tried to guide the humans on your behalf. It was in the time when the history of humans was literally at its first steps. Yorishiro. And the 4 base elements destroyed this. The disasters that were written in that monument were truly the way those guys would mess up the world. Adding to that, the humans that attacked the underworld country must have become the foundation for the fire, earth, wind, and water churches. That shadow was originally a human living in the underworld country. A person that could be called virtuous. An orphan that was raised by my hands and got along quite well with her siblings that were in the same circumstances. After growing up, this child showed rare talent and became strong enough to be bestowed the title of hero. Yorishiro. In other words, this shadow was the first hero in this world. Haine. But that way too strong shadow power ended up harming that child. Engulfed by the shadow, this child became shadow itself, with the only thing in its mind being to eat light divine power. Fire, water, earth, and water won't work either. The only way to defeat the child would be, Haine-san, the dark divine power of yours. Yorishiro. Are you telling me to kill it? Haine. You are the only one who can. At this rate, that child will escape from this place. If she manages to get under the sunlight, she will absorb the light and grow infinitely bigger. The world will be covered completely by this child. Not even a god would be able to stop that. Yorishiro. Right. This guy abandoned its humanity because of its desire to kill the evil gods. If that power were not enough to match a god, it would be too saddening. So this was your objective from the very beginning? Haine. That's right. Since the time I undid your seal, I wished for you to do this. If I were to spread the name of the dark god Entropy, one day you or Karen-san would investigate it, and will eventually reach the underworld country, and then, you would meet this child. That's what I hoped would happen. Yorishiro. I see. Since the time we found out the existence of the underworld country, the flow of events to reach here were way too smooth, which felt really out of place. Now that I think about it, until we encountered the shadow, it felt too mechanical. The pieces were falling perfectly. There's no doubt that Yorishiro wanted to bring me to the underworld country as soon as possible. But in that case, why did you do it in such a roundabout way? Haine. Wouldn't it have been okay to request it the moment I was unsealed? I wanted you to kill this child the time you understood how this world works. Before you killed this child, I wanted you to know about the foolishness nesting in this world, its ridiculousness, and that this child is not a calamity but a victim. Without those, it would be way too pitiful. Yorishiro. The gaze of Yorishiro was poured at that shadow. Her profile was beautiful, but just like before, I felt the shadow of an old woman tired of living. If it's now, I can tell the identity of this feeling. At that time, she wasn't the light goddess Inflation or the light founder Yorishiro, but the queen of the underworld country, Izanami. I am the dark god, Entropy. It probably has already lost its ability to think and reason. It simply moves with its hatred towards the gods and the world, a flimsy shadow. I am sorry for taking so long. Izanami. Yorishiro, the light goddess Inflation, the queen of the underworld country, Izanami, spoke to this shadow. Being in such a gloomy place all alone must have been pretty lonely. But today will be the end of this. The dark god Entropy you respected so much has finally come for you, in order to drop the curtains of your pain. Izanami. I am the dark god, Entropy. I don't think the shadow understands her words. These words were probably words of repentance. But rest assured. At least at your death, I will not let you feel lonely. I will accompany you. Izanami. Hey. Haine. This is the least I can do to atone. Sadly, I can't die as a god. That's why, at the very least, I will offer this body of Yorishiro to accompany this child. Haine-san, please, crush this child and I together with your dark matter. 84. Extinguish and rebirth. Slap. A sound echoes in the pitch-black underground city. It was the sound of me slapping Yorishiro's cheek real hard. Haine-san? Yorishiro. That must have been quite shocking for Yorishiro. She looks back at me dumbfounded while holding her slapped cheek. I will forgive you with this much. Haine. I say this with a strained voice. You love me, right? It must have been quite painful to have your loved one slapping you. That should serve as punishment. You have already suffered plenty enough. Haine. Haine-san, Yorishiro. Also, the one who should really be punished is me. There were people who worshipped the dark god Entropy, and yet, as a god, I wasn't by their side in their time of peril and was in deep sleep. I let them all die without helping them at all. At this occasion, the problem is not that I didn't know. I probably neglected my duty as a god. I am the dark god, Entropy. And in the time we were arguing, the shadow didn't show any new movements and stayed nailed on the ground. It has been exhausted to an extreme with all the fighting it has gone through. Having its shadow body shaved off by the dark matter, its size is already less than that of the first time we encountered it. I am sorry. I face that shadow and say this. I am the dark god, Entropy. You are not, you are a human. A human that can burn with anger for the sake of humans. That anger has changed you this much. The responsibility of this also lies in me. I am sorry. Haine. At the very least, I should put an end to this as an atonement. Dark matter overflows from my hands. I am the dark god, Entropy. No, I am the dark god Entropy. The dark matter released from my hands covered the shadow entirely. Now that it has gotten as small as this, it can't resist and escape anymore. Being engulfed by the dark divine power that erases all divine power, the tragedy that was born from the dream of the light goddess, has now disappeared from this world. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It is over now. Haine. Yes, thank you very much. I am truly sorry. Yorishiro. Yorishiro was repeating over and over her thanks and apology while crying. The dark matter is still forming a lump and eating away the shadow until it leaves nothing behind. Dark underworld country. The metropolis that you created for me, huh? Haine. I once again look around the ruins of it. In the past, when this city was still at the surface, in the era where it was still shown by the sunlight, just how many people were smiling and working here. It is saddening that the only thing I can do now is imagine it. Were you the one who sunk this city deep underground? Haine. Yes, I had to seal this child in a place where there's not a single ray of light after all. This child that can absorb the light divine power, and the fire, water, earth, and wind element doesn't work on, this was the only method I could take. That woman, Mantle, helped me with it. Yoreshiro. Mantle did? Haine. One of the 4 base element gods. The Mother Earth Mantle Ha. She was the only one who wasn't proactive in destroying the underworld country. But because she was pressed by the other base elements, she had no choice. She has always been weak to pressure after all. Yoreshiro. It is true that when she took the side of Nova and Coacervate in the Genesis battle, it gave out that feeling. How to call it? A woman that can't say no. She reluctantly brought disaster upon the underworld country. That took the form of the desertification hex. The desertification was serious, but it proceeded in a slow manner, and honestly, in the underworld country that was already on its path towards destruction, this was not that big of a problem. Yoreshiro. And this actually turned into something beneficial in an unexpected way. Because of the desertification, the ground softened and it was possible to sink the whole city underground to seal the shadow. At first, I did it with light feelings. Yoreshiro. Yoreshiro says with a trembling voice. I wanted to atone for sealing you. The day when the seal was undone and you see that your loved humans have developed and are now worshipping you, I thought you would be quite happy, Yoreshiro. But, that was the beginning of my mistake, is what Yoreshiro says. I myself became a human and understood something from interacting with them directly, the meaning of what you said. Humans are wonderful. Earnest, cheerful, and possess affection and hatred that surpasses that of gods. I was able to learn that in the underworld country. And at the same time, I learned to love the humans like you. Yoreshiro. That's plenty enough. Haine. Even if it took 1,600 years, I can now share this feeling with her. The life in this land and the affection of the humans has opened the heart of a goddess. This is certainly a great achievement. Humans managed to move the heart of a god after all. But the other ones are beyond salvation. Haine. The 4 base element gods. Learning about the past in this occasion, I understood it once again. As I thought, gods are existences that don't bring anything good for humans. With a reason that was practically a whim, they destroyed a whole nation, and not only that, even after several centuries, they still misunderstand themselves as some sort of higher existence, and try to make the humans their slaves, their toys. There's the need of a plan to cut off the gods from humans. And fast. Haine. Right at that moment, the dark matter that was covering the entirety of the shadow was clearing up. It must have eaten all the shadow divine power. After that, nothing will be left. It looks like something is left. A human? Moreover, a girl. A small girl of around 14 to 15 years old was lying completely naked. There's no doubt that she is the one that was covered completely in the shadow. In other words, Doraha. Yoreshiro says with a strained voice. This is a lie, right? There's no way. You are. Yoreshiro. The girl opened her eyes before long, and when she raises her body, the first person that came into view must have been Yoreshiro. Looking at her direction, she says this. Iza, Nami, Sama? Yes. Yoreshiro jumps and hugs her, and then, began to cry a river. That means, this girl is, the real identity of that shadow. The shadow hero that was living in the underworld country several centuries ago? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 85 to 86, Returning from the Underworld. TL, with these 4 chapters we are done with the 3rd arcade. Also, a new chapter of Suki came out. Next scheduled chapter will be Suki. I am really sorry. The moment Karen-san regained her consciousness, she apologized. In such a dangerous situation, to think I would lose consciousness without even participating in the battle. As a hero, that's way too shameful. What should I say to even apologize for this? Karen. Well, Yorishiro was the one who knocked you out though. It is okay, Karen-san. We safely managed to overcome the danger after all. Haine. Even if Karen-san was conscious and was able to fight at a 100%, we were fighting an opponent that light divine power didn't work at all against, so it wouldn't have been much different anyways. Well, I won't say it out loud. That would be way too pitiful. And so, Karen. Yes? What happened in the time I was unconscious? Karen. The place where Karen-san was pointing at was where two people are. Ufufu. Yorishiro. Yorishiro was carrying a small girl and has been grinning this whole time. The girl looks to be around 14 to 15 years old, and her long black hair reached her buttocks. Her skin color is also darkish, and gave out the impression of her being wild. She was stark naked when she appeared, but right now she is wearing a change of clothes from Yorishiro, so she is at the very least hiding her skin now. Did this girl really come out from that shadow-san? Karen. We have already explained the transition of events to Karen-san. Of course, leaving out the information related to us being gods. I have already told them about the monument I found when I was moving alone, and with those things put together. Is this girl a survivor of the underworld country that was destroyed several centuries ago? Karen. Is what we think. Haine. The ability to change light to shadow. That ability must have been pretty normal in the underworld country. And the number one strongest user of this was this girl, the strongest warrior of the underworld country fought against the foreign enemies. That must have been a hell that wouldn't be imaginable in this era. In those streets where blood rained and scenes of carnage were being displayed, this emotionally sensitive girl must have been painted gradually with anger and hatred. And then, this heart that had been wasted to the extreme, accepted the erosion of the shadow and, finally, became shadow itself. I can't even imagine what kind of state this girl was in inside the shadow. But she was probably cut away completely from the laws of nature. She was cut off from even the passing of time, and even when several centuries have passed, her appearance was preserved inside the shadow. It probably would have been impossible to separate the shadow with herself. Yorishiro. Yorishiro says while still holding the girl in her arms. But the dark matter of Haine-san has the special trait of only eating the divine power. This power managed to sort out minutely the shadow and herself without even a 1% of a difference, and erased the shadow completely. And because of this, the girl was liberated. But, Yorishiro. Yorishiro caresses the head of the girl melancholically. The girl narrows her eyes at this action like a cat. Izunama-sama, Doraha. Yes. Yorishiro. Izunama-sama, Doraha. Even for a 15-year-old girl, her way of acting was way too childish. She lost her memories, right? Karen. Karen-san asks as if confirming the information she had just been told. Yeah. After separating from the shadow and regaining her consciousness, she has only been calling Yorishiro as Izunama-sama all this time, but hasn't said anything else, Haine. Her fusion with the shadow has been so long that her memory might have been destroyed, or maybe she couldn't endure the memories of her ruined country. I don't know which one it is. She might rearrange her memories after time passes, and there's also the possibility that she will stay like this forever. No one knows for certain right now. This is fine, Yorishiro. Yorishiro says. This child will be living in the new world, so her past memories will definitely get in the way anyways. The underworld country is already gone. It has already stopped existing since several centuries. Even if she carries the hatred of her destroyed land as she lives, it wouldn't prove positive for her at all. Yorishiro. Yorishiro, what you are trying to say is, Haine. I will raise this child myself. I will have her walk a new life in Apollon City. This time for sure, I definitely won't make a mistake again. Yorishiro. These are probably not the words of the current Yorishiro, but the words of the queen that lived in the past underworld country, Izanami. The resolve that only gods would be able to bring out with their shared past souls. Were you able to take off the weight on your shoulders? Haine. I couldn't not ask Yorishiro this. She was deeply regretting the fact that she raised the underworld country and ended up destroying it. Has the return of this girl, the hero Doraha, served as an acquittal for Yorishiro? It is the contrary, Haine-san. With this, I have finally been able to carry the weight on my shoulders. By carrying this child's life on my shoulders, by walking together with her, in the time she is able to enjoy the new life in this world, I will finally be able to atone for it. Haine-san. Yorishiro. Yes? Haine. Can you please live together with me? Together with the both of us? Yorishiro. Haine. This sounds like a widow with a child asking for my hand in marriage. Fine. Haine. Yorishiro. Fine. If you are okay with me, I will do what I can to help you and that child. Haine. I am so happy. Yorishiro. From there on, Yorishiro smiled happily, and Doraha, who still didn't understand what was going on herself, had a spaced-out expression. Karen-san was watching this exchange of us a step behind with a puzzled expression. 86, to the country of the living. And like this, we finished doing what we had to do at the underworld country. Now that it is over, I feel like everything was dancing in the palm of Yorishiro's hand, but well, if that managed to clear her clouded heart, that's fine. Next is how we are going to return from this underground that had its stairs crumble with the fight against the shadow. But it seems that won't be a problem at all. Because we can fly with the use of the dark matter I control, it was easy to return to the entrance while carrying Karen-san, Yorishiro, and the new member, Doraha. That's why, right now, we are in the middle of regretting having to leave this historical ruins. Now that I look at it again, it is an incredibly beautiful place. An ancient city that stands silently in the darkness. No sounds, just silence. Is it dead or just sleeping? It could be said to be a mystical sight. Beautiful, Karen. Karen-san also held the same impression. Right now Karen-san and I are alone, and we were looking at the underworld country from a slightly elevated location. Yorishiro stayed to watch over Doraha, but it seems like it was because she was being considerate of Karen-san. In this journey, there hasn't been a single time where Karen-san has been alone with me. But the ones who destroyed this land were our ancestors. Karen. Yeah. Haine. We have also told Karen-san the contents of the monument that Doraha left behind before she was consumed by the shadow. Along with my own interpretation of it. The foreign enemies that attacked the underworld country were sent by the 4 base element gods. The humans, that were given power by the 4 base elements in order to destroy the underworld country, later created their own community, and the respective churches were formed. Then, our light church as well as Karen. A part of the instigators of this destruction is what she was about to say, but I interrupt her. I don't think that's the case. Haine. My biggest basis for this is that the Queen Izanami of the underworld country was the incarnation of the light goddess inflation. She is not so crazy as to order her own country to be destroyed. But there's no way I would be able to prove this basis of mine to Karen-san, so I have to bring out a different explanation. You see, in the monument that Doraha left behind, 4 natural disasters were written there. Haine. Locusts, plague, acid rain, and desertification. Each were respectively connected to wind, water, fire, and earth. There were no disasters that related to light. Isn't that proof that the light church wasn't related to the destruction of the underworld country? Haine. Isn't that a bit difficult to take as proof? Karen. And there's one other thing. When Daraha went mad and became the shadow, the invaders must have been quite scared, don't you think? They were faced with unexpected resistance. Don't you think quite a good amount of people of the underworld country were able to escape in that stalemate? Haine. Ah, Karen. And the people that managed to escape safely gathered together, and what was created was Haine. The Light Church, is what you are trying to say? Karen. That's probably the case. The Queen Izanami had taken off her flesh body and returned to being the light goddess Inflation, and this time, protected the people and guided them as a god. Different from the fire, water, earth, and wind, this was how the Light Church was formed. You are incredible, Haine-san. Karen. What is? Haine. Because there's no proof at all that this is true, and yet, you are talking as if you were sure that is how it happened. It made me believe that this is also how it actually happened. Karen. Isn't it okay to believe that? Haine. Right. Thinking that way, that girl, Dora Hassan's sacrifice by turning into a shadow was not pointless. There were lives that were saved thanks to it. So Dora Hassan saved a lot of lives as a hero. Karen. Yeah, that's how it is. Haine. Right after Daraha was liberated from her shadow, I told Karen-san that that's the name she introduced herself as. It was actually Yorishiro who knew the name of Daraha in her past life as Izanami though. When I look at Haine-san and Yorishiro-sama, I sometimes feel something mysterious. Karen. You know a lot of things, or more like, know way too much. It feels as if you two have something different from yourselves inside of you. Karen. Nah, that's way too far-fetched. Haine. I hurriedly refute her words, but the voice of Karen-san sinks. That's why it feels as if the two of you are connected. How envying. Karen. At that moment, the face of Karen-san suddenly approached my face, and without stopping at all, it made contact with me, lips and lips. This is the reward this time. Karen. The reward for saving us. I promised Yorishiro that I would give you something incredible after all. Karen. After separating her lips from mine, Karen-san says this. I won't lose heart. Even if Haine-san and Yorishiro-sama have a special connection between you both, I will create a connection with Haine-san that will not lose to it. Haine-san, please treasure us both, okay? Karen. Why yes. Haine. My cheeks are probably bright red. Karen-san also ruminated on what she had just done herself, and must have understood that she had done something big. She suddenly boiled bright red. I am going to take a look at Yorishiro-sama and Daraha-san. Karen. And then, she ran away while still embarrassed. The actions of Karen-san escalate with each passing day. At this rate, marriage will come by next month, Haine. I said it jokingly, but it felt real and made me shiver. Did Karen-san obtain something from this journey? This journey was to search for a clue of the existence of the dark god Entropy in the underworld country. And in reality, the underworld country actually existed, and we already learned that Entropy was worshipped by them, but further than that should still be a mystery for her. In my side, I did gain something from it. That is, the assurance that gods are not necessary in this world. I learned about the atrocities that were committed by the four base elements in the past when I was sleeping, and I also learned that they are useless for humans. On the contrary, they are actually harmful. When I just came back to this world, I wasn't really thinking much of it, but as I thought, I really do have to get moving. Make a plan to completely sever the ties between this world and the gods. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 87 to 88, The Continuation of the Legend. 87, The Continuation of the Legend. the story this time has reached its end. What comes next is something like sorting out the information for the next step. Was it okay to leave the underworld country like that? For now, we have left the nameless desert and returned to the light capital, Apollon City, where I once again ask Yorishiro this. Suddenly bringing back a girl of unknown origins, and suddenly telling the higher-ups of the church that she will be raising her herself through them into chaos, but Yorishiro is not the type who would falter at something like this. Yeah, I thought that it would be best to have that city sleep for a while more. If the existence of the dark underworld country is revealed, it will be a big historical discovery and the whole world would make a ruckus about it. Every church would send an investigation team, and the once peaceful land might bustle in activity. The more that city is investigated, the more unbeneficial facts for the 5 great churches will be dug out. They haven't matured enough to permit this. Yorishiro. The city itself might be erased completely. Haine. That land that had been destroyed by the whim of the gods once, would be destroyed once again by the humans that hold authority. That's certainly not something I could swallow. Karen-san was also convinced by that explanation and promised to keep it a secret. And so, with this, my duty has finished desu ni, Yorishiro. Saying this, Yorishiro takes out a magnetic compass that's ornamented quite a bit. If I remember correctly, this is a treasured article of the Light Church, the Needle of Guidance. By pouring light divine power into it, it would point at the direction of the place one desired. That's actually just a normal compass, right? Haine. Yeah. It is an antique that one of the cardinals splurged money to make. It is made of a luxurious arrangement of gold and silver, but the use itself is that of a normal compass. It is something that I was given on a certain day as a bribe. Yorishiro. Light and magnetism have similar properties. By using the light divine power, she can move the compass the way she wants. For the light founder and incarnation of the light goddess, this must have been a piece of cake. And, for this girl who has the past life of being the queen of the underworld country, Izanami, it wouldn't be strange for her to know of the location of the underworld country from the very beginning. As long as she moves the compass needle to the direction she wants. So that was only a prop to guide Karen-san and I to the underworld country, huh? Haine. Yeah, for the sake of properly hiding the past that I am the Queen Izanami. An item that shows the location of the thing you desire just by wishing for it, there's no way such a convenient item exists. Yorishiro. Saying this, Yorishiro threw the flashy normal compass in the guise of the Needle of Guidance to a drawer in the corner of the room. It is probably the place for things that will never be taken out again. It would be problematic if this comes out in a conversation in the future, so let's just say that it was lost in the confusion at the underworld country. I am counting on Haine-san to match up the story. Yorishiro. Got it. Haine. And so, Haine-san, what brings you here tonight? You purposely came at the time when Daraha was sleeping. As expected, your business has to do with those troublesome ones, right? Yorishiro. We can finally enter the main topic. Since the time she had Daraha at her side, Yorishiro's bewitching nature has gone dormant, and in place of that, a feeling of motherhood has been prominent. Even when I came to her room this late at night, she didn't tease me by saying, "Are you crawling on my bed tonight?" which helps me out, and, at the same time, it felt kind of lonely. I want to hear in detail the things that happened after the underworld country fell. Haine. Okay. When I took off my body of Queen Izanami and returned to being the light goddess inflation, those guys all got surprised and grew flustered. Yorishiro. By those guys, she refers to the 4 base elements that destroyed the underworld country. Those guys didn't know that the queen was the incarnation of the light goddess inflation when they destroyed the underworld country, huh? The face they made when they learned the truth, it was like a child who had their prank discovered by their mother. The Mother Earth mantle got flustered and helped me out in sealing the underworld country. At that time, it would have been fine to scold them and cause a new battle of gods, but I didn't do that. Yorishiro. Why? Haine. The first reason was because logic was in their side. Yoreshiro. No way. Haine. It isn't. In the past, we 5 gods gathered to a united idea of humans are below gods and sealed you. And yet, I hid the fact that I had gone to the surface world, provided humans with culture, and had them progress. Doesn't that mean I broke the agreement? Yoreshiro. Is that how it works? For me, who is in the side of humans, this logic is a bit hard to swallow though. I am one of the 2 poles, but I don't hold that much advantage against the other 4 base elements compared to you, the Dark God. If I were to try using force to bring it to a conclusion, I might have even ended up like you. If you and I both poles were to get sealed, things would have gotten even worse. Yoreshiro. And then, Yoreshiro, no, the light goddess inflation said. I decided on a plan. Yoreshiro. A plan? Haine. When the 4 base elements reunited with me, they began lining up excuses. As expected, they said things like you were the one who broke the agreement and made the humans smarter. And so, I created this meme. Yoreshiro. The reason why I ruled and guided them was in order to collect something from the humans, is what she told the other gods to gloss over things. What in the world did you tell them you were collecting? Haine. Prayer energy. Yoreshiro. Prayer. Now that she says it, I do feel like Nova and Coacervate mentioned something like that. This is something that I discovered by chance while I was spreading the religion of the dark god Entropy in the underworld country as the Queen Izanami. A type of energy in the heart of humans. When the human heart directs pure respect and affection towards a god, that heart will become mellow energy and be sent towards the god. Yoreshiro. So that's what a prayer is, huh? Haine. That's right. Divine power is another form of heart energy from humans. I mentioned the existence of this to the 4 base elements, and advised them to have a taste of it. And then, they were soon enslaved by it. Yoreshiro. The power of humans' prayers made the gods drunk and enslaved them. Are you telling me the human's heart has that much power? The gods that assimilate this prayer energy will have their strength increased, and, on top of that, its taste is exceptional. The gods soon wanted to gather as much prayers as possible and began doing many experiments for that sake. The establishment of a church was a part of it. In order to stabilize the number of prayers, they created an organization that worshipped them. Yoreshiro. And the ones who became the foundation of it were the foreign enemies that attacked the underworld country Haine. Just as you have concluded. The 4 base element gods that had now created churches, ordered them to attack the surrounding settlements to obtain more believers, forced them to join the church, and increase their influence. Humans literally became livestock that offered prayers to gods. That kind of era continued for around a millennium. It was a hard-to-endure era. And then, a change occurred. Yoreshiro. Ethereal. Haine. The machine culture brought by the discovery of ethereal. Because of this, the hearts of the humans distanced themselves from the gods. The energy that was gathered also lessened. That's why they utilized a method like monsters and acted such a cheap farce. And when not even that was working, they threw a tantrum, and were driven to kill their own believers without any distinction. Haine. That's right. But the current gods can't wipe out the humans anymore, just like how they wiped out the underworld country. They wouldn't be able to destroy all the 5 capitals where the grand churches are located and kill all the humans. Yoreshiro. Why? Haine. In the period of time that was close to a millennium, they indulged on the prayer energy of humans. This brought an unexpected change in them. Yoreshiro. Chapter 88, This Must End. The 4 base element gods can't live without prayer energy anymore? Haine. That's right. They exploited the humans of prayer energy for far too long, and drowned too much in its taste. For them, prayer energy is already on the same level as oxygen. If they have a shortage of it, they won't be able to maintain their own existence. Yoreshiro. Being told this reality, I was shocked. At the same time, I have now understood something. So that's the reason why they were so attached to humans after I returned 1,600 years later. And it is no doubt the bad type of attachment. In the eyes of someone like me who knew them in the past, this gave out a really out-of-place sensation. In the past, the gods of creation were a lot more indifferent towards humans. It was as if they didn't care about them at all. So they already can't live without humans anymore? Haine. That's right. If humans fall, the prayers that were supplied would be lost, and at the same time, the gods would fall as well. Yoreshiro. Gods would die? Something as big as that would occur? Then, you, who formed the Light Church as well, have been eroded by the prayer energy? Haine. I am grateful for the prayers of the people, but I didn't indulge in them. I managed to notice how dangerous the prayer energy was from the very beginning. That's why I am the same as the time when you were sealed 1,600 years ago. Yoreshiro. Hearing this, I was slightly relieved. But Yoreshiro, the light goddess inflation, knew how dangerous the prayers were, and yet, she encouraged the gods to it while hiding this truth. How scary. But that probably shows just how angered she was with the 4 base element gods that destroyed the underworld country. So those 4 base element guys had changed in such a way in these 1,600 years, huh? It is true that there's a point that bothers. They can't live without humans, and even when they have been driven to such boundaries, they still look down on humans, huh? Truly beyond salvation. On the other hand, humans do not need gods. Yoreshiro. Ah, so that's how it is. Haine. This is one of the misunderstandings in this world. Gods are not necessary at all to maintain this world. The work of gods is to create worlds. Once the creation is done, their job is over. There's nothing more to do. That's why, the gods that have nothing to do anymore are simply squeezing out the spiritual energy of the ones living in this world. That's all they are doing. Even if the gods need the world already has no need for gods. In that case, we just have to separate them. Haine. The reason why I made them addicted to the prayer energy was for revenge. Yoreshiro. Yoreshiro said this resolutely. They destroyed the underworld country that I raised for the sake of my dear Entropy and ended up loving it as much as I love him. This is my revenge. The biggest bottleneck until now has been the seal that the all 5 of us placed on you. Yoreshiro. The seal the 5 gods placed couldn't be undone without all 5 gods. But, after waiting more than a millennium for the seal to weaken naturally, I was finally able to undo it by myself. There's already nothing to distress about. Haine-san and oh, Dark God Entropy, please remove the harmful existences of this world. Yoreshiro. What should I do? Haine. First of all, the most important thing would be to remove the harm that are the monsters. Those pseudo-lifeforms that have no soul are the villains that the gods have created in order to maintain the faith to gods. Once that harmful existence is gone, the need for gods will finally be gone. Yoreshiro. Completely eliminating monsters, huh? Now that I think about it, Coacervate said this, we gods have created mother monsters that can give birth to monsters infinitely and release them into the world. So we just have to defeat the fire, water, earth, and wind mother monsters that are somewhere in this world. Haine. Because the faith has decreased, the weakening of the 4 base element gods has accelerated. In order to create mother monsters, there's the need to pour several tens of times more divine power than that of the fire cow Phalaris and the great sea dragon Hydra serpent. Once the mother monsters are defeated, they probably won't be able to make one again. Yoreshiro. So what must be done is already in sight, huh? Light Goddess, are you fine with that? Haine. I asked just to confirm. Because she is also one of the 6 gods that created this world after all. I don't mind. At any rate, I am currently Yorishiro, one of the humans that lives in this world. If there's an option that can bring good to the humans, it should be executed without hesitation. Yorishiro. Right. Let's just think about what we should do as gods after our current lives are over. Haine. In this way, we began to act. For the sake of humans and not for the sake of gods, for the sake of recovering a world that humans can live in. With that wrapped up, Yorishiro. The look of Yorishiro suddenly changed. Haine-san, is it true that you kissed Karen-san? Yorishiro. Ugh. Why does she know that? Even though I kept silent about it because I knew that it would definitely be a pain if it were known. Karen-san disclosed it to me herself. I am sorry for stealing the march, she said. She really is a honest girl to the core. Compared to that, Haine-san, did you think it would not be a problem as long as it wasn't discovered? Yorishiro. No, Haine. So for me it was a slap on the cheek, and for Karen-san it was a kiss in the lips, huh? It truly shows the difference in treatment here desu wa ni. Yorishiro. Is she talking about the slap I gave her for her sake? After hearing her revenge plan against the 4 base elements and what is happening right now, I am now convinced this woman is quite vindictive. No, you see, that slap was something I did exactly because I see you as someone important, Haine. No, that's not it. What I have to say right now is not that. You said it before, right? That once I learned about the sin you committed in the past, I would hate you. Haine. Why yes, Yorishiro. It didn't make me hate you, you know? I am truly sorry for making you carry so many things on your back all by yourself in these 1,600 years. Haine. And then, I hugged Yorishiro. I held admiration towards this girl that has been living under many names for a long time. Haine-san, as I thought, I do want to live in this body with all I can desu wa. As the Yorishiro that can live in the same time as you. Give birth to your child and raise it, have Duraha grasp the happiness that she was unable to grasp in her time at the underworld country, and I also want to get along with Karen-san in all that time. Yorishiro. You have a lot of wishes. But, that's exactly why life is long. Haine. Yeah. Please fill my life with a lot of wishes. Yorishiro. Without saying any more than that, our lips overlap. It was a sweet transient time before the fierce battle that will be unfolding from here on. TL, in the sheets. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 89 to 91, Visiting the Mother. TL, sorry for the delay. I was watching it with some friends and it got real late. It was a good movie by the way, totally recommend it. The next scheduled chapter will be of Tsukiji Michi. And tomorrow will be sponsored chapters of World Reformation. I decided on taking a bit of time to destroy the monsters. They are only harmful for humans, and only convenient tools for the gods to ensure their own existence. In order to cut off the influence of the gods that's only a pain for the humans, I decided that there's the need to eliminate this pseudo-lifeforms called monsters. And so, what has to be done in order to eliminate monsters? When I was searching for this specific question, the answer that came out was to defeat the mother monsters. What are mother monsters? In the first place, monsters are pawns that were created by the gods for their own sake. But it would be a pain for the gods to continue creating thousands of monsters eternally and it wouldn't be efficient. So, those gods first created a monster that gives birth to monsters. By creating that, it will continue producing monsters on its own. It would make things a lot easier for the gods. Those monsters that produce monsters are the mother monsters. The fire, water, earth, and wind gods agreed to this idea of monsters in church, and created mother monsters, making the numbers equal to the amount of base element gods, 4. Earth Mother Monster, Water Mother Monster, Fire Mother Monster, Wind Mother Monster are apparently the ones that exist. In order to completely separate the harm that are monsters from the world, there's the need to eliminate all these 4. According to a certain source of information, the 4 base element gods have been weakening recently, so if we manage to defeat the mother monsters, they won't be able to create another one again. In other words, if we do battle 4 times, a fitting amount of monsters will be leaving the surface world for good. If we cut off the source that supplies monsters and defeat the ones that remain, the number of monsters will decrease for sure, and by the end, it will become 0. If the final supplying line of prayer energy for the 4 base elements is cut off, they won't be able to meddle with the humans anymore. The important points all lie in the mother monsters. And so, I Haine want to eliminate them all as soon as possible, but there's one problem. Where are the mother monsters anyways? Whether it is a god or a monster, in order to give it a beating, I have to go to where it is. But the crucial location of the mother monsters is completely unknown for me. It is certain that they are somewhere around this world, but I have no clues or an idea of where they could be. I do have the light goddess Inflation at my side, but it seems Yurishiro also doesn't have any ideas, and it looked like our reformation plan had encountered a wall right at the beginning. But there's only one thing I know that might help out in this. A way to find the mother monsters, or more like, one guy that seems like he would know the location of the mother monsters. No, maybe it is more accurate to call him a critter. And so, I am in the city of Muspelheim where the Fire Church headquarters are located. What's there is, a certain cow. Ah, how peaceful, how peaceful. Guided by a member of the Fire Church, I reunited with this guy after a good while. Well, even if I say that, how long has it been? Before that reunion there was a 1,600 years of blank space, so this might not be considered that long compared to that. Oh, isn't the one there my brethren, the dark god Entropy? Hey. The cow talks to me in a telepathic-like voice that only I can hear. This guy is a cow. 4 hoofed legs, a body that has a decent amount of meat, has horns, and also a tail. But it is slightly different from the cows commonly known. Its skin is hard as steel, and because of that, its surface color is kind of metallic. Well, that's a given. Even if it is a cow, it is a cow-shaped monster. It is called the fire cow Phalaris among the humans. It is a vicious monster that changed the once wealthy mountainous district into scorched earth and settled there, but because of many things happening, it is now confined in the Fire Church. Its frame that was once as big as a mountain is now on the size of a calf. It could be said that this is a good size to keep it indoors. And so, the problem with this fire cow Phalaris is that, well, how to say this? It has been a while, fire god. Haine. Yeah, it has been a while. Nova. The cow was lying on the floor and answers me only with his tail swinging left and right. That's right, this cow-shaped monster may be a monster, but inside it there's the soul of a god. One of the 5 gods of creation and 4 base elements, the one who governs fire, the god Nova. Just like how I the dark god Entropy incarnated into a human as Haine, this guy also incarnated into a monster even when he is a god. If I had to speak the reason why he did something like that, it would be, in order to punish the humans that have stopped fawning on him. For that reason, he went through the trouble of incarnating as a monster, and with the power of a god and the big frame of a monster, he was about to destroy the city, but instead got beaten up by me recently. Normally, it would have been proper to destroy that cow monster's body into pieces and stop its breath, but I purposely didn't do it and kept him alive. He is a god and his true essence is in his soul, so even if I destroy the monster body, his soul would only return to the god realm. That's why I didn't kill him and decided on keeping the god's soul inside the monster. With several excuses lined up, I had the Fire Church take custody of it, and in a sense, I had sealed him here but… a morning nap sure is relaxing. Nova. Isn't he feeling way too at home here? Oi, Fire God Nova. Haine. Yes, I am the fire god. Nova. Are you really a god? Haven't you degraded to livestock? This guy is currently caged inside a cell that the fire church people made specially for him. But, even if I call it a cell, it looks unexpectedly comfy, and the space inside is on the level of a hall. It is definitely bigger than a one-person house in Apollon City or Muspelheim. Inside this remarkable place, the place to sleep and the water is properly prepared, the other space is carefully layered with lawn. Its surrounding may indeed be caged, but this thoroughly well-made environment is by no means something I would think of as a jail to imprison a captured monster. It is more like the home of a pet that's being treasured dearly. 90. Visiting the fire god. You see, fire god, I certainly did say that I would seal you in that body of yours. But I actually didn't really mean it at all. Because if you wanted to kill yourself, you could have done it any time to get out of your body. If you wanted to, you could have run at full speed towards a wall and break your head, and that would easily let you return to the god realm. It was more like trying to annoy you. I actually came here with low expectations, When I arrived here, I thought I would be hearing "it died a long time ago" by the people of the fire church. I was prepared for that. Haine. But in reality, he was still plenty alive, moreover, he is totally feeling at home. What happened? Hey fire god, just what in the hell happened? You do have a point. Nova. The god, or more like, the cow answers me while still resting on the lawn inside the cell. At first, I also thought that something like this was just humiliating and was filled with resentment. Because it is me, the fire god Nova. And to top it all off, I was turned into a show for the human children in such a cow body. I was going like hell, I can take this. My god pride was in shambles, Nova. Must have been. This cow monster being the fire god Nova is a truth that only I as a god as well could have noticed. There's no way for the other humans to know. Not even the light hero Karen-san and the fire hero Mirak, who helped in defeating this cow monster. With my dark matter, this guy, who had lost its battle power, has become completely harmless. In that case, if this were to be exhibited alive to the general populace, the achievement of the heroes would be on plain view and be easier to have a feel of it, and it will also increase the reputation of the fire church, is what I think I said. I myself only said some random stuff in the spur of the moment, so I don't remember that well. For me, the important part is that the fire god was sealed in that body, and the exhibition part was just a pretext for it. Thanks to that wild proposition of yours, my life as a customer-attracting cow had begun. My believers encaged me in this boring cell and am being exposed to more than hundreds of people's eyes every day. Nova. The members of the fire church itself wouldn't in their wildest dreams think that the monster they are exhibiting is the god they worship. Now that I think about it, in my way here, I saw a sign that said, Fire Cow Phalaris in public display. By the way, it seems like the public display time is over for today, and in this space, there's only the cow in question, me, and the old lady doing the cleaning. I am in outline one of the people that subjugated Phalaris, and I am also acquainted with the fire hero Mirak, so I was let in as an exception. Well, it was just a pain all around for me. I thought about finding a chance one day to kill myself and return to the god realm. In the time I was looking for that chance, the days passed, and I noticed something incredible. Nova. Something incredible? Haine. While I'm here, the food just comes on its own. Nova. Oi. Haine. No, it is indeed incredible, Well, the current me may look like a cow, but I am a monster, so I don't actually need to eat though. But the humans don't know what monsters eat, so they bring a lot of things. Like dry grass, vegetables, peas, potatoes, carrots. With all these variety coming at me, my everyday life has become unexpectedly fun, you see. Nova. Is that so? Haine. And so, well, I don't have much to do anyways even if I return to the god realm, and compared to that, here I can get delicious food without doing anything, so I thought that maybe being here is fine, and so, lately, I have discovered something incredible. You see, when the waiter in charge comes with the food and I lift up my front legs high up, they give me a lot more food. Isn't that awesome? Nova. Isn't that just you being taught some tricks? And instead of calling the person a waiter, it is more like the breeder. Lazing around on the lawn is comfortable. Why did I burn the whole vegetation growing there in my time in the wild and decided on sleeping on top of rocks and earth? Nova. Well, if you say that's fine with you, then that's good. Haine. It looks like the fire god Nova has found his life as a pet cow surprisingly good. This might be good in its own way. It might raise the chances of him answering what I will be asking now after all. HM? Now that I think about it, why did you come here today? Nova. The cow slowly gets up the fire god in the shape of a cow. You are not the type who would just come here for fun after all. Visiting a hated enemy of yours that sealed you in the past, just what was your aim when coming here on your own? Nova. It looks like he still has some dignity as a god remaining. It is good you catch up fast. I came here to ask you something. I will be straight here. Where are the mother monsters? Haine. Ho. Nova. Monsters that give birth to monsters. The ones who created the mother monsters were the 4 base element gods, including you. It wouldn't be strange for you as one of the creators to know where they are, right? Haine. To think you would look for them. I see, so you are planning on eliminating them? Nova. Yeah. It has been 18 years since the seal was undone and I came back. On top of that, it has only been a few weeks since the time I left my village and had a look at the world, but, even so, I understood something for sure. This world already has no need for gods. In this world, gods staying here would only be a bother. I decided on thoroughly cutting off the evil that connects the gods with the humans. Haine. It was inevitable. You, who are an unbelievably convenient existence for the humans, to reach that conclusion was inevitable. It is true that I joined in on that cajolery of Coacervate. And what was created from that is the fire mother monster, the immortal bird, Phoenix. Nova. Immortal bird, Phoenix. It is a bird that has its whole body covered in flames, and I think it is one size bigger than the past firecow Phalaris. Burning its own body with its own flames, it gives birth to many monsters from those ashes. From that special characteristic it has, not only is it not possible to kill it with the same fire element, no element is able to kill it. Even if its whole body is destroyed, the ashes still remain, and from those ashes, a new phoenix will be born. Nova. Hence the immortal part, Haine. But your dark matter might be an exception. With that damn matter of yours that erases all elements completely, it might be possible to kill the immortal bird without even leaving ashes, Nova. That's quite the unexpected honest talk coming from you. Well, that's fine. And so, where's Phoenix? Haine. Don't know. Nova. Haine. It is true that I am the one who created Phoenix, but that doesn't mean I know where it is. It might be a pseudo-life form, but it is still a living being, and has without doubt a will of its own. It will go wherever it wants, and more so since it is a bird with wings. It can go anywhere in the world. Nova. What's with that? You are of no help. After all that suggestive behavior, you still left me with no clues, Haine. Don't be spoiled, Dark God. In the first place, why would I even have to divulge everything to you anyways? Nova. Right, we totally don't get along. It was a complete waste of time. But well, since I came all the way here to Muspelheim, I will go eat with the Ignis militant core I got along with last time. Haine. Well, wait there. Since you are here, let me tell you one more thing. Nova. What is it, cow? If it's complaints, I will take on those complaints of yours physically as well if you want. Haine. It is true that I don't know the location of the mother monster I created, but I didn't say anything about not knowing where the others are, you know. Nova. Especially since that one is famous after all. In the first place, it is a type that can't move unlike my bird. The Earth Mother Monster, Grandma Wood. Do you want to know where it is? Nova. 91, Wonder Tree. Grandma Wood? Haine. I repeat the name that the cow spoke of. That's right, the Earth Mother Monster that the Mother Earth Mantle created. Nova. Nova continues speaking in the thought channel that only I can hear. I am also conversing with him in the thought channel, so if this situation continues for long, the people around might think that I am a weird guy that really likes to admire the cow-shaped monster, but it looks like this is no time to be worrying about that. Just as the name states, it is a giant tree-type monster. Among the monsters, it is most likely the biggest one of them all. Mother monsters are all originally big, but Grandma Wood is a whole level bigger even within that group. Nova. And you say you know its location? On top of that, you will be telling me about it? Haine. It is a tree to begin with. It can't move from the place it was born. And, whether I tell you or not depends on your attitude. Nova. What, so there's exchange conditions, huh? Haine. Answer me a question. Why didn't you seal me? Nova. I have. Haine. This pathetic thing can't be called a seal. Not the type that you can return to the god realm whenever you want if you wanted to, the real seal we did to you 1,600 years ago. Nova. Ah. Your freedom was taken away for 1,600 years by it. In that new fight, I lost to you and our positions reversed. It was your chance to take your revenge, and yet, why didn't you do it? You are one of the poles, moreover, the dark god that possesses absolute advantage against the four base elements. If you wanted to, you could have made a strong enough seal comparable to the seal we used 5 gods to make. Nova. No, I can't. In the first place, the one who created that seal was the underhanded Coacervate. Haine. The cowardly Coacervate? Nova. That's right, that lowlife Coacervate. That's why, I don't know how to do any sealing, and even if I knew, there's no need to go that far, right? Haine. Wah. Honestly speaking, I was pissed by you and Coacervate, that's why I beat you both up. If I still held a grudge after beating you up, that would just mean I can't control my own hatred. But after seeing the past of you guys, I learned that you will certainly be causing problems to the humans, so I will be properly cutting off that connection you have with them though. That's the reason for defeating the mother monsters. Haine. What's with you, going all silent? If you have been convinced, tell me the location of Grandma Wood already. Haine. Shut up. Idiot, die. Nova. For some reason, I was grandly insulted. What, so you really won't be telling me? While I was thinking what I should do, I look at my surroundings and I found something good. Sorry, can I give this to him? Haine. It is fine. But only a little bit, okay? His meal later won't enter if you give him too much after all. Receiving the permission of the person that was cleaning a corner of the place and seemed to be the person in charge of him, I put my hand in a bucket and take out a carrot. Come on, please tell me with this. Is what I say as I flaunt the carrot at him. The cow raised up high, and lifted his front legs high up. Looks like it was very effective. Don't look down on me, dark god. You see, today, there will be students from a school close to here coming for an excursion and will be experiencing giving me food. In order to show the kids my special technique, gorging, I am keeping my stomach empty. Nova. Just how accustomed are you to your current lifestyle? With all that, I was able to get the necessary information. The location of the Earth Mother monster, Grandma Wood. I still don't know the location of the other 3 mother monsters, but let's crush the ones that I know of first. And so, the Grandma Wood in question is a tree-shaped monster and is the type that once it is placed in one location, it will never move from there, which helps me out a lot. With the information I received of Nova, and comparing it with the present geography, I calculate in what place the objective is. Doing that, I learned something unbelievable. Is that the Earth Mother monster, Grandma Wood? Haine. After concluding where it was, I swiftly fly towards the location. What I encountered was certainly the figure of a giant tree that surpasses my imagination. It is truly big. Even though my destination is still on the other side of a mountain, there's green at the other side of the mountain's summit. That's most likely the green of leaves. The leaves that grow thickly surpassed the size of the mountain and stressed its existence to me who was far away. A tree that's bigger than a mountain. As if it is a pillar that supports the sky. And also, what's at the base of that tree is the city where the Earth Church headquarters is located, the Earth capital, Ishtar Blaze? Haine. Looks like that's how it is. While heading towards the place where the Earth monster is, I, at the same time, am heading towards the Earth Church's headquarters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 92 to 94, to the Mother Earth's boss Sam. Earth capital, Ishtar Blaze. This city where the Earth Church is in, is far away from the light capital, Apollon City, the fire capital, Muspelheim, and the water capital, Hydraville. Because of that, it is a city that's isolated from cultural exchange. Moreover, at the west of it there's the nameless desert, and if they want to go to other settlements, there's the danger that they would enter this area, so it made the people not want to move about, which strengthened the isolation even more. It is an isolated nation by nature, and from an outside perspective, it is practically an unexplored region riddled with mysteries. That is the Earth capital, Ishtar Blaze. The city where the people that worship one of the 5 gods of creation, Mother Earth, mantle. I am flying there alone with my flying machine. But, to think a mother monster would be right in the middle of a city where people live, Haine. Ishtar Blaze is an enigmatic city, but it seems like the big tree at the center of the city is somewhat famous even in the outside settlements. Even if they indeed don't have much cultural exchange, there's still travelers that come to the Earth capital at times when traveling around the world. In the stories that they brag about, the first thing that comes out is the big tree that serves as the symbol of the city. The people of the light, fire, and water churches as well, when I asked them about the Earth capital, Ishtar Blaze, most of it was, that city with the big tree, huh? I don't know anything aside from that. And in truth, when I brought the information I got from Nova about Grandma Wood to Yorishiro, even she said, that was actually one? And was surprised. It is famous, but no one knows that this is one of the roots of those things called monsters. It seems like that's the state it is in. And I am just a few ways away from the city where Grandma Wood is. Let's push it till the destination. Haine. I turn to the back and say this cheerfully. No one is there. Right, this time, I am the only one in this journey. Even in this distance where I can already see the trunk of Grandma Wood, there's no one at my right or my left. This is one of the big links that has to be severed in order to eradicate the monsters from this world, but in this journey, I wanted to wrap this out on my own, and because of it, I decided on going alone. The light hero Karen-san, who I have always been with until now, for this time, I chose not to bring her with me. If I move with a hero, there's a lot of things that have to be accommodated first, so it saves me in that part, and it could become a big matter later. And so, this time, I am alone. No, well, isn't that good? My first journey alone. Let's go freely and care freely without any constraints. Well then, everyone, let's go to the Earth capital, Ishtar Blaze. Haine. Raising my hands high up, I shout to the back. Alright, there's no one. I am not feeling lonely, okay? At the mountains that are quite a bit far before arriving at Ishtar Blaze, I got down the flying machine and hid it in the thicket. The reason why I am doing this is because Yorishiro gave me an advice in the time I was departing. Try your utmost to not bring any ethereal machines to Ishtar Blaze, she said. There was no detailed explanation. Giving me small amounts of various pieces of information and hinting at things is truly just like her. But Yorishiro is not the type to give advice thoughtlessly, so I should obediently follow what she said and leave the flying machine here. It is in outline something that's borrowed from the church, or more like, Yorishiro. If I break it, it is something that I definitely won't be able to repay. I camouflage it by placing grass on top of it and make a specific mark that only I would be able to tell it is one, and so, hiding complete. Now then, let's head to Ishtar Blaze by feet. From what I saw when I was riding the flying machine, it would take around 1 day to reach there by feet. Even so, if I was to go by feet from the very beginning, reaching her from Apollon City would have taken at the very least 1 month. I was able to arrive in only a few days, so the flying machine is still doing its job splendidly. I could proceed in the nameless desert without fearing it. Development really does make humans powerful. Understanding how amazing the ethereal era is once again, I continue onward, and at one point, the mountain road suddenly ended. Oh. And then, there was an open field that extends as far as I could see, but it was a bit different. Oh. This is not something that was made naturally. A green ground that was prepared with human hands, a plantation. The sections are properly separated, and this agricultural land that had set crops growing from it were extending to the far horizon and from left and right to a point where I can't even see the end from here. What a big farming zone! Until now, I have seen many cities like Apollon City, Muspelheim, and Hydraville. As long as there's many humans living there, there's the need to supply their food in some way, and all settlements had their agricultural land in their surroundings. But I have not seen an agricultural land as big as this one. If this is all managed by Ishtar Blaze, this is not ordinary. The city that's under the divine protection of Mother Earth, Haine. These words leaked out from my mouth naturally. Mother Earth Mantle, who governs the earth, is the one who created the ground itself where the humans stand on. In that sense, it can be said that, for humans, she is the god that is the most familiar with them. The water blessing, the fire blessing, and even the wind blessing has to pass through the earth at least once before reaching the humans. The earth is the mother of all living beings. That's why only Mantle is not simply called Earth God, but called with affection as Mother Earth. The Earth Church that worships Mantle possessing such big farming land can be understandable. On the plantations, I could see people that looked like peasants here and there, and I could feel liveliness that I wouldn't be able to see in just any agricultural land. Peaceful and melodious, while thinking something like that, I walked on the road and then, for some reason, I felt a gaze. Someone is watching me. Thinking this, I looked around, and there, my eyes found another strange thing. The shadow of someone. A silhouette in the shape of a human. At first, I was so surprised by the ever-extending agricultural land that I didn't notice it, but it is quite big. A height that would require 2 adult men in order to match its size. That's obviously not a human. A doll? A doll made of earth. A giant earth doll was moving alone in the plantation. Could it be a monster? Haine. The special trait of this pseudo-lifeforms called monsters is that they release divine power aura, but you can't feel the beat of a soul. Sensing that irregularity, I noticed immediately that it was a monster, and after noticing one other thing, my alertness raised to its upper limit. Close to the feet of that earth humanoid monster was a human. An elderly Obasan. Granny. Her legs have already gotten weak and she can't run at her full speed. There's no way she can escape from that earth humanoid. And then, the earth humanoid took a step. At the direction of the Obasan, as if saying, "I will crush you. Watch out." Haine. I immediately ran there. 93, Golem. Watch out. I run towards the place. Towards the place where the old woman was about to be crushed under the step of the giant earth humanoid. I don't know the details, but there's no doubt that's a monster. I somehow made it in time and stand in between the Obasan and the earth humanoid. Oh. I heard the voice of the Obasan from behind. There's no time to hesitate. If I take my time, not only the Obasan, the surroundings will also suffer. I release dark matter and destroy the earth humanoid without leaving any remains, is what I thought, but I felt a gong shock from my back. Whoa! Haine. I was hit by something from my back. Moreover, because it accurately hit my spine, it made a dangerously creaking sound and I fall in pain. Dunno who ya are, but don't go jumping out suddenly, thought. The one hitting me was the Obasan. She gave me one hit with the cane she is holding. Moreover, it seems that cane was stronger than I expected. The pain coursing through me was not letting me move at all. As this happened, the earth humanoid was approaching. The steps that were going dashin were sinking around half of its feet into the earth every time. This is bad. At this rate, the Obasan and I will be crushed beneath this guy's feet. Just when I thought of this, the earth humanoid passes by the Obasan and I, and heads towards an unknown destination. Eh? What? Haine. When the earth humanoid moves forward for a while, it turns around, and returns here. Hua, dot. I thought we would be crushed this time for sure, but as expected, the earth humanoid passes by us, and after moving for a while, it turns back, and continues that process. You see, this plantation here, I had to take a rest last year. And so, I thought about planting something again this year, so before that, I'd be thinking there'd be the need to mix the earth fair a bit, you see. The Obasan says this with a mixed accent. TL, please treat me gently on the accent dash. If there's any sort of tips you can give me on that, I would appreciate it a lot. Leaving it to that child is really comfortin'. My legs already roughed up, you see, just walking with these legs won't be mixing no earth. You can't just suddenly stand on its way. Eh? For some reason, it has turned into me being scolded, dot. But that's a monster, Haine. Because the pain in my back is still not going away, my speech is still not going back to normal. She looks like that, but her strength is impressive. Is this the hidden power of a farmer? Could it be you're an outsider? Outsider? Haine. Talking about people that came from the outside. The first thing people who don't know this place get surprised by is that after all, that child you see, it's called a golem. The blessing of Mother Earth Sama. Saying this, the Obasan points at the giant earth humanoid that is still continuing the plowing. Golem? Haine. That's right. See fair yourself. There's some over there and there too, dot. In the places where the Obasan points at, there's certainly big human-shaped shadows plowing the land, digging canals, helping out in the harvesting. They were working in the fields restlessly. These so-called golems have a silhouette that's practically identical to that of humans aside from the size, so in this flat agricultural land with such perspective in it, I ended up not noticing it. But, eh? Golem? But, they are monsters, right? The monsters are helping out in the farm? Oh my, you're quite the brave lad. Some time has passed since then, the pain in my back finally receded, and the Obasan was treating me with tea. While I was gazing at the golem at the plantation. So you misunderstood thinking that I was being attacked by a golem and went to save me, eh? Looks like I did something bad to you then. Thanks. No, in the end, it was my misunderstanding, so I should be the one apologizing. Not only did I cause you trouble, I was even about to get in the way of your work. Haine. It's fine, it's fine. Even a granny like me gets happy when a Yunnan tries to save her SANE. Here, eat some pickles too. Tea, thanks for the meal. Haine. I was eating and drinking what was being brought to me. A blue sky and a green plain that extends further than the eye can see. The sounds that enter my ears are the steps of the golem that's working on its own. What a peaceful space. I felt a gaze and look around. In the skies, there's the shadow of a bird of prey that might be an eagle or a hawk. It is probably aiming at the mice that might be running around the plantation. But well, most outsiders get surprised by it, as any humans and monsters being friendly. Those golems, do they really not attack people? Haine. That's right. That child is just as good-natured as USANE. Maybe it has finished the plowing. The golem that was moving back and forth only, for the first time, stops its trajectory and heads to where we are. Thanks for your hard work. When it arrives right in front of us, the golem stops on its own, and the obasan seems to have begun touching the body of the golem. And then... The surface of the golem suddenly had cracks appearing from it. Moreover, this covered its whole body and, finally, it crumbles and becomes rubble. What was that? What happened? Haine. Calm down, you nun. The work is over, so I had to take a rest. SANE. Saying this, there was one piece of brick in the hand of the obasan. She didn't have something like that before though. This be the identity of the golem. SANE. This brick is? Haine. I later learned that this brick is called a life block, also called as golem core. 94, Utopia. You see, you have to write what you wanted to do in this life block. The obasan was writing something on the brick with a bamboo shoot or something like that. Maybe the surface is pretty soft. And then, you throw it to the earth. After doing that, earth begins to gather on the brick, swells big, and then, it steadily shapes up and becomes the silhouette of a human. The golem appears once again. Now that it taken form, it be movin' is ordered. Now, get on. We are riding it? Haine. The obasan has already climbed on top of the arm of the golem and has reached to its shoulder. For an elder person, she is quite the dexterous one. I wrote a request to give us a ride till my house. Y'all be headin' to the city as well, right? If you walk normally, y'all be taking all day. It is true. I was planning on reaching Easter Blaze by today, but because I was talking with the obasan, quite a lot of time ended up passing. At this rate, the sun would sink quite a few ways before I reach the city and will be completely dark. I decided on taking up the offer. For an outsider, the movements of the golem look sluggish, but because of its big frame, its steps are also wide, and allowed it to reach the objective at a far higher speed than that of the feet of a human. Earth capital, Ishtar Blaze. The big tree that was overwhelming even when seeing it from a real long distance, was even more overwhelming when seeing it up close. So this is Grandma Wood. Even when I look up, I can't see its top. Haine. Moreover, the thickness of the trunk would probably be spacious enough to place the light grand church of Apollon City on it. And if we were to take into account the roots that spread from it, it would probably take up about 1/10 of the whole Ishtar Blaze. But aside from that, there's nothing strange about the tree itself. At least at a glance, that is. This is one of the sources for the calamity called monsters, one of the 4 mother monsters. This is hard to believe. How's it? Tree-sama is incredible, don't you think? The obasan once again returns the golem into rubble, and places the block that remains into her bosom. This be the pride of us, you know. No matter where you search in the whole world, there be no tree as big as Great Pillar Sama. But Great Pillar Sama? Haine. Everyone in the city calls it that way. A great tree sama that brings forth blessings to humans. I once again felt a gaze, so I look around. There's a lot more golems walking around the city of Ishtar Blaze compared to the time in the agricultural land. They are carrying luggage, carrying people, repairing houses. They are doing all this gallantly. In other words, this place really is a place where humans and monsters are coexisting? Haine. All of this be thanks ta Great Pillar Sama. Obasan says this with slight pride. Traveler, can you see it from here? There be people clinging onto Great Pillar Sama, right? When I strain my eyes to see where Obasan is pointing at, I certainly did see it. At the surface of the thick and big tree, there's some sort of human-looking things clinging onto it. Rock climbing? No, it is a tree, so, wood climbing? At any rate, there's people that are at an altitude that makes you question just how did they climb so far up, and just what in the hell are they doing? They be gettin' this, dot. The Obasan says as she points at the brick. Then. Haine. This life block comes from Great Pillar Sama. It protrudes from the surface of the tree you see, and, at the end, it falls. But it'd be dangerous if it were left there till it falls and hits the head of someone, right? That's why people of the church retrieve ones that are about to fall. And with the testimony of the Obasan, I was convinced of one thing: the golems are without doubt earth monsters. The life blocks that serve as the core of this golems, and the big tree that creates these life blocks. That big tree is a monster that gives birth to monsters. It means that there's no doubt it is a mother monster. Please wait. Haine. A part of it bothered me and I ask. I point at the people that are still doing work at the surface of the tree. You said that the people picking the life blocks there are members of the Earth Church, right? Then does that mean that tree is under the management of the Earth Church? Haine. Yeah, that be right. At that moment, I once again felt a gaze. Since the time I got closer to Ishtar Blaze, I have been feeling the gaze of an unknown someone. If you want to, I can bring you to the Grand Crimson Palace. Grand Crimson Palace? Is she referring to the Earth Church's headquarters? It is rare for a traveler to come all the way here after all. The people of the church also want to hear the stories of the outside, so they be telling us that whenever we meet with an outsider, we bring them to their place. It seems like they be providing lodging and food, so it is not a bad deal for you either, you know. That's true. In order to learn what's happening in this city, it is crucial that I get in contact with the Earth Church. Well then, I will take you up on that offer. Sorry to have you take so much care of me. Haine. It's fine. I have a grandchild, you see. Right now they be living far away, but when I treat a stranger with kindness, I feel like that person will also treat my grandchild with kindness as well. Ah, please stop that. It reminds me of my mother and father in my village, and it brings me to tears. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 95 to 97, Sage. Sponsored chapters. Traveler, great to see you here. Having arrived at the Earth Church's headquarters, the Grand Crimson Palace, I was guided by a member of the church to the inside of it. There, the person waiting for me was a man of around 50 years old. From what I heard, this man is the founder of the Earth Church. I couldn't hold back my agitation from being so easily allowed to meet such an important person. Don't worry, even if I am the founder, I don't have much to do in such a countryside as a leader. I always welcome guests that can alleviate my boredom. He has a slender face and looks like he is skinny, but his limbs have proper tough muscles, and the more I see it, the more I could tell that he is muscular. How to say, should I call it an ideal musculature? If you were to train arbitrarily, you wouldn't be able to get these kind of muscles. It is a figure that can only be obtained by people that continue working every day and strengthens your body in kind. His tan skin also tells me about what kind of lifestyle this person leads. A countryside church? No way. The Earth Church is one of the 5 great churches that lead this world, isn't it? Also, in the way here, I saw the big farm that extended further than the eye can see. Such a big agricultural land, no other churches possess something like that. Haine. All of it is the blessing of the Mother Earth Goddess Sama. I offered some lip service as a greeting of sorts, but the Earth Founder took it modestly. Even so, calling the big farm that spreads at the surroundings of Ishtar Blaze as the biggest one of all might not be too far from the truth. I was indeed overwhelmed by its magnificence after all. Mother Earth Mantle Sama is the goddess of good harvest. The crops that sprout from the earth and bear fruit, everything is thanks to Mantle Sama. And if us, who worship Mantle Sama, are to waste the blessing of the earth, that in itself would be a blasphemy. That's splendid. Haine. I feel like I have met the first founder that's acting like an actual founder. With a cool gesture, the said founder takes a tobacco from a tobacco box that was at his side, and lights it up. Every movement he did felt like that of a millionaire. But, in this Ishtar Blaze, there's a lot of things different compared to that of the other church headquarters. Especially that, Haine. The golems? It is true that the outsiders that come here for the first time all get surprised by it. So it really was the case. The founder puffed out smoke of the tobacco from his mouth. For us, that's something pretty natural. Since before we were born, Great Pillar Sama was there, and we grew alongside those golems that Great Pillar Sama gave birth to. The golems are our friends, and they are also our benefactors that help us in our daily life. This may sound rude, but I still find it hard to accept. Haine. Because monsters are the enemies of humans by nature. I understand the confusion from the outside. When I was young and awakened my need to learn more in order to become an appropriate Earth Founder, I traveled to other countries to obtain experiences. By doing that, I learned this for the first time, about how abnormal our relationship with the golems is. Then, yes, I have seen it. In the other water, fire, wind, and light churches, they fight against these things called monsters, and suffer. Our Earth Church also uses divine power, and because of it, we can tell with our trained senses, that monsters are the same thing as golems. It is more accurate to say that golems are a type of monsters. Of course, monsters also appear in the surroundings of Ishtar Blaze. Fire, water, and wind element monsters, that is. Our Earth Church also sees them as a threat and doesn't neglect on preparations. Our military force, the Scorched Earth Annihilation Corps, and the assigned Earth Hero are doing their best. Ah, so there really is an Earth Hero. Haine. Well, obviously. She is currently in a mission, so she is away from the Grand Crimson Palace, but if you are going to be staying long as a guest, you can meet her once she returns, and I would like it if you were to tell her stories of the outside. She is also a person that carries the church on her back. I want her to widen her view as much as possible. The conversation deviated a bit. The founder plays around with the tobacco inside his hand for a bit, and then returns the conversation back to the original topic. And in the fights against the evil monsters, the golems also work as strong allies. Must be. With that big frame and power, it would be able to deal with normal monsters plenty enough. Haine. That means the golems are helping out the humans in many aspects. I wouldn't have been able to imagine it before coming here. To think it would be possible to create such a harmonious world by having humans and monsters cooperate. I now understand why Yorishiro warned me not to bring any ethereal devices as best as I can. And in reality, I have seen almost no ethereal device since entering this city. Because there's no need for it. The plowing of the big agricultural land, building houses, repairing them, and moving around, even the fighting that has ethereal strictly forbidden, golems are able to participate in it. If I were to untactfully bring ethereal devices here, the people here would instantly notice that I am an outsider and I would stand out in a bad way. Guest-san, as the Earth Founder, and also as one of the humans living in Ishtar Blaze, I have thought of it for a long time. What are golems for us? There's a saying that states monsters are the punishment of the gods towards humans for forgetting their respect. If that's really the case. The golems who help out humans even though they are the same monsters might be the blessing of Mother Earth Mantle Sama for the humans that venerate her, but that's indeed a way that can be taken. Even when they are the same monsters, compared to the other elements, only the earth monsters are acting differently towards the humans. And among the 5 churches, this place was able to develop in a way that is different from the others, but at the same time, in a way that doesn't fall behind the others. Proof of that is without doubt the big farm. Oya, no good, no good. Now that I notice, we have been talking about myself all this time. As if relieving his throat, the Earth Founder smokes his tobacco. Even though I had you come all the way here, it was rude to have you hear about stories of this old man all this time. Now, I want you to tell this country bumpkin about your stories. Now that I think about it, I haven't heard you name yet. Really, it is embarrassing how bad of a reception I'm providing. No, it is true that I was late to introducing myself. I am sorry about that. My name's Koramiya Haine. Haine. Karen. A dull sound reverberated in the Grand Crimson Palace's floor. The Earth Founder had dropped the tobacco he had in his hand. It feels like the expression of the Founder changed. The narrowed eyes of the good-natured old man were now wide open and staring right at me. Is there something wrong? Haine. And no. It is nothing, it is nothing. I probably just smoked a bit too much and the strength in my hand went away. Saying this, the Founder hurriedly picks up his tobacco, and once again drops it by mistake. This suspicious behavior was indeed weird, but I can't just try to inquire about something that's clearly a landmine. As long as the other party doesn't state the reason of it, I will just have to feign as if I didn't notice. After some harmless conversation, the talk with the Earth Founder ended. 96. The guiding of the Kodama, a spirit in Japanese folklore that inhabits trees. And then, night came. I, who was provided lodging at the Earth Church for one night, was sleeping in the guest room of the Grand Crimson Palace. In the past, I have stayed in the guest room of the trading and sightseeing city Hydraville, and this one was simpler than that one, but that made it easier to relax and sleep in. But I can't sleep yet. I still have something I have to do. I first wait for a good amount of time feigning as if I'm sleeping and wait for the surroundings to grow quiet. I think it is already good enough. Haine. The presence that was peeking from the neighboring room is gone. It is probably the lookout of the church. Maybe it has to do with the Founder clearly having a turn in his attitude when we were in the middle of our conversation? But since they soon stopped their surveillance once they thought I had fallen asleep, might mean that they don't think I am such a dangerous being. Do I hold some sort of crucial importance to them? I am bothered by it, but right now I have something I want to clear out first. I jump out from the window of the guest room and dark matter, set, Haine. I use the repulsive force of the dark matter and fly. Repeating this again, and again, and again, and again. The place I am aiming for is the big tree that represents this Ishtar blaze, also called Great Pillar Sama, and I go up until I reach its top. Up, 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 up. Am I still not there? I was underestimating Great Pillar Sama. I understood that it was an incredibly tall tree even when looking from far away, but I had not understood it at all in terms of feel. After a time that was plenty enough to count to 1,000 with time to spare, I finally reached the leaves that can be considered the summit. But well, this is a tree, not a mountain, so even if I say summit, there's only leaves everywhere I see though. It is not reliable as footing, so I was using dark matter to hover in place, and so, I searched the surroundings carefully. What am I searching for? I have been feeling it for a long time now. A gaze that has been peeking at me without rest. Even in the time when I was having a conversation with the Founder at the Earth Church's headquarters, in the time I entered Ishtar Blaze, in the time when I caused a commotion with the Obasan and the golem at the farm, in all those times, I felt a gaze. And when I confirmed the figure of this big tree at the faraway mountains, I felt this gaze as if examining me from afar. This big tree is being called Great Pillar Sama by the people. The reality of it is that this is an Earth Mother monster, Grandma Wood. Of course, its roots should be different to other trees. The unbelievable size goes without saying. There's also the point that it can create this bricks called life blocks that possess life, but there should be other things as well. You can hear me, right? Come out. Haine. I shout at the peak of the big tree. I took that much time to reach here from the ground, so even if I shout out my lungs, the people down wouldn't be able to hear me. That's why there's no need to hold back. I noticed it, you know. You were watching me, right? I felt a gaze the moment this tree came into my field of view. Haine. That's right, this thing that has nothing different aside from its big size is in truth not a tree. It is a monster in the shape of a tree. Just like the trees growing in this world, it can't speak. The most it can do would be to observe the person that has come to its own territory with the objective of destroying it. Isn't that right? Am I mistaken? Haine. And then, a change occurred. In this footing that has been a single blanket of green, a different color appeared. It was like the color of wisteria, a light pink color. At any rate, it is a vivid color, and yet, a faint and fleeting color as well. That's the color it had, that flower bud. Flower, bud? Haine. Even if I say flower, it is coming from a giant tree. The flower that is growing from it is also pretty big itself, and its bud already surpassed my height. Or more like, this tree can grow flowers? Haine. And then, the tip of the bud slowly opened and spread into several separated petals. And from inside it, what came out was not a stamen or a pistil, it was a woman. She is not a human, I could tell that with a glance. She has a figure that is quite similar to that of a human woman, but in the first place, normal humans don't come out from flowers. Also, at the surface of her body, there's things like wisterias and peaches that have a vivid yet fleeting color. And, I myself understood something the moment I saw her. Are you, Mantle? Haine. Mother Earth Mantle. One of the 5 gods of creation, and the goddess that governs over Earth. As the incarnation of the dark god Entropy, I can tell. I don't know for what reason she appeared in the surface world with a body. I was so dumbfounded I couldn't say anything. And then, after a while of silence. I'm sorry. She suddenly apologized. I'm sorry. 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 I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, please forgive me. Mantle. The big woman shouted a storm of apologies while crying. What's with this? Haine. Please forgive me. I will do anything. Mantle. Is what she says as she clings on to me. Moreover, this Mantle, even though she is in the form of a human, she is so big I can't think of her as a human. She came out from a crazy big flower that came out from a crazy big tree, so the woman that came out from it was also crazy big. She easily surpasses my height. Try to have someone like that cling onto you. It is like having a big dog pressing you, but that wouldn't be enough to describe this. It is like a giant beast, like a lion or a tiger jumping at you. Against a beast that has a certain amount of strength, it is life-threatening to try and play around with it. I'm sorry, 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 I'm so. Mantle. As I have been saying, just calm down already. Haine. With all the confusion, the release of dark matter was cut off. And because of it, the repulsive force it was creating was also gone in. Jaya. Hiya. Mantle and I both fell and entered the overgrown leaves of the big tree. 97, Holy Flower. I thought I was going to die there. Having lost the ability to float, I fell down inside the foliage and, luckily, I got caught in a branch and it ended with nothing major happening. I say branch, but we are talking about grandma wood here, so it is big enough to be called ground in itself. It is more than enough to consider it a footing. And if I were to fall without stopping, I would have definitely died. But, the moment I fell onto the thick branch, Mantle came falling down after it crashed onto me with those giant breasts of hers, and I felt as if I was going to die crushed by them. I felt like I was going to die twice over. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Mantle. The giant woman prostrates on top of the branch. A big woman that you can easily state that there's no adult man that can grow as big as her. From the women I know of, the one who was the tallest was the fire hero, Mirik, but even when comparing her to Mirik, from what I can measure with my eyes, she is at least 1.5 times bigger than her. Of course, she is taller than me as well. If we were to line up, my face would be right around her breasts. But, since the time I encountered her, the only thing she has been doing is chanting those same words and prostrating herself, so I don't really know for sure if my measurements are actually correct though. I'm sorry, please forgive me. I will do anything. Mantle. And this giant woman is still apologizing. What is she even apologizing this much for? First of all, you are really Mother Earth Mantle, right? Haine. Yes. And you are the dark god Entropy-san, right? Mantle. Well, yeah. If she can tell my identity, it is proof that she is also a god. That body, did you incarnate as a monster just like Nova and Coacervate? Haine. Why do the 4 base element gods like to incarnate into monsters that much? No, it is not. This is just a temporary body. Mantle. In order to communicate in the surface world, it would be easier to have the ability to sense and speak. It is one of the abilities I have as a Mother Earth god. I can connect my senses directly into any plant I want. I call this fairy dot. Mantle. Saying this, Mantle looks down at her own body that is shining faintly and shows slight embarrassment. It is normally in the size of the palm of a hand, but it seems it is proportionate to the plant that was made as the source. I didn't expect the fairy created from grandma wood to be so big, Mantle. A power I didn't know of. The powers of the Mother Earth Mantle are not only of the earth, but it also includes the vegetation that grows from it as a whole. In that sense, it can be said that her powers are a lot more wide in range compared to me, the Dark God. It is not that convenient of a thing though. This body has no ability to fight after all. The most I can do is really only conversing. There's also one other thing it can do. Want to fondle my breasts? Mantle. I won't. Haine. I have plenty enough of that with Karen-san and Yurishiro. When I straight out rejected it, the expression of the excited Mantle suddenly froze. As I thought, Entropy-san, you really are angry. Mantle. And then, she began crying. I'm sorry. You can fondle other things aside from my breasts, so please forgive me. Mantle. And she once again begins with the storm of apologies. Moreover, she is not only apologizing, she is also clinging onto me, so with that big body of hers pressing onto me, I might get killed. Give it a break already. In the first place, what have you been apologizing all this time for? Haine. But Entropy-san, you are angry, aren't you? About what happened 1,600 years ago, Mantle. That's why, since the time you incarnated, you fought Nova-san and Coacervate-san, and turned them into beaten pulp. And now, you are looking to serve vengeance upon me too, aren't you? We don't know where Quasar-san is after all, Mantle. I see. So she is talking about the Battle of Gods that occurred 1,600 years ago. I was sealed for 1,600 years after being defeated by the 5 gods of creation. Now that the seal has been undone and I am free, she thinks I am now going around beating them up to clear away my grudge. That's indeed a plausible conclusion. Also, beaten pulp? I am really sorry. I didn't really turn into your enemy because I hated Entropy-san or anything like that. I didn't want to be left out of the group. Mantle. Saying this, the giant fairy prostrates herself once again. It is true that this woman has been like this since the long past. How to say it, it is like she is not independent at all, or more like, she doesn't hold her own opinion. She ends up being pressured by her surroundings. Her wish is probably, I don't want to be the enemy of anyone. And because of it, when there's a confrontation, she wants to be good for both sides and ends up unable to say anything herself. Even so, in the fight 1,600 years ago, the fighting force was so inclined to one side that she judged it was impossible to stay neutral and decided on joining the other gods. In other words, a fence-sitter. But in these 1,600 years, the situation has changed greatly. You four base element gods have changed due to being bathed way too much in the prayer energy and are unable to show your former strength. And the biggest factor is that the light goddess inflation is no longer on your side. Haine. Hayu. Frankly speaking, in the battle 1,600 years ago, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a 1 versus 1 between inflation and I. I possess an absolute advantage against you four base elements, but I am completely powerless against the light element. Having inflation as your ally is akin to me being checkmated already. Haine. But because of the rise and fall of the dark underworld country that occurred after the Battle of Gods, inflation ended up changing into a goddess that would definitely kill the four base elements. Even if a Battle of Gods were to occur again, she won't be siding with the four base elements again. Now that I think about it, I heard you also supported the destruction of the underworld country. Haine. Right at the time when the history of mankind had begun, the light goddess inflation had incarnated into the human called Izanami, and what was created was the oldest nation of all, the underworld country. The first time humans had shown development in culture and progress had hurt the superiority complex of the gods, and because of it, the purging begun. With the disasters that were brought by the gods and the invaders from outside that were influenced by them, the underworld country fell. The ones who perpetrated this were the earth, water, fire, and wind base element gods. In that group, Mother Earth Mantle is included. Soe. Mantle. Because she cried too much, her voice was incredibly nasal. I had no choice. The three of them came at me telling me to cooperate. If inflation had been there, I would have been able to oppose them a bit, but she had been missing for a long time. Moreover, when we found her, we discovered that she was actually the incarnation of the queen of the underworld country. Mantle. She really is a girl that gets easily pressured by others. According to Yorishiro, who knows about the events of that time, Mantle was conservative in the destruction of the underworld country and had cooperated with the other gods unwillingly. The desertification that occurred was a slow advancing one compared to the disasters from the other gods. Moreover, it ended up being helpful in the seal that inflation did. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. You can fondle anywhere you want. Mantle. The Mother Earth god rubs her forehead on the ground, or more like, the branch that's serving as our footing. This might be considered her personality, but that attitude of hers that makes you question dignity of a god? What's that? Is on the contrary very refreshing. It is fine already. Haine. I said this while losing strength. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 98 to 99, Divine Virtue of Mother Earth. Translator, hey guys, as you can see, the release schedule is beginning to turn really weird. So I have decided on placing a clear indicator in the website that will be stating which story the next scheduled chapter will be of. Hope this alleviates a bit of the confusion in my whimsical releases. I will also be posting this announcement in the future chapter of Suki so everyone is on the know about this. At any rate, enjoy the chapters. I am not really concerned with what happened 1,600 years ago. I told that to the other guys as well though. Haine. Like hell I will remember all the resentments I had in the past. But Nova-san and Coacervate-san, Mantle. Those guys pissed me off at present, so I beat them up. The problem was in the present. Or could it be that you are currently doing something in the present progressive sense that would piss me off? Haine. Abobabobobu. Mantle. She got extremely suspicious. Her shaken state is not simply at the level of easy to read. Is it that? The issue about monsters? Haine. That was something I was told by the others to do, I had no choice. I couldn't do anything about it. I was also lacking in prayer energy and was drying up, so there was the need of a method to break through. And if I were to oppose by myself, I might get estranged. And Inflation-sama withdrew by herself without telling me anything. Mantle. That's why you agreed with Coacervate and created monsters? Haine. Yes, but, Mantle. Mantle does a cute gesture of placing both of her right and left index fingers together and moving them slightly up and down. I actually hate disputes. I honestly didn't want to fight in the battle 1,600 years ago. I didn't want to destroy the underworld country either. But, if I opposed it, it might have turned Nova-san, Coacervate-san, and Quasar-san against me, so I did it against my will, Mantle. So going against me was okay? Haine. Because Entropy-san is kind, so you might forgive me if we were to talk it out, Mantle. You, don't peek at me with that upward glance of yours. If you do an upward glance with such a big body, you will naturally end up bent down incredibly low. That's why I decided on opposing this time. I did agree on creating monsters, but as I thought, I don't want any strife. Mantle. That statement of Mantle made a number of pieces fall in place. Hence, the golems, Haine. Even when they are monsters, they don't attack humans. Not only that, they follow the orders of humans, help out on the work of humans, and are cohabiting with humans. That reason was directly related to the main principle of the Mother Earth God. No, wait. Let's arrange the information. Haine. I only came all the way to the giant tree to investigate since I thought there was something strange about it, but the one that came out was the one who held all the answers, Mother Earth Mantle. Moreover, she keeps talking on and on about information that sounds truthful. If I stay spaced out, I feel like I might get buried in this avalanche of info. Even I was troubled, Mantle. Like I said, don't go talking so much when I haven't asked anything yet. Moreover, I feel like she is just complaining here. Inflation-sama told me about the prayer energy, and when I tried a taste of it, it was sweet, it was delicious, it was wonderful. I soon ended up captivated by it. I wanted more of it, so I made the Earth Church. A lot of people gathered at the church, a lot of prayers were gathered, it was true bliss. I drunk prayers every day as if drowning in it. But, before I noticed, the prayers had lessened and, Mantle. The voice of Mantle was shriveling up. When I heard from Inflation-sama that humans don't need gods anymore, everything went pitch black. And at the same time, I understood that Inflation-sama had not forgiven us at all for the destruction of the underworld country. Nova-san just yelled around, Coacervate-san was grumpy, and when I thought Quasar-san had returned after several centuries, he once again disappeared, Mantle. Gods that were pushed into despair, But, if we think about the feelings of inflation, you can call it an eye for an eye. The grudge she has on them for destroying the underworld country she lovingly raised must have been something that seeped all the way down to her bone marrow. She even entrapped Mantle, who was reluctant about participating and had helped her in sealing the underworld country, without showing any mercy or pity. We had to do something. Right now, we can't maintain ourselves properly without prayers after all. Mantle. Hence, The monsters. The villains that were made to create the necessity of a god in humans. By having those monsters and the warriors of the church fight, they get the humans to feel grateful for the gods, and they offer prayers to them. But there was one god that didn't do that, the one right here. I hate fights after all, Mantle. Mantle says this dejected. That's why you created monsters and did the opposite, huh? Rather than having monsters attack humans, you earned their faith by helping them. It is clearly transmitted to the humans that the golems and Grandma Wood were dispatched by a god after all. Haine. That's right. This went unexpectedly well, you know. Mantle. Not only did she stop crying, she actually made a complete 180 degrees and approaches me. Drastic mood swings is also one of the traits this god has. Golems are the blessing of God. Thank you for your divine protection, they say. A lot of people gave me their gratitude. I was deeply moved. Thanks to that, a lot of prayers gathered. And most importantly, it makes me happy to receive the gratitude of someone. It really makes it worth doing. So this is how it is to work as a god. Mantle. I understand. So calm down. Haine. What should I do? I am beginning to think that Mantle is saying something very reasonable. In order to maintain her own existence, she requires the prayers of humans, and for that sake, she provided the divine protection in the form of golems to humans. The humans understand that this is the blessing of a god, and in order to return the favor, they offer prayers of gratitude. A give-and-take relationship is properly formed. Moreover, Mantle is genuinely joyful that she receives the gratitude of humans. Is there a more healthy relationship between humans and God? This crooked existence is called monsters. To think that depending on the way they are implemented, they can actually provide good influence. The ethereal, which is the main cause of the prayers decreasing, has not permeated that deeply in Ishtar Blaze because it is filled with the working force that are golems. I feel like there's no gaps? 99, decision. And so, I was on top of the big tree, continuing the conversation with Mother Earth Mantle. Didn't the other gods say anything about your way of doing things? Like Nova and Coacervate maybe? Haine. They did. They said things like your method is dirty and don't you have pride as a god. Being told those things really hurt me. It made me want to cry. But surprisingly, they didn't go further than that. And there was no forcing from their part either. Mantle. Within the 5 gods of creation, the ones against the monster plan wasn't only Mantle. The light goddess Inflation rejected the very idea of creating them. If they were to criticize Mantle heavily, it would naturally force them to direct this criticism at Inflation as well, and if that were to happen, they wouldn't be able to control the situation. The only one from the 5 gods that didn't enter in the machinations of the 4 base elements, the light goddess Inflation. The 2 poles are by nature on a different level from the 4 base elements, so in order to defeat Inflation, they would have to gang up on her with all 4 base elements. If going against Inflation meant they would have to go against Mantle as well, the ones going against Inflation wouldn't have a 1 in a million chance to defeat her. If Mantle calculated all this and showed the first signs of opposition based on this, it would mean that, despite her looks, she is a schemer, but there's no way she thought that far definitely. After thinking for a bit, I decided on saying it. Hey, Mantle. Haine. Phew. The reason I came here was to destroy Grandma Wood. Haine. Phew. Mantle, she is actually saying fa? But if I prolong it, it will sound as foo, and that's not cute at all in English context, so I went for the fway that fits her character. As expected, Mantle reacted with a scream. The influence of gods shouldn't be left in this world anymore. That's why I decided on destroying the very materialization of the gods' influence, the monsters. For that sake, what has to be done is to defeat all of the mother monsters that serve as the origin of them all. Haine. Fway. For a while now, Mantle has only been saying Fway. And so, I decided on dealing with the Earth Mother monster Grandma Wood, which I knew of its exact whereabouts. That's why I am currently here. Haine. Then, you will be, Mantle. I will be hitting Grandma Wood with the dark matter. In reality, most attacks would be rendered useless against this giant tree of humongous mass, but if it's my dark matter, it should be able to manage somehow. What about mercy? Is there no room for mercy? Mantle. A god is begging for mercy from a god. Well, Haine. And I was troubled by how to respond. I already understand. I decided on defeating the mother monsters in order to remove this existence that only harms humans, but once I arrived at the place and took a look at the mother monster, I ended up thinking taking this away will actually harm the humans. I don't know about the other three, but at the very least, that's how I think with this Grandma Wood. A giant tree that brought a symbiosis between humans and monsters and is called with respect by the people as Great Pillar Sama. Just how much would it hurt the people of Ishtarblaze if this were to be lost, in a physical and mental sense? Is what I am doing truly the correct thing? I give up. Haine. After a long silence, I said this. Yeah? I will put it on hold. I will leave Grandma Wood for later and prioritize the destruction of the other mother monsters. Haine. I had no other option than to say this. What I am doing is all for the sake of humans. If it ends up hurting the humans instead, wouldn't I be having my priorities backwards? Seriously? Like, seriously? Mantle. It looks like Mantle was still dubious about my decision. Seriously. I Koramiya Haine, don't go back on my words. Haine. Really? Yay. I am so happy. Thanks, Entropy-san, I like you so much. Want to fondle my breasts? You will, right? This is the least I can do. Fondle them. Mantle. As I said already, I won't. Why are you so persistent about it? Haine. The happiness of Mantle was overwhelming. She must have been quite happy. No, but you see, Mantle, my impression of you has been shaken. Haine. I thought you were a goddess that couldn't state your own opinion and would get oppressed by the atmosphere at the time. But this Ishtarblaze that you have made is an utopia of cohabitation between humans and monsters that I simply can't find fault in. Haine. I looked down from the branch of Grandma Wood I am currently standing on. I was blocked by the leaves and it can't be called a clear view, but I could see the big city and farm. This is how humans and gods should have lived like. Gods would help humans, and humans will be grateful to the gods, both will seek for each other. This is probably the world I wanted to make in the Genesis era. Haine. Mantle. The whole fairy body of Mantle is dyed in a light vivid pink color, and that color suddenly turned into a deep vivid one. Like a flower blooming. What? What's wrong all of a sudden? Haine. That's not true. Someone like me is just Mantle. Her mouth may be denying it, but the expression of Mantle was unable to suppress the smile in her face. She is probably incredibly happy. Happy that she has been praised. Someone like me is always being called clumsy and unreliable within the 5 gods, and I am always made a fool of. Please don't flatter me, Entropy-san. I am an idiot, so I will end up taking those words seriously. Want to fondle my boobs? Mantle. I just stated the truth. You are a god that's sincere and is able to do what has to be done. It may look stupid from the perspective of an underhanded god like Coacervate, but that crooked view of his is a fault of that lowlife god anyways. Don't mind what a guy like that says. Haine. Coacervate-san, Mantle. Hearing that name, the face of Mantle that was intoxicated by happiness was immediately clouded. What's wrong? Haine. No. It is nothing. But, this is the first time I was told I am sincere and straightforward. Foo, Mantle. But she soon returned to her intoxicated state. Getting so happy about it, she most likely doesn't get praised much. Have more confidence. You are the mother of all the ones that stand on land, the Mother Earth God. What you have achieved in this land is worthy of praise, this dark god Entropy admits to it. From now on, please continue pouring your affection in this land as the Mother Earth God without changing. Haine. Yes. I like you very much, Entropy-san. Being acknowledged this much by someone, this is my first time since the Genesis era. It made me feel like I have to do something incredible. Mantle. The motivation of Mantle had increased to the point that it wouldn't be able to get any higher than this. On the other hand, I who decided on defeating the mother monsters had stumbled right at the very beginning, and I felt pretty shriveled up from that. Now then, what should I do from now on? Maybe I should return to Apollon City and revise my plan? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 100 to 102 Heroes Assemble. TL, it will now be changing to Karen's POV for a while. In the time Haine-san was having an exciting journey at an unknown land. I, the light hero, coring Karen, was in a bad mood. This is the first time that I wasn't able to accompany Haine-san in a journey of his. In the Tricia Forest, Redona Mountainous District, Hydraville, and the nameless desert where we arrived at the underworld country, no matter where it was, we would always go together, and yet, this time, I am holding the fort on my own. I don't approve of this. More so after hearing the objective of his journey. This time, Haine-san went to search and defeat these things called mother monsters. When I asked what they were, I was told that they were monsters that give birth to monsters. It seems all monsters come from them. In other words, if all mother monsters are defeated, new monsters will not be appearing anymore. It means monsters will be eradicated from this world. If that's true, there's nothing as amazing as that. I want to help in that too. Dealing with monster problems is exactly the job of us heroes. And yet, Haine-san didn't bring me with him. How mortifying. I don't agree to this. We can save the whole world, I can be of help to Haine-san. To think I wouldn't be able to do anything when I am aware of those chances. So, in the Grand Church's parlor room of the light capital, Apollon City, a displeased voice reverberated. Even though my bad mood won't lose to it. Are you telling me we have been gathered here just to hear you complain? To sum it up, yeah. Karen. Don't joke around. Two hands slammed the table hard. Because of the vibration it created, the tea I took the trouble of making almost spilled. You are noisy, idle woman. Mirak. Mirak says at the opposite seat. This girl, she is chewing on the slice of lemon that was accompanying the tea. Show etiquette in a tea party. Wasn't your outward appearance your only good point? Mirak. Shut up, shemale. In a place like this, I would forget my manners and etiquette. Celestus. The water hero, Celesta-san, hits the table going ban ban ban. How surprising. I thought she was a more rational person. It was unexpected. I thought the light hero was a girl with a bit more common sense than this. Celestus. Isn't it fine? In the times when something crazy happens, anyone would want to call their friends over to talk about it. Karen. If you are going to call people, call the ones that are close, please. Don't go gathering people that you need to call with an ethereal wireless phone and takes half a day to arrive with a flying machine. Celestus. Today's tea party members. First, there's me, the light hero, Karen. Next, there's the fire hero that is based at the neighboring Muspelheim, Katak Mirikchan, and lastly, the water hero that is based even further than that at Hydraville, Celesta-san. Those are the three here. As heroes, we have similar worries and interests, so I thought that we would have many things in common to talk about, and tried calling them here. Since the time we defeated the Great Sea Dragon in Hydraville, we have understood each other's hearts, so I thought it would be nice to open up at least once and have a talk. And so, it leads to the present. Karen-chi, it is true that I have suspended my idle activities since the trouble with the Great Sea Dragon, so my schedule has opened up slightly, but we are already planning on resuming activities. The first live for my return has already been decided, and with my motivation rising, I was itching to do some rehearsals, you know? Celestas. Congratulations. I will send you flowers in the day of your live. Karen. As if some flowers will be sufficient. Calling me just to have a damn talk when I am super busy with rehearsals and meetings. If you yourself don't appear as a guest, the cost and return won't match. Celestas. You are so energetic, Celesta-san. If someone were not filled with this much energy, they most likely wouldn't be able to do something as taxing as being a hero and idol at the same time. Were you okay with being called here, Mirikchan? Karen. Ha, what are you saying, Karen? Do you think I wouldn't move once called by you? Mirik. Saying this, Mirikchan sips her tea sonorously. No, isn't that something you ask before you call a person over, is the retort of Celesta-san that I ignored. But, weren't you given strict orders by the fire church to not move from the base? Karen. Because she has been visiting Apollon City too much lately, the fire founder-sama and many others were angered by it. She wasn't able to accompany us in the search of the underworld country due to this. Is it okay already? Was your restriction lifted? Karen. Don't worry, Karen. Who the hell do you think I am? You are talking to the one that's boasted as the strongest within the heroes, the fire hero, Katak Mirik, you know. I have long been prepared to be scolded. Mirik. That's not okay at all. Celestas. Celesta-san makes an intense retort in my stead. In this time when Haine-san is absent, she is quite the priceless treasure in this group. Good grief. To think the fire hero and the light hero had such high quantities of crazy inside of them. This is way too surprising. Celestas. You as well, it is surprising that you have such a straight man side. Karen. It is just that you two have way too much to retort about. Ah, geez. I have been shouting so much that my throat has dried. Give me another serving of tea. Serve me one that has honey syrup that's gentle to the throat. Celestas. Yes, on my way. But this very situation of having heroes gathered like this with no pressing business and simply drinking tea, wouldn't have been possible a few months ago. Mirikchan aimed to be the strongest and viewed the other heroes as her enemies, and Celesta-san was endeavoring in her idol activities so the other heroes were not even in her view. So, that tough guy Kuan, where is he? Celestas. The sudden question of Celesta-san made me stop my hands that were pouring tea from the pot. The things that you would call us to complain about are limited, right? Things related to monsters and the church, and things that you wouldn't want to leak to the general populace. Also, the cool guy that you have been together with all the time lately is nowhere to be seen today of all days. It is way too clear that it has something to do with this, you know? Celestas. Celesta-san, contrary to your looks, you are actually intelligent. Karen. Can I leave already? Celestas. No, I won't let you go. I have been given the chance to talk, so I will have them hear everything I have to say. From there on, my words flowed out fluently. I will have Mirikchan and Celesta-san hear about how Haine-san left me behind, without leaving a single detail. 101, if. Mother monster? After spitting out all that was accumulated in me, Mirak-chan and Celesta-san both showed equally bewildered expressions. As if saying, unbelievable. Are you serious? If that story is actually true, that's way too incredible. Celestas. That's only if this thing called Mother Monster actually exists, right? Wouldn't it mean that if we just defeat those guys, monsters won't be born again? Mirak. That's right. It means that we would be able to completely eliminate the monsters that have been a harm to humans for close to a century. And our Haine-san went out to defeat them. Leaving me behind, he went all on his own. Wah, I did think he was an incredible dude, but this Haine-chi is more than I imagined. To think he would be able to catch the existence of such a thing. Celestas. He has a part of him that no one can measure after all. I have never been able to predict what he will do next. Mirak. That's right, Haine-san is amazing. As expected of the person I love. But that's the very reason why. What's the meaning of this? Why didn't he let me help him? I am a hero, you know. If it's about doing something about the monsters, I should be the one moving to action. Karen. Simmer down, Karen-chi, simmer down. Celestas. Celesta-san tries to calm me down as if I am a horse. Karen, what did Haine tell you that made you stay here? Mirak. The duty of a hero is to protect the people from monsters. Properly staying in the capital to enforce this is important, he said. Karen. Isn't that a sound argument? Mirak. I don't want to hear that from Mirak-chan, who comes to other cities with the resolve of getting scolded by the founder-san and the others just to have fun. I was the one who called her here though. What's with this group of people that I can't find enough words to retort to? Celestas. Celesta-san, who was filling up the straight man role in Haine-san's absence plenty well, was shuddering. You girls, even if you can fly wherever you want with that flying machine of yours, aren't you moving around way too much? I think heroes should be standing by, prepared to act for the sake of the church and the people. Haine-chi may have been late in noticing this, but he has now. Celestas. But if we defeat the mother monsters, there would be no need to do that anymore, right? Mirak. The mission Haine-san left to accomplish had enough power to completely flip around the situation in this world. You too, Karen. At this moment, I decided on asking the question I have been holding until now. Mother monsters. The moment the existence of something like that was made clear, a question was born inside of me. If monsters disappear from this world, what would you do? Karen. Being thrown that question, Mirak-chan and Celesta-san looked as if they were caught off guard. We are heroes. The duty of heroes is to fight monsters. Fight monsters and protect the people. We continue doing this forever. There's no end to it. If I had to mention an end in it, it would be when we run out of stamina or physical strength, till the moment we are unable to continue fighting. In that way, several heroes in the past have taken over the standard, and have inherited the title of hero. But that's only because there are monsters in this world. Heroes exist in order to oppose the threat called monsters. Putting it in another way, once monsters are gone, the heroes won't be needed anymore. Haine-san is a strong and incredible person. On top of that, he is kind, cool, intelligent, sincere, and once he says something, he will definitely accomplish it. If it's him, he might be able to eradicate the monsters from this world. But, when that happens, what will we do? The great exploit Haine-san is trying to accomplish might take away our whole raison d'etre. Well, when that happens, we heroes will be going to the trash bin. Celestas. Looks like Celesta-san reached the same conclusion. Moreover, her expression was dry. I don't really mind. Celestas. Because once I am out of the hero profession, I can just concentrate in being an idol. From the very beginning, I was not thinking about living a life of being only a hero. Celestus. The water hero is strong. It is true that Celestus-san, who is wearing both pair of shoes for a hero and an idol, has that kind of choice. Well, it is fine for people like me who can fall onto something, but the people that can't, might be quite pitiful. Celestus. I also don't mind, you know. Mirak. Celestus-san sent a malicious gaze towards Mirak-chan, but it seems Mirak-chan also isn't adhered to being a hero. Thinking about the original reason I aimed for when becoming a hero, there's no need to be a hero for eternity, that's all there's to it. If monsters disappear from this world completely, it might be nice to aim at being the strongest among all humans. It could be more of a heated competition than fighting against those brainless monsters. Mirak. Yua, battle junkie. Celestus. Also, if I am not tied down by the duty of a hero, I can hang around Karen's place without restraint. Mirak. So in the end it falls to that. Celestus. Celestus-san and Mirak-chan had a mindset that was so free it was surprising. I see, there's no real need to continue being a hero. Before being a hero, I am a human, I am a girl. This goes for Celestus and Mirak as well. If I were to stop being a hero, what kind of new life should I walk? Haine-san's wife. Karen. That's right. Why didn't I notice such a splendid life plan until now? By the way, the number one reason for heroes retiring is marriage, in other words, a congratulatory retirement. For some reason, there's a weird law in this world stating that heroes have to be single, so once I marry Haine-san, I would have to stop being a hero. In that case, in the time I retire as a hero, wouldn't it be best if the root of all evils was eliminated? Without leaving a single trace behind. Right. In the first place, the duty of us heroes is to protect the people from monsters. And the ultimate duty would be to eradicate monsters itself. Why should we hesitate after learning the way to do that? Karen. Before that, wait a bit, Karen. Did you say something about marrying? Mirak. For some reason, Mirak-chan suddenly got restless. In that case, this is no time to be drinking tea. Defeating the mother monsters is the ultimate duty of us heroes. We can't leave it all to Haine-san. Karen. No, well, that's good and all, but, about the marrying thing. Are you going to marry, Karen? With who? I think you said Haine. There must be something wrong with my ears. Definitely. Mirak. Haine-san, as I thought, I will be going as well. I will help Haine-san defeat the mother monsters and bring about a world where the people all over the world won't have to fear for their lives. Hey, listen to me. Listen to me, Karen. What's this about marrying? That's not true, right? No way that's true. Mirak. 102, could it be? So, where did Haine-chi travel to? Celestus. The calm retort of Celestus-san deflates all of my inflated tension. I don't know. Karen. Before he left, I asked him a lot, but he didn't tell me. He said that I would definitely follow him if he were to tell me. Karen. And isn't that completely true? As expected of Haine-chi, his intuition is godlike. Celestus. Please don't say that as if it's someone else's business. We got all enthusiastic and, in the end, we are unable to make the first step forward. But thinking about it like this, there's something that bothers me. Celestus. What is it? Karen. What in the world is Haine-chi? Celestus. I couldn't understand the question of Celestus-san right away. I think Haine-san is Haine-san though? Karen. No, it is not the kind of I think therefore I am. You know, Don't you feel like that guy is way too excelling in a lot of meanings? I have not seen it myself, but he has a rare power called Dark Element, right? Celestus. That's right, Celestus-san has not had the chance to see it yet, but Haine-san is a person that doesn't fall into any of the elements known in this world. That power of his is overwhelming, and the dark element Haine-san creates managed to block a high-temperature flash, could beat up the giant fire cow, and even turned it capsized. It even easily defeated the Shadow-san that the light element was unable to scratch at all. It was not Haine-san himself, but when the Great Sea Dragon attacked Hydraville and had released a tsunami on the level that could destroy the whole city, the mysterious Dark Giant-san created a weir with dark matter and reduced the damage on the city to zero. If we think of Haine-san as the only human recorded in history that can utilize dark matter, calling this power rare wouldn't be enough to describe how important it is. Haine-chi himself acted completely normal, so he also acted normal about it, but in reality, isn't his very existence something big enough to turn around the very principle of the 5 churches? What was it again? That, dark god, Intraco? Celestus. Dark god, Entropy-sama. Charon. What's with that weird-sounding name? That's right. When I heard that from you girls, I was thinking what kind of ridiculous thing is this woman saying, but that dark giant that appeared in the fight with the Great Sea Dragon, isn't that proof of the existence of that god? Such a truth like there being 6 gods of creation rather than 5, that's on the level of rewriting history, Celestus. That's right. If Haine-san feels like it, he would be able to flip the world around to its very foundations. No, in reality, he is trying to turn it around at this very moment. If Haine-san defeats the mother monsters, the world will change with Haine-san at its center. Koramiya Haine. Now that I think about it, he is one mysterious man. It feels as if he doesn't belong to any part of the world, and it feels as if the world will be revolving around him. Mirak. Is what Mirak-chan says. The two of them are now friends. Friends that have overcome life or death situations together with me, and heroes that can share doubts and worries with each other. It is exactly because they are my friends that I decided on revealing the feeling that has been lurking inside of me for some time now. This is just for argument's sake. Just for argument's sake. Charon. Okay? Mirak-chan and Celestus-san probably noticed the low tone I had, they both stayed silent. What if Haine-san himself is the dark god Entropy? Charon. The two of them were suddenly at a loss of words and had a dumbfounded expression. Charon-chan, want a bite of my chiffon cake? Celestus. You can also eat some of my super spicy walleye palakro cake. Mirak. Saying this, they both offer me their plates. Please stop it. Don't act so blatantly considerate to me. Also, Mirak-chan, I wouldn't want to eat a cake that would burn my mouth anyways. Charon. I was stupid for trusting these two. Treating me like a pitiful girl that has some loose screws. It can't be helped, you crazy woman. In that case, let me say this. No matter how impressive his power is, there's no way a human is a god. Celestus. That's why I said for argument's sake, didn't I? It is not as if I was confident about it when I said it. Celestus-chan, you should at least understand that on your own. Charon. The tension got so high that my tone of voice towards Celestus-chan got rough. Whether you are confident about it or not, there's a limit to what can be brought as a topic of conversation. We are in outline affiliated to the church. Gods are the most esteemed existences for us, Even if it's just for a hypothetical situation of yours, there's no way a god would just be walking around. Celestus. Era, it is noisy here di Sawani. Our dispute must have been pretty tough for the ears. The door of the parlor room opened, and a peerless beauty entered the room. Ah, Yorishiro-sama. Charon. Founder? The Light Church founder, Yorishiro-sama. Hearing that name, Mirak-chan and Celestus-chan jumped up from their seats and stood upright. Go ahead and continue as you were. Is it a tea party between heroes? Deepening your friendship is a great thing, isn't it? Yorishiro. Saying this, Yorishiro-sama smiles, and at the sight of that smiling Yorishiro, there's a dark-skinned girl of around 14 to 15 years old. Ah, so Doraha-san is with you. Karen. Good day, Light Hero-sama. Doraha. Saying this, Doraha-san gave a polite greeting. Yes, good day. Karen. The identity of the shadow that we met at the dark underworld country, Doraha-san. When she was just released from the shadow, she couldn't speak at all and was practically an infant, but after spending her days in Apollon City, her mental capacity recovered at a visible rate, and now, she is already at a level where even if she is standing at the side of Yorishiro-sama as her bodyguard, no one would find it strange. Thinking about the monument that she left behind at the underworld country, she must have originally been an intelligent girl. Ah, if it's okay with Yorishiro-sama and Doraha-san, how about joining us? Karen. I am sorry, I have a meeting I have to attend to. I need to have a talk with the Cardinal and the others about how they are not doing the amount of work that's fit for their position, and have a discussion about how they are already too old for this, Yorishiro. I see. Karen. Since the time Yorishiro-sama returned from the underworld country, it felt like some sort of switch was flipped. She is trying to sweep the decay that has been spreading for a long while in the Light Church. Haine-san described it as her olden blood stirring, but I didn't really understand. Well then, the fire hero Mirak-san and the water hero Celestus-san, think of this Light Grand Church as your own headquarters and relax, okay? Yorishiro. I am honored. Celestus. Thank you very much. Mirak. Mirak-chan and Celestus-chan were completely stiff in front of Yorishiro-sama. Once the door to the parlor room was closed, they both instantly let out a long sigh. I was so scared, seriously scared. So that's the infamous Light founder, Yorishiro-sama, huh? Celestus. This is not my first time meeting her, but that mysterious aura she has is not something one can get used to. The rumor that a person dies every time she smiles must be true. Mirak. The people outside were talking in such a way of Yorishiro-sama? Even though she is actually a really good person. Next time, let's have Yorishiro-sama join us in our tea party. Wait, the conversation derailed just now. As I was saying, there's no way a god would be walking around just like that, you know. As if it would be so easy to encounter a god. Celestus. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 103 to 104 Hero Alliance. Celestus-chan, that's also a bit strayed from the main topic. Karen. Ah, so you are not going to be talking formally to me anymore, huh? Well, that makes it feel as if we are pals now, so it makes me happy though. Celestus. Celestus-chan at times nonchalantly says embarrassing things. Damn it. Until now, the only one that Karen could speak so casually with was me. Mirak. You should leave it at that, or people will begin calling you lesbian, you know? Celestus. At any rate, I want to help Haine-san who has gone to defeat the mother monsters. But I don't know where Haine-san went. That's the problem. I should have tried asking Yorishiro-sama when she was here. Karen-chi as well, how about not getting so worked up and just give it up this time around? It is not like this is your only chance to do go with him anyways. Celestus. That's true, Karen. The duty of us heroes is to protect the people. Shouldn't you think of it as Haine-san being able to leave without worries thanks to you fortifying the defenses of Apollon City? Mirak. Those words you said just now, I wish I could have recorded it to send to the people of the Fire Church. Celestus. The two of them are kind. right, Haine-san will be returning after a few days anyways. In that case, I should act as a faithful wife that waits for the return of her husband. Let's proceed with the other things that should be done. And so, there's actually another thing I would like to consult you two about, Karen. Fumu? What is it? Celestas. The two of them casually get ready to listen. So kind. I want to form a hero alliance. Karen. The reaction of the two was similar. Hero alliance? Mirok. What's that? Celestas. It looks like they haven't digested the meaning of it. You see, the heroes have been acting separately, right? Shouldering their respective church on their back, and at times, quarreling with each other. But lately, because of a lot of things occurring, we have been reaching compromises, right? Karen. That's mostly the deed of one specific person though. Mirok. Now that you mention it, little by little, we have begun getting along. Celestas. Being able to have tea and speaking with each other like this is, in a sense, a sign of progress in itself. And by pushing it even further. In this occasion, I want to expand the circle of cooperation between heroes. In other words, I want to create a cooperative structure with us light, fire, water heroes, and also the earth and wind heroes. Karen. That's the hero alliance. Even if we are to help Haine-san's plan in defeating the mother monsters, it would be better to have more allies. Now that there are more than half of the heroes in this side, this is the best opportunity to give shape to a cooperative structure. I see. If it's something that Karen-san wants, I have no objections. Mirok. Isn't that fine? If we manage to defeat those so-called mother monsters, no doubt we would be heroes that carved their names in history. Increasing our allies as preparation for it, I think it is fine. I want results, but I don't like risks after all. Celestas. Ooh, the two are more into it than I thought. Then, I would like to contact the Earth and Wind hero. Mirok-chan and Celestas-chan, have you met them? Karen. No, Mirok. Nope. Celestas. We suddenly fell into a pit already. No one here is acquainted with the Earth or the Wind hero? Karen. That way of putting it must mean that Karen-chi also isn't acquainted with them, huh? But, it can't be helped, right? To begin with, the place where the Earth Church's headquarters is located, Ishtar Blaze, is crazy far and a national isolation has formed naturally. It seems the church itself has not had contact for several years as well. Celestas. And we don't even know where the Wind capital Rudra State, where the Wind Church's headquarters is located. Mirok. It is just as Celestas-chan and Mirok-chan explained. The Wind Church is specially secretive, and their activities are strictly hidden. It is that type of doctrine. Because of this, the location of Rudra State has not been revealed, and there's even scary rumors that say people who have tried to reveal it have died unnatural deaths. The Wind hero that protects this Wind capital has also been shrouded in mystery for a long time. Leaving aside Wind, as long as we have the resolve to travel a long distance, it is possible to meet the Earth hero, but even with a flying machine, it will still be a journey that will take several days, you know. Mirok. Totally a no then. If we were to leave to somewhere so far away, in the moments where a big monster were to attack our city, we wouldn't be able to assist. Thanks to the flying machines, we heroes have gained quite the freedom and movement, but there's limits to that. Celestas. Groaning with an UE, the upper half of my body falls onto the table. What's with this? Everything that I have thought of has been falling into pits one after the other. We don't know where Haine-san has gone to, so there's no way we can chase after him, and there doesn't seem to be any hope in meeting the Earth and Wind heroes. Ah, right. There's no real need for all three of us to go, right? In the time one of us goes to Ishtar Blaze, the other two can assist in protecting that person's base. Mirok. The church wouldn't allow that. As I have been saying over and over, the hero has to protect their own base. Celestus. I once again groan within UEE. So we have reached a dead end. Just when I was thinking about ending this meeting is just a tea party where we simply feasted on cake. A knocking sound reverberated in the parlor room we were relaxing in. Pardon the intrusion. Is the hero, Karen-sama, here? The one who entered the room was Captain Visage. A knight of our Aurora Knight Corps, and a captain at that, so he is reasonably important. HM? Who is this? Mirok. Could this be those so-called Light Knights of the Light Church? Celestus. Mirok-chan and Celestus-chan showed interest in Captain Visage. In this scenario, I should be introducing them. This person here is one of the members of the Aurora Knight Corps, Captain Visage. And Captain Visage, you know the people here, right? The fire hero, Katak Mirok, and the water hero, Karen. Seals Tea Aowan? Visage. What? Captain Visage fell on his knees the moment he saw Celestus-chan? What's this? Is he the type that overreacts as a punchline? Celestus. Celestus-chan was also bewildered. Ah, isn't it that? The one in command when Haine-san was doing that idol hunting thing. Mirok. With the remark of Mirok-chan, I remember that something like that did happen. In order to restrain the idle proselytizing of Celestus, they would go to the houses of the metropolitan area, and confiscated all idle goods found. As they got in touch with those items, they were slowly infected as well, and by the time they noticed, they had become fans of Celestus themselves. Mirok. What, if you are my fan, just say so. It is rare to meet fans of mine outside the water capital, so I am super happy about it. How about I splurge a bit here and give you an autograph? Celestus. Stop it. Don't tempt me. But, thank you very much. Thank you very much. To think there would be a day where the picture frame I bought would be of use. Visage. I didn't know Captain Visage was this kind of person. Well, that's fine. All people have an unexpected side to them. And so, Captain Visage, did you have business here? Could it be that monsters have appeared? Karen. I have obtained an heirloom. I am happier than the time I was promoted to captain. I mean, excuse me for that, Karen-sama. It is not that big of a matter, but I was searching for Assistant Haine, you see. I was wondering if his direct superior, Karen-sama, would know of his whereabouts. Visage. Haine-san has become quite the popular one. But too bad. Haine-san is absent. Humph. Did you need something from Haine-san? He is unfortunately absent at the moment. If you are okay with me substituting him, can I ask what's the issue? Karen. Troubling Hiro-sama in a small matter like this is unthinkable. It is just that, there's a report stating that there have been sightings of a suspicious individual walking around the light metropolitan area, and we wanted the help of Assistant Haine to investigate this matter. Visage. A suspicious individual? Karen. Yes. According to the report, a girl that is shouldering a scythe bigger than her own height is walking around the city. Visage. That is indeed a suspicious individual. 104, capture. A scythe bigger than her own height? Moreover, she is shouldering it? What's with that? Mirok-chan and Celestus-chan, who were together with us, naturally ended up hearing the conversation as well, and furrowed their brows at the weirdness of it. Ha, ha. Sealstan in the flesh. Ha, ha, Visage. Captain San? Celestus. Ah, sorry about that, Water Hero Dano. Though, I have simply received the report and don't know the details of it. We were thinking of gathering members to head to the location in question. Visage. A giant scythe, huh? As a weapon, it is on the rare side, but it is true that shouldering something like that and walking in the middle of the city would be dangerous. So, you were thinking of adding Haine to those members? Karen. That's right. It might be unpleasant for Karen-sama to lend your direct subordinate, but I think that there's the need for Assistant Haine's help in this. Visage. W.I. Karen. It is a lowly that is shouldering a giant scythe like the ones used to hunt down lives, you know? No matter how you think about it, this is definitely the job of a straight man to retort to. And when you talk about retorts, it is of course our church assistant, Haine. Visage. That statement of yours in itself is worth retorting though. I see, so that's how it is. Celestus. I agree. I agree completely. Mirak. Celestus-chan and Mirak-chan agree to that? But Haine-san is currently out because of a task and is not in the light capital at the moment. This is a problem. If we talk about a person that has retort power on the level of Haine-san, it would be Karen. In a corner of my heart, I was thinking, what the hell am I even saying? There's one right here. Mirak. Is what Mirak-chan says as she places a hand on the shoulder of the water hero, Celestus-chan. Wait. Stop that. Are you trying to turn me into a straight man character? An idol is the opposite of that, a profession that teases. And you are telling me that I am a straight man, the role of being teased? In order to survive the entertainment world, this is a technique that I have to refine for my incoming inauguration day. The most important stance as a professional. Okay, let's go. Celestus. Celestus-chan seems to be proactive about this. Sealstan and the flesh will be descending in this day to our Apollon city? No, that's not the issue here. No matter how you put it, isn't this bad? Troubling the hand of a foreign hero to assist in the territory of the Light Church is just. Visage. Captain Visage had a point. Celestus-chan, I will be going. The Light Church should be the one dealing with the incidents that occur in Apollon City. In this time when Haine-san is absent, I as the hero have to work hard for his share as well. Karen. But, will you be okay? No matter how I see it, you are more like the type that receives the retorts, right? Celestus. Moreover, the airhead type. Mirak. Am I being seen in such a way? And so, the tea party between heroes was temporarily suspended. We are now in the metropolitan area of Apollon City. In the end, Mirak-chan and Celestus-chan came along with us. You could have stayed in the room. Karen. What are you saying? Karen, if you are going to be heading out to a fight, then I can't just relax about. If there's the chance, I will save you from crisis and gain points. Mirak. Also, that suspicious individual has piqued my curiosity. Why is she shouldering a giant scythe? I feel like I won't be able to sleep tonight unless I hear of the reason clearly. Celestus. The two of them are so carefree. But it is true that this is a matter that feels like we can take it more at ease than fighting monsters. Can't lower my guard though. Let's catch that suspicious person quickly and return to our tea party. But, now that we are searching, where should we tackle first? Karen. We have divided in groups with Captain Visage to cover more ground, but for now, we haven't even seen a shadow of where she could be. According to the information, she should stick out like a sore thumb, so I was expecting we would find her immediately but... Oi, Karen. Mirak. Yes? Isn't it that? Mirak. As expected, we easily found her. There she is, that's certainly her. At the place where Mirak-chan is pointing, there's a scythe. When I saw it at first, I thought that it was a scythe walking on its own. But that's not it. There's a small girl carrying that giant scythe at its base. Her age should be around 12 to 13 years old. She is a lot younger than us. And her body build is small. That's why, the giant scythe that would normally be held by a large build man had so much left over when held by such a small body. Her every step while shouldering that thing is dangerous. Staggering to the right, staggering to the left, just holding it makes it a dangerous weapon, and the people in the surroundings are scared off their wits. Looks like we have to hurry and secure her. When I was about to approach her, the sound of a big bell resounded. It was the bell of the clock tower that informed of the time. It is a tall building in the main street of Apollon City, and it has a big clock that can be seen even from afar. A bell tower that rings at a specific time. The architecture of the building is already a few decades old, and its design has charm, so it has become one of the sightseeing spots of Apollon City. The clock tower was emitting a gone sound, and yet... Hi wah 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 wah? The scythe girl reacted excessively at it. She grew flustered, lost her wits, and the scythe that was already dangerous just by holding it, was now shaking heavily to the sides. Watch out! All the heroes reacted to this. The fastest one was the water hero, Celestus-chan. Water bag. Celestus. The water stream that was released from Mickey Moses coiled around the scythe girl like a snake and envelopes her. It was a feat that can only done with high control of water divine power. By imprisoning the scythe girl inside a cell of water, we eliminate the damage it might cause. Is what I thought, but... Pang! With a single swing of the scythe, the water prison was broken and became small droplets. Wah! Celestus-chan was shocked by how her own technique was broken. My water bag was destroyed? Could it be Earth divine power? Celestus. In that time, Mirak-chan and I didn't stop our legs. The preemptive strike of Celestus-chan was broken, but it served as an effective diversion, and we succeeded in getting a pincer attack on her. The Holy Sword, St. George, and the Fire Knuckles, Barbarossa, pressure the scythe girl from both sides. Yeah, it was good timing. We may bicker a lot, but the team coordination of us three has gotten better. Don't move. If you get violent here, you will be immediately shot with fire and light divine power. Mirak. Sorry for being rough with you here. But having you wielding such a dangerous thing in the middle of the city is troubling. Karen. Will the girl be obedient? After remonstrating her, we waited for the other side's reaction, and... I'm sorry. As the girl apologizes, she began to cry a river. I'm sorry. I just got scared with sudden big sound desu. In my village, only time a big sound like that be made is when the fields be catching fire desu yo. What's going on? Mirak-chan and I were both surprised by this disgraceful behavior. I suddenly got attacked desu. Scary. The city be seriously scary desu yo. So country bumpkins be getting their heads chopped off desu kayo. After she said this, we tried to soothe her, and the name we somehow got was Gonbi Seisi, the Earth hero that was dispatched by the Earth Church in Ishtar Blaze. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 105 to 107, Small Hero. Earth Hero, Gonbi Seisi. The girl certainly did introduce herself as that. The hero representing the Earth Church that worships one of the 5 gods of creation, Mother Earth Mantle Sama. Why is the Earth hero, who is supposed to be at the faraway Ishtar Blaze, here? There's no mistake. Karen. I compared the big scythe she was holding with the one illustrated in a book, and voiced out this conclusion. This scythe is the Earth Scythe, Sita. It is a divine tool in the possession of the Earth Church, and ranks at the highest. Karen. It is an object that lines up with my St. George, the Barbarossa of Mirak-chan, and the Mickey Moses of Celestus-chan. The book we borrowed from the Light Grand Library, the faraway unexplored region, approaching the mystery of Ishtar Blaze compilation had this information written, so there's no mistake. She was Len's such an important thing. That means, she can't be no other than the Earth hero, but Karen. Mirak-chan, Celestus-chan, and I gather our attention at one place. At the suspicious individual that we brought here from the city, the small girl. Deely sh Desu. Sacy. We are at the parlor room we were originally having a tea party in. After calming down the commotion in the middle of Apollon City, we brought this girl Gonbi Sacy-chan no questions asked. We also contacted Captain Visage who was searching the area, and the matter of the suspicious individual was wrapped up for now. It can be said that it hasn't been completely wrapped up yet and simply moved to the next stage though. To begin with, this place was being used to have nonsensical girls talk, and we only left once and returned after, so the atmosphere still remains. The tea was still there, the cake and the cream-filled pastry as well, so when we offered it to Sacy-chan, she began overindulging. First, she grabbed the target cake with both hands and brought it to her mouth. Nom 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 nom. After filling her mouth completely, she swallowed. Nom 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 nom. After filling her mouth completely, she swallowed. What's with this cute critter? She is so cute, I want to continue feeding her more. Ha, so cute. She is so cute, the heavens might split apart. And, there was one person who was being killed by that cuteness. Since way back, Mirak-chan has been weak to this kind of people that stir you to protect them after all, like in my childhood when I was sickly. Now, if you eat so fast, your throat will get hurt, you know? You should drink tea here, and take a break first. Mirak. I'm sorry. I was getting thirsty, so this be right in time. Nasu gulp gulp hot. Sacy. I'm sorry, did you have a sensitive tongue? Okay, let me cool it down for you. Mirak. This Mirak-chan is no good. I have to do something about this quick. But it is a pain, so I won't do anything. But why is the Earth hero in Apollon City? Ishtar Blaze is so far it would take several months by foot, right? As expected, isn't this some sort of misunderstanding? Karen. No, there's no doubt this girl is the Earth hero. Celestus. Celestus-chan, who was at my side, made a serious expression. This girl broke my water bag with one attack. Only the earth element would be able to accomplish that. Due to the element affinities, the one that wins against water is earth. Earth absorbs water infinitely, and in time, it will swallow it completely. Celestus. So she is talking about the fight that occurred in the middle of the city. It is true that it was shocking how that scythe was able to easily break through the skill of Celestus-chan, who was the fastest of us three in attacking. What? Ichum, could it be you are frustrated by it? Mirak. Mirak-chan throwed a completely smug face at Celestus-chan and draws closer to her. Right. The water element can't lift a finger against the earth element after all. Well, there's many moments when you turn useless because the affinity is bad. This time, you were not blessed with the compatibility, so you were useless. Anyways, it happens, so burn in frustration as much as you want. Mirak. So annoying. You are annoying. Celestus. Mirak-chan has been teasing Celestus-chan a lot lately. Could it be that she is still hung on the fight with the great sea dragon we had before? Was she still bothered by how her fire element had bad affinity against the water element? More importantly, the problem is this girl. Celestus. Celestus-san points strongly at the little girl that was still nomming without caring at all about our dispute. What did the Earth hero come here to do in such a faraway place from her headquarters? Moreover, this is the headquarters of the Light Church. If handled poorly, this might even become a diplomatic problem. We have to make her talk, or we can't release her. Celestus. Desu? Seisi. Being threatened, Seisi-chan blinked in surprise for a moment, but she soon made an expression as if she remembered something. Ah, shoot dasu. Seisi. And screamed. What is it this time? Founder-sama told me don't follow strangers, and yet, I easily be following them desu. This be bad desu. I be kept as livestock, be domesticated, and be demanded a ransom desu. Seisi. Iya? Reacting to that this late? It's okay, Seisi-chan. I am also a hero. The light hero of this Apollon city, Korin Karen. I am by no means a suspicious individual. Karen. Not only that, I ended eating all grub they brought me. They are definitely gonna demand crazy cash, and the moment they be knowing I can't spit it out, they will turn around their attitude and say, in that case, we got no choice but to have you pay with that body, little lady, and be sold away. Seisi. Not happening, not happening. Karen. This is a problem. This girl is the type that naturally ignores what others say. Seisi-chan, it is okay. We are not scary people. We just want to ask you a few things. Karen. That be a lie desu. Founder-sama and Bishop-sama told me that the city people all be liars desu. You be thinking that just because I am a country bumpkin you can pull the wool on me easily. Seisi. That's not true. We simply want to ask you about a few things, Karen. What do you want to hear about? Ma security number? I won't be telling you desu yo. Seisi. What's a security number? The conversation is not getting through at all with this girl. Maybe this is called country bumpkin complex. Because of that, she is under the impression that everything related to the city is evil. Anyways, the city be scary desu. It be way too cruel for a country bumpkin to survive desu. But, in order to fulfill the oracle given by Mother Earth God Sama, I be pushing like rabbit in season desu yo. Seisi. 106, Stubborn 1. An oracle from the Mother Earth God? Karen. What Seisi-chan slipped piqued my interest. Did you come to Apollon City with that as the reason? What is the Mother Earth God having you do? Karen. Fu. Ya see desu na, this be an important mission only the Earth hero can accomplish desu. Seisi. For some reason, she began speaking with a boasting tone. That be right, it was in a regular morning. Woken up by the cry of the roosters, I was about to head to work on the fields, when it happened. The weed be growin' pretty thickly, so I be thinking about cutting it down, you know. Seisi. You are going pretty far back in your story, huh, Celestus? Celestus-chan, who was listening by my side, fiddled her hair with an irritated expression. To begin with, our Earth Church be standing on the motto of living together with nature. Plowing the land, and waking for the land. That be the most basics of a human, and this be the way of living that brings about good fortune, and this be what Mother Earth God Sama preaches desu. Seisi. And she regressed to even deeper fundamental structure? Celestus. But that stupid cuteness of hers charmed Mirik-chan even more. That's why, the Earth hero can't slacken on the work at the fields desu. With each swing, each time the hoe be hitting the ground, I give my gratitude to Mother Earth God Sama. Once I be finished with separating the fields, the earth be giving me back in the form of beautiful crops desu. Seisi. You I understand already, so, about that oracle the Mother Earth God Sama gave you, Karen. Ah, right desu na. I was suddenly called by the Founder Sama and attended the Earth Grand Crimson Palace still in my work clothes desu yo. What they told me that time be, Seisi. This girl stopped in the most important part. Clothes. I was almost caught in a leading question. The city people are truly good at fooling people desu yo. But it'd be okay. I didn't crock a single fly about the important bits Desu. Sacy. So she noticed. But, we didn't do any sort of leading though. This country girl is seriously tough. Even though she spills so much out of her mouth, the parts that we really want to hear, she guards them with pinpoint accuracy. You say that, but, Celestis. At this moment, Celestis-chan, who was finally out of her dumbstruck state, joined the conversation. You the Earth hero stepping inside the headquarters of a different church of yours, moreover, without permission, do you understand how big that is? The heroes are in basis the face of the church, and their strongest fighting force. It is like the tip of the sword. And if that tip of the sword were to enter the another territory on their own whim, it can be taken as a declaration of war. Celestis. Hearing this, I looked back at my own past actions and thought I really did some outrageous things, huh? Moreover, you even created a small commotion in the city. In order to vindicate that you hold no hostility, don't you think there's the need to explain the reason why you came all the way here? But well, if you really just came here to pick a fight, you wouldn't have any reason to explain anyways. Celestis. And, who are you Desu-ka? Sacy. Even when being pushed with such threatening tone, Sacy-chan was still going at her own pace. Guh. Can't be helped. Even if I am an idol, the popularity wave of Sealstan still hasn't reached the countryside, huh? Fine, I will grant you the honor. I am the water hero, Celestis. And while I'm at it, that muscle lesbian there is the fire hero, Mirik. Celestis. Did you just insult me real hard as an afterthought? Mirik. Everyone ignored the complaint of Mirik-chan. Oh hey, then, everyone here is a hero Desu-ka? This be the first time I see the other heroes Desu-yo. Sacy. I am also surprised at this first encounter of ours. To think the Earth hero was a lowly that was so difficult to hold a conversation with. Celestis. Celestis-chan, please don't lose your composure, okay? The other party is still a child after all. But, this is the city of the Light Church-san, right Desu-na? Why are the water and fire heroes here Desu? Sacy. Nugu. Celestis. I be an outsider, but isn't the water and fire heroes the same Desu-ka? Why are ya here Desu? Ya here to pick a fight Desu-ka? Sacy. Sacy-chan looks as if she doesn't understand the conversation, and yet, she stabs at the parts that hurt. About that, I will explain. Mirik. Is what Mirik-chan says as she tags in. Celestis and I were invited here by the light hero Karen. That's why there's no problem at all. Mirik. You were invited here Desu-ka? Sacy. That's right. We three had a lot going on between us, but now, we have formed an alliance, and are incredibly friendly with each other. That's why, even if we enter the other's territory, it won't turn into a fight. Mirik. That be incredible Desu. So move in Desu. Can heroes become friends Desu-ka? Sacy. Of course. If you feel like it, we will be happy to welcome you the Earth hero into our hero alliance. Mirik. Seriously Desu-ka? I don't understand this hero alliance thing, but it sounds hella cool Desu. Please let me join Desu. Sacy. Fine, we won't close our doors to someone that wishes to join. Mirik. And so, like this, Sacy-chan became our comrade. HM? In that case, secrets shouldn't be kept between friends Desu-na. I be tellin' ya why I am here Desu. Sacy. We had so much trouble making her talk, and yet, now she is so easily willing to. Mirik-chan turns her head in my direction and gives me a thumbs up. It can't be helped that she is feeling proud of it. She even made progress in the matter of the hero alliance that I spoke of not that long ago. Mirik-chi, why are you the one making a breakthrough in the situation? So nauseating. Celestus. I accomplished something, and yet, what's with that treatment? Mirok. Celestus John, can you stop stirring things up already? Now then, heroes from other lands. Once again, my name is Ganbi Sasi, the Earth Hero Desu. I be inexperienced, but please take care of Mita. Sasi. You got it. If you have any problems, you can come consult me anytime you want. Mirok. Ha, can't be helped. She is cute, so I will welcome her. Celestus. Mirok-chan and Celestus-chan were able to accept this super sudden turn of events. And I. Sasi-chan, here as well. I am the light hero that protects this Apollon city, name is Karen. Karen. Yes Nasu. Light hero-san be a damn good-looking babe desu na. Sasi. We exchange a light handshake. So, returning to the original topic, Sasi-chan, why did you come to Apollon City? Coming all the way from the Earth Church to the Light Church. Did you have something you wanted to tell us? Karen. Right Desu. Now that it become to this, I would like Karen SA to cooperate as well Desu. To accomplish the mission given to me by Mother Earth God Sama. Sasi. And then, Sasi-chan revealed the objective of why she came to Apollon City. To subjugate the personification of the evil dark god Entropy, Koramiya Haine Desu. Sasi. 107, Wicked Oracle. For a second, I doubted my ears. Sorry. Can you repeat that? Karen. As I said, I be told to erase the personification of the evil dark god Entropy, Koramiya Haine Desu. That's what I was told in the oracle of Mother Earth God Samadesu. Sasi. As I thought, I really didn't hear wrong. But, I couldn't understand it at all. I was really familiar with the name that was spoken by Sasi-chan who I had just met today. When I turned my head, I could see the bewildered expressions of Mirok-chan and Celestus-chan. What is the meaning of this? Mirok. I don't know. We should ask this girl in more detail. Celestus. It is as Celestus-chan said. We decided on listening to a bit more of what Sasi-chan has to say. I was called by the founder Sama and was told this Desu. Sasi. Summing up the story of Sasi-chan, the Earth founder Sama got an oracle from the Mother Earth God, Mantle Sama. And then, in that oracle, he was instructed to erase the dark god Entropy, Haine-san. According to the oracle, Entropy apparently be an incredibly dangerous and scary god Desu. And this god be disguised as a human and slipped into this world Desu. Sasi. If we let it be, the world will fall into calamity for sure. Being told this via the founder, she was ordered to head to the place where the dark god Entropy is, the place where Haine-san is. And I, carrying this important task, departed from Ishtar Blazno Desu. The oracle said that Koramiya Haine be in Apollon City, so I headed straight here Desu. Sasi. Sasi-chan says eloquently. I was scared of the people outside, so I thoroughly bounced all settlements Desu. Advancing through pathless paths, tearing off the bark of trees, eating boiled grass, and after an unwavering month, I finally arrived at Apollon City Desu. Sasi. What a wild life. Mirok. Is there any meaning in going so far to avoid people? Celestus. Mirok-chan and Celestus-chan were shocked by how harsh the journey of Sasi-chan was. But that wasn't the issue I was bothered with right now. Finally arriving at my destination, I be thinking of how to search fair Koramiya Haine Desu yo. But, am glad Desu. Meeting such nice people. If he can, please help him, Sasi. That's a lie. The loud shout I let out made Sasi-chan shrink her shoulders. What you said is all a lie. There's no way Entropy-sama would be an evil god. There's no way Haine-san would be scheming something evil. It is obvious that it is all a lie. Did you come all the way here from Ishtar Blaze just to spread those delusions? That's just way too much of a pain. Karen. Wait, Karen. Calm down. Mirak. Being seized by Mirak-chan, my words finally cut off. But at that time, as if natural, the expression of Seisi-chan froze. Wah, Karen-chi, don't go losing your steam on a little girl you just met. Well, it is not like I don't understand how you feel though. Celestus. I am sorry. But, there's no way Haine-san is the enemy of the world. Something like that is impossible. Mirak-chan and Celestus-chan understand that as well, right? Karen. The two know Haine-san in person. They should know about the many people that he has protected. Don't worry, Karen. We also don't think of him as such an evil individual. Mirak. That's right. As a hero, I am pretty confident in my eye for people. Haine-chi may have a bit of a sadistic side, but he is in basis a good person. Celestus. I was a bit relieved by the words of those two, and regained my calm. But then, why did the Earth Church give out such an oracle? That's the issue here. Karen. Right. Since the name of the dark god Entropy has come out, I can't think the existence of that oracle is a lie in itself. Leaving aside for now the heavily retortable part about Haine-chi being the personification of the dark god. Celestus. An oracle is a core factor in representing the holiness of the 5 churches. The words of a god can be directly told to people. The only ones who can receive those oracles are the founders of their respective church. It seems each church has different ways to receive the oracle, but the contents of it are varied as well. Predicting the future correctly, telling ways to counter disasters that humans wouldn't be able to deal with, and it is said that there's even times when they are told the weaknesses of the enemy's army in war. Since the early periods of history, the reason why the 5 churches were able to grow bigger in influence was because they were able to control information. Because of this, even if an oracle is seen as proof of the gods having a direct connection with the church, an oracle is also something absolute. But, if that oracle of the Earth Church is true, then there's a point that bothers me. Celestus. And that is? Karen. It seems Celestus-chan has noticed something. I ask her about it as if clinging to it. If it is as what the oracle says, that Haine-chi is an existence that is overwhelmingly dangerous to this world, then why is that danger only being warned by Mantle? Celestus. If it is an evil existence that can throw the world into predicament, the other gods would also give out warnings and raise the awareness of it. But, at the very least, an oracle like that hasn't been received from my water church. What about you girls? Celestus. Celestus-chan's gaze moves equally between Mirak-chan and I. I haven't heard of it either. Thinking about the personality of our founder, I don't think they would hide anything. Mirak. In my light church too. Yorishiro-sama is a person that would say things that feel like they have a hidden meaning, but when it is about Haine-san, there's no lie. Karen. I sent that right, Yorishiro-sama? In that case, it really is strange that only the Earth Church received an oracle. Hey, Seisi-chan, can you please tell us your story in more detail? First, when was the specific time this oracle was received, Celestus? Celestus-chan turned the conversation to Seisi-chan, and, at that moment, she noticed the discomforting atmosphere. The atmosphere that Seisi-chan was forming, it was a completely different color from the ones until now. Liar Desu. Seisi. As I thought, the city people be all crying wolf Desu. Baiting you with kind words. I thought ye were people I could trust, so I told ye about the story of Founder Sama, and yet, ye all called me a liar. As I thought, the city people be all scary Desu. Can't trust em Desu. I ain't stayin' in a place like this. Seisi. Saying this, Seisi-chan runs and pushes the door as if tackling it. Seisi-chan? Karen. Crap. After her. Miruk. No other choice. Good grief. Celestus. Miruk-chan, Celestus-chan, and I chased after Seisi-chan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 108 to 110 Pursuit. What should I do? It is my fault. While running through the light grand church at full throttle, I was tormented with self-deprecation. Even though we had gotten along. The Earth hero, Gonbi Seisi-chan. For the first time since she was born, she left her homeland, and in the strange land she had arrived and was on the peak of helplessness, she would meet the first people she could open her heart to. Those people were supposed to be us, and yet, I was unable to accept what she had said, and rejected it all along with her very self. With this, it feels as if I made her trust us just to betray her. Right now, the meaning of what she said about that oracle doesn't matter. I have to catch up with Seisi-chan and apologize as soon as possible. The chances of Seisi-chan still being inside the grand church is high. It is big and easy to get lost in here after all. There's a chance that Miruk-chan or Celestus-chan, who separated to cover more ground, will find her sooner than me, but I have to make sure to be the first one to find her, and apologize properly to her. Yua? Karen? In the middle of it, I stumbled upon Miruk-chan at a turn. How was it? Did you find Seisi-chan? Karen. Not even a shadow. If we have met here, it must mean that she wasn't in your search area either. In that case, Miruk is what we were thinking when Zudan, a sound strong enough to make the whole building tremble, reverberated. When I look out from the window that was close by, I could see a waterspout from afar. There's no doubt that's the work of Celestus-chan. That direction is the outside plaza? Karen. What is that woman doing? Miruk. At any rate, there's no doubt that something happened. This is no moment to be caring about manners. I jump from the window, and control the fall with my light divine power, and head at full speed towards the waterspout. Hey, wait, Karen. Miruk. Miruk-chan followed after. This light grand church is my base, that's why I can tell. The place where the waterspout came from is the plaza. It is normally used as a training space for the people of the Aurora Night Corps. That's why it is wide without any obstructions, so there's no problems in having a waterspout as big as that being made, but why did Celestus-chan do that kind of technique in the first place? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. While I was thinking that, we arrived. The first thing that entered my vision was the back of Celestus-chan. Ah, you are finally here. I was waiting. It hasn't been long since we split to search, and yet, Celestus-chan was talking as if we haven't met for several years already. Celestus-chan. Did something happen? Karen. Instead of explaining, it would be faster to just see it with your own eyes. Look at that. Celestus. And then, being suggested by Celestus-chan, I look, an monster. Karen. That's right. There's a monster in the training grounds. It is the first time I have seen this type, but there's no doubt that this is a monster. It is big and humanoid. From what I see, it is made up from what seems to be minerals. The looks of monsters are normally uniform. If it's fire element, it is a land beast type. If it's water element, it would be a fish or a water life form. If it's wind element, it would be an insect type. But this is the first time I see this type of monster. It gives a different kind of atmosphere from the dark giant sand we met in the Great Sea Dragon battle. Just what in the world? Since this is a training ground, there's as expected many light knights that were here in the middle of training, and were now surprised by the sudden appearance of a monster and were agitated. To think a monster would appear in a place like this. And so, Celestis, what happened to Sacy? Mirak-chan, who had finally caught up, asks this from Celestis. She is right there, you know. Celestis. As I said, she is there. Look, over there. Celestis. In the place where Celestis-chan points at the aforementioned monster. I was wondering what she was saying, so I strained my eyes to see, and what I saw was a girl standing at the back of the giant earth humanoid. Sacy-chan? Karen. Why is she at a place like that? She is close to the point that you could say she is clinging to the leg of the monster. Why is she at such a place? That's dangerous. Hurry and get away. Karen. Shut up, Desu. Words of denial that felt as if they pierced at me. Every one of you. All the city people be enemies, Desu. My only ally be this child, Desu. Golem boy. Kick em away, don't let em get close. Sacy. Saying this, the humanoid monster rushes at us as if it were following her desires. I fall back in order to evade. And so, Sacy-chan stood alone at the place where the humanoid monster was before, and takes something out from the rucksack she had brought for her journey. What's that? A brick? Karen. Crap. Again? Celestis. Seeing that brick, Celestis-chan gets agitated. That girl, is she thinking of making more of those? Celestis. Making? More of those? Karen. I had found that girl and cornered her all the way here. After that, that girl took out a brick that looked similar to the one she has now, and wrote something on it. And when she did that, the earth and stones in the surroundings of the block began to gather, and what came out of it is the giant thing that you see now before your eyes. Celestis. Then. The two blocks that Sacy-chan is holding currently in her hands are Khmer. Golem father, Golem mother. Sacy. 109, Puppet Sumo. There's a total of 3. Right in front of us, monsters we have never seen before had appeared. The 3 shared the trait that they were all earth puppets. Golem boy. The first one to appear from the earth humanoids. As of now, it is the smallest one of them, but even with that, it easily surpasses the height of a man at his prime. Golem mother. And there's the one that slightly surpasses the small one, but is a slim-figured earth humanoid. And Golem father. And finally, there's the biggest one of all 3, and even its physique was that of a heavyweight. Golem family. Defeat dem scary city people Desu. Sacy. As if obeying the orders of Sacy-chan, the earth humanoids take a stance towards us. Seeing this, I couldn't help but be bewildered. Hey! Are we in a dream right now? Mirak. Is a hero controlling monsters? What's that? It doesn't make sense. Celestis. Mirak-chan and Celestis-chan were both bewildered as well. Heroes exist to defeat monsters. They fight against the monsters that attack humans, defeat them, and protect them. It can even be called our raison d'etre. And a hero is utilizing the monsters that are our natural enemies? But we don't have the leeway to space out right now. Right now, those very monsters are about to attack us after all. At any rate, return fire. The light knights in the surroundings. This is too much for you guys to handle. Don't get close, got it? Mirak. Since this is the training grounds of the Aurora Knight Corps, many light knights were there. Mirak-chan gave orders to them, and stopped any disorder before it happened. There's 3 earth humanoids attacking us. There's 3 heroes on our side. The numbers are the same, but even with that, I can't say that this is a favorable situation. Sacy-chan. Karen. It naturally turned into each one of us dealing with one Earth humanoid. The one I had to deal with was the middle-sized slim doll. While evading the chops it was swinging, I shouted Saisi-chan. What is this? What's going on? Why is a hero using monsters? Karen. What sucka? You're a city folk, yet ya ain't knowing golems desu ka? Saisi. Golems? Golems be the blessing of Mother Earth God sama desu. They help us in anything and are the friends of humans desu. They don't lie to me like ye guys. They be trustworthy fellows desu. Saisi. Ugh. Those words became a thorn that pierced right through my chest. I want to apologize with all I have, but the situation is not allowing me to do that. Karen. Mirik-chan, who was in the same battle conditions, overlapped her back with mine. Being the one that proclaims herself to be the strongest, Mirik-chan has been charged to deal with the strongest looking one, the father. This is bad, Karen. That Celestis is being pushed back. Mirak. Eh? When I looked, Celestis-chan was fighting with the smallest one-boy, but even with that, her situation was unfavorable. Water wrath. Celestis. The water bullet that came out from Mickey Moses struck directly at the golem, but there wasn't any effect. It became a sad splash at the face of the golem's sturdy body and was swallowed by the earth. Water wrath. Water wrath. Water wrath. Pooh, as expected, it has absolutely no effect. Celestis. In terms of elemental affinity, Earth is the worst possible opponent for water. It looks like that law is definite here. I will provide support. Karen, please hold back the other two. Mirak. Got it. Karen. Mirik-chan and I both revolve with our backs still sticking to each other, and then, at the gaze of Mirik-chan, there's the small-sized golem and Celestis-chan, at my gaze, there's the two other golems. A nice positioning was formed. Holy Light Blade. Karen. Flame Knuckle. Mirak. The Holy Light Blade, that I held back when releasing, knocks down both of the golems in front of me. Because of this, I was able to stop their movements just as planned. On the other hand, the fire bullet that Mirik-chan released from the Fire Fist Barbarossa hit the small golem, blew it away, and saved Celestis-chan from her predicament. Thanks. You saved me there. Celestis. Because the golem was blown away and she had gotten distance from it, Celestis-chan runs to where we are in order to strengthen the defense. You really are useless. Can't you conquer something measly like affinities? Mirak. Shut up. I'm throwing those words right back at you, you useless woman in the Great Sea Dragon battle. Celestis. Mirik-chan probably said this with the intentions of getting back at Celestis-chan for before. At that time, Celestis-chan said as much as she wanted at Mirik-chan after all. At any rate, we are talking about affinities here, so how about we just slap it with the element that is strong against it? What was the element that was strong against Earth again? Mirak. The wind element. There's none here. Celestis. The wind element that dries the earth, and disperses the sand, is the natural enemy of the Earth hero and the Earth monsters in general. But the person that possesses this element is not within our group. Ah geez. Why is it that we are gathering at a decent pace, and yet, we can't get the ones that are needed at the desired moments? If that chibi had been in our fight with the Great Sea Dragon, it would have helped us out a lot. Celestis. Is she talking about Saisi-chan who is currently antagonistic towards us? So noisy. If you were at the time we fought the Fire Cow Phalaris, you would have at least been useful. Mirak. And Mirik-chan bites at it. But that's not it. It is true that the current situation is bad, but there's a reality we have to pay more attention to. Saisi-chan. Karen. I call the girl that was at the other side of the golems. 110, missing each other. Seisi-chan. Karen. My shout made the small shoulders of the girl at the other side of the golems tremble. Sorry for what I did before. Shouting at you, saying that you were a liar. I was just surprised by what you said. That's why I unintentionally lost it there. Karen. I really don't know what to say to regain the trust of Seisi-chan. But this is what's necessary. Rather than pinning her down by force, I have to tell her how I feel by wringing out the words inside of me. That's why, even if I don't know what to say yet, I let everything come out from my mouth. I am truly sorry for scaring you. Coming to an unknown land on your own, you were feeling lonely, and yet, I didn't think about your feelings at all. But even if you rampage here, nothing will be resolved. Put back these golems and let's have a calm talk once again, okay? Karen. I am not going to fall for your lies again. Seisi. But what came back at me was rejection. I can tell. Ye girls know Koramiya Haine, right? Seisi. Being hit right in the mark, I was left speechless. That's why ye got so panicked by it. Ye desperately tried to deny it. Mother Earth God-sama told us Koramiya Haine be the personification of an evil godda. Seisi. But that must be some sort of mistake. Karen. See? Ye have showed your true hide. The light hero be colluding with the evil godda. If you be denying the words of Mother Earth God-sama, that makes ye the enemy of Mother Earth God-sama. In other words, the enemy of the Earth Church, in other words, my enemy. Golems, smashta. Seisi. As if chains had been broken, the three golems attack us at the command of Seisi-chan. Mirik-chan, Celestus-chan, and I were parrying those attacks while jumping around. Ah geez. Country bumpkins are normally high in the clouds, and yet, they get sharp at the weirdest of timings. The moment she doubts us, she is incredibly thorough about it. Celestus. So once we doubt her god, she immediately deems them as enemies, huh? This might be the correct reaction as a hero representing the church though. Mirak. Celestus-chan and Mirik-chan, this is no time to be complaining. As I thought, we really do have to do something about these golems first or we won't even be able to have a calm conversation. There's the risk that we might drag Seisi-chan into it, so we can't use any big moves, but we can't be leisure here. I gather light divine power in my holy sword St. George, and instead of releasing it, I increase the sharpness of the sword itself. Holy light edge. Karen. The swung blade easily cuts both slim arms of the golem. Well done. As expected of the all-purpose light element. Celestus. Against the earth element, not only is Celestus completely useless, my fire element is not working effectively either. So the light element that is slightly stronger than all the other elements truly does shine at this kind of times. Mirak. The truly all-purpose one is Haine-san's dark element though. In the journey to the underworld country, my light element was completely useless, so it is good that I managed to regain some confidence now, but at any rate, right now we have to defeat the golems and calm down the situation. Karen. As the light hero, I have the duty to calm down this disturbance that's occurring in my base, Apollon City. I can't just neglect that duty of mine. I am sorry, Seisi-chan. I will get a bit rough. Karen. Don't get ahead of yourself, Desuyo. Ye allies of the evil god. Seisi. Seisi-chan is completely seeing us as an evil existence. I'll be showing you the true power of the Earth Hero now. Golem Father. We going with that formation Desu. Seisi. Seisi-chan lifts up that scythe, the Earth Scythe, Sita, high up. Now that I think about it, she also had that. Because of that small body of hers, and the special fighting style of using golems, I didn't imagine it much but, could it be, Seisi-chan herself is going to be fighting as well? The moment I thought this, the biggest golem that was called by Seisi-chan, also known as Golem Father, grabbed Seisi-chan. What? What is going to happen now? Mirok. The earth scythe, Sita, that was shouldered by Seisi-chan, was now being held by the golem. The scythe was relatively big, but in the hands of the golem, it looked like a regular-sized scythe. This be just the beginning, Desu-yo. Golem mother to vessel transformation. Seisi. With those words, the slim golem that I had severed both arms began to show a surprising change. The originally slim body was getting slimmer, slimmed with no limits, to a point that it had already lost its humanoid shape and had turned into a different form. That looks like a thread? No, a chain? Celestus. I have heard about this before. The transformation ability brought by the Earth Divine Power. All the solid bodies that are under the rule of the Mother Earth God can be transformed by the Earth Divine Power. Mirok. The golem that had now transformed into a chain was long and thick. Moreover, those chains were slithering like a dragon or a snake, and bite onto the lower part of the earth scythe. Last touch. Golem boy. Seisi. On top of that, the last small golem is connected to the other end of the chain. With this, the earth scythe Sita is connected to the small golem? The formation is completed, Desu-yo. Golem father. Smash Desu. Seisi. Obeying the order, the biggest golem grabs the chains of the scythe with the other hand that was not holding the scythe, and then, because of it, the small golem was dragged along with the chains. The small golem was curled up, like a ball. And with that... bun 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 bun. Star. The big golem uses brute force to swing around the small-sized golem that was connected to the chain. Its mass was heavy from the very beginning, so seeing this spectacle from up close had quite the impact. The wind that was being created by swinging around the chain was hitting our cheeks stubbornly. What's this? Isn't this just like a sickle and chain? Mirok. Sickle and chain? What's with that complicated terminology? Celestus. I had no leeway to retort to Celestus-chan. If we were to be hit by the giant rock that such a giant is swinging around, we wouldn't just end up with all our bones broken. Ye see this Desu-ka? By passing my divine power via the earth-side Sita, I transformed the golem family and strengthened Desu. With this power, I will defeat Koromiya Haine and accomplish the mission of Mother Earth God Sama Desu. Seisi. Them missing each other has now turned into a big disaster that was threatening to crush us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 111 to 113, Slaying Giants. TL, and I have finally caught up to the chapters one haven't read yet. Let's all tread in this unknown territory together. Hey, isn't this bad? Celestus. Witnessing that big mass swung around at high speed, the voice of Celestus-chan trembles. Mirok-chan and I remained silent because there was not even the need of agreeing with what she said. Because of the scientific knowledge that had grown with the ethereal era, we know that liquid is denser than gas, and that solid is denser than liquid. And the simplest of them all is that, being hit by such a heavy solid object at such high speed will hurt. The heaviest and sturdiest things in this world are solid. And the one that can freely control those solids is the earth element. In that sense, from within the earth, water, fire, wind, and light elements, the earth element is the one that possesses the most dreadful of powers. And we are witnessing that danger right in front of our eyes. At any rate, move around. Don't let it hit you at any cost. If you do, there's no doubt you will die. Mirok. With the words of Mirok-chan, we all jumped away as if we were arrows shot from a bow, and dispersed. Rather than calling it an action out of logic, it was more like a decision out of fear. Pointless Desu. Pointless Desu. Pointless Desu. Muda muda muda, now that we are in this formation, we are invincible desu. Seisi. Bun 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 bun. The wind that was being created by the chain swung around was like a storm. That gale and thunderous sound were intensifying the fear inside of us. Damn it! Now that it has come to this, I will hit it with Flame Burst 2. Niruk. Don't! Niruk-chan. Karan. I stopped Niruk-chan, who was about to concentrate in using a finishing move. Flame Burst is a destructive technique that burns in a high area of effect. If you use something like that, even Seisi-chan will be burned to crisp. Karan. Seisi-chan is currently at the right arm of the Golem Father and was holding the Earth Scythe together with it, as if it were an accessory of the Golem. She has probably become the core of that combination. By pouring Earth Divine Power to the three Golems, she had them transform, and is providing them super strength and power. That's why Seisi-chan can't take her hands off the scythe when they are in that formation. She herself has become a part of the Golems. We have to stop the Golems, but you can't hurt Seisi-chan no matter what. We have to find a way to destroy the Golems only. Karan. Is there one? A convenient method like that. Celestus. We three were yelling around, but no decision was made. And there's no way the other side would wait for us to finish our discussion. I will be crushing Yi Desu. Go! Seisi. The counterweight that is turning at fast speed with the chain. The chain was the Golem mother and the counterweight is actually the Golem boy. Calling it a counterweight is cute. With that size, it would be double the size of an adult curled up. If something like that were to hit you, it could easily destroy the body of a human. With speed that's plenty enough to consider it a falling rock, it is swung overhead at us. Gashin. Star. A sound that could be mistaken for an earthquake occurred when it crashed with the ground surface. That vibration made the Aurora Knights that were looking at it from afar to lose their balance and fall on their rears. The state of the ground it landed on was dreadful. Earth and stones flew about, and left out remains as if an explosion had occurred. I did it, Desu. Smashed Desu. Did I get them, Desu-ka? Seisi. Seisi-chan confirms her victory from the top of the Golem. From her point of view, it certainly did seem as if we had been hit by the Golem counterweight. Mirage. What is going on, Desu-ka? There's a lot of Yi Desu? Seisi. That spectacle threw Seisi-chan into confusion. Well, that's a given. Niruk-chan, Celestus-chan, and I, all three of us had become 6, then 12, then 24, and so on, to the point that it surrounded the Golem. This illusion is exactly the combined element of Celestus-chan and I. Combining my light element with her water element, this illusion element utilizes the water and light's refraction to create fake images of ourselves. What's surrounding Seisi-chan right now are all illusions with no substance, except for one group. What's with this power? This be the power of the heroes from the outside, Desu-ka? I will just crush em all, Desu. Seisi. Obeying the order of Seisi-chan, the Golem swung the chain like crazy. It tried to crush us beginning from the closest image of us, but they all showed no resistance and it all misses. All hits were onto illusions. Seisi-chan had completely fallen to our pace now. This be unfair, Desu yo. Come out, Desu. Fight fair and square, Desu. Seisi. Understood, Seisi-chan. Karan. Yui. By the time she noticed, it was already too late. The real me had drawn close to her without making any sound, and had already reached the legs of the Golem. Holy light edge. Karan. With the blade that had been strengthened with the light divine power, I slash it towards the leg of the Golem. With this, I will sever the legs of the Golem and will make it unable to move. Too naive, Desu. Seisi. But my light sword was blocked by the giant scythe. It is a big scythe that's hard to control by a human, but for the big body of a golem, it was a normal-sized scythe. It should be as easy to use as a knife. I have heard that a sickle and chain is a weapon that uses the centrifugal force to increase the power of the counterweight to throw it far away, and after it is evaded, you enter the range of your opponent and cut it down with the sickle. This is faithfully serving that purpose. Out of options Desu na. I'll be smashing you with the golem's big body just like this Desu. Seisi. It is true that with my sword being held down, I am in a state where I can't escape. But, this is my win. Mirak-chan. Celestus-chan. Karen. While she was being distracted by me, the two who had jumped high up were attacking her from overhead. Let's do it, Celestus. One hit KO. Mirak. You got it. I don't really like matching my heart with yours though. Combined element, fire and water. Celestus. Steam explosion. Celestus plus Mirak. Water evaporated instantly with the heat of fire will expand at an alarming speed, becoming the very definition of an explosion. The golem that was directly hit by the tip of its nose by it, was luckily unable to endure the explosion and was blown away. What Desu? Seisi. Seisi-chan was also blown away by the shockwave. In the end, the golem father had completely lost its head and everything all the way to the shoulders. What was left were both arms, and everything below the stomach. All right. How do you like that? Celestus. With my ability, this was a piece of cake. Mirak. Celestus-chan and Mirak-chan were able to deal a satisfying attack and landed beautifully. What's this Desu? I don't understand at all Desu-yo. Seisi. And Seisi-chan, who was holding onto the right arm of the golem, was outside the range of the explosion, so she had no injuries, and simply had her eyes going round and round. What a relief. Looks like it is over now. That formation they had was pretty dangerous, but the biggest golem was the one who served as the main body. Once it is destroyed, it would be like a folding fan that has lost its rivet. Mirak. It is true that the fighting style of utilizing golems is strong. But it also told me that you yourself don't have that much ability. Give up. I will giving you a fitting spanking for all you have made us go through. Celestus. 112, Earth Puppet. U. Being surrounded by three heroes, Seisi-chan was trembling like a small animal. Cuckoo. What shall I do with you? You have made such a grand spectacle in the house of someone else after all. In order to turn you into a splendid member of society, we will have to teach you that you have to receive a fitting punishment for everything bad you have done, not. Celestus. Oi, Celestus. You are making a smile that's not fitting of an idol. Mirak. Also, what's that about the house of someone else? This is not your house either though. Wait. Celestus-chan, stop it. Karen. No matter the result, I was the one that worsened the situation because of my thoughtless remarks, so everything is my responsibility. That's why, please don't blame Seisi-chan. Karen. Nulu. As expected of Karen. She is the owner of a just and upright heart comparable to that of a goddess. Mirak. The peanut gallery Mirak-chan was being noisy, but for now, I just ignore it. Anyways, let's wrap up the situation, shelter Seisi-chan, and ask her about the oracle in detail. That's what I thought, but nothing goes as smoothly as one wants. We thought that Seisi-chan already had no will to resist, but she began to crawl about, and slipped away from between the space of us three. That girl. Mirak. Wait a moment there. Celestus. It was a moment of carelessness. She ran towards the legs of the destroyed golem father. Still going to struggle pointlessly? No matter what you do, there's already no way to win against us. Mirok. As I thought, you really do want some spanking? Then, I will be keeping you company. I will even throw in an encore as a service. Celestus. The thrill of battle had rekindled inside Mirok-chan and Celestus. No good. Just when it had begun to wrap up. Don't go assuming ye one Desu. Seisi. Eh? It is not over yet, Desu yo. Not me, and not Golem Father. Seisi. Seisi-chan touched the giant golem that only had its legs and abdomen left. And then, we could tell with our senses that an incredible amount of earth divine power was poured all at once. Then. What? Mirok. What's that? Celestus. Along with the voices of surprise of Mirok-chan and Celestus-chan, something surprising occurred. The earth and stones in the surroundings began to swell on their own, and surge towards the golem on its own. And then, after the earth and stones mixed together, it took form, and in the end, it hardened like a rock. To the shape of the golem's upper half. Could it be? It has been restored? The Golem Father was already no different from the time before it was destroyed by us. It might be fitting to say that it has come back from death. Golems can return as many times as they want as long as the life block in the middle of them is not destroyed Desu. They can use the earth and minerals in the surroundings to restore their bodies Desu. Just because ye have destroyed it once, don't think ye have won Desu yo. It is true that I peed a bit because of that big explosion, but only a little bit Desu. Seisi. The father that had been restored, picked up the earth-side Sita, and swings the chain in counterweight. We are totally back to where we started. Oi, this is... Mirok. Yeah, this is bad. Celestus. Mirok-chan and Celestus-chan could tell. With a development like this, it is practically impossible to win without hurting Seisi-chan. Until now, we thought that we could calm down the situation by destroying the golems. Without hurting Seisi-chan. That's why we tried to confuse her with illusions the best as we could, and then, utilized the steam explosion of Mirok-chan and Celestus-chan while holding back its area of effect as much as possible in order to make it so it doesn't affect Seisi-chan and just destroys the golem. But just as Seisi-chan said, if it is a golem that can be restored as long as the life block is okay, as long as we don't know where this life block is hidden in the golem's body, we don't have any way of defeating it unless we blow its whole body. If it comes to that, it is close to impossible to capture Seisi-chan without injuring her. Karen. Mirok. The voice of Mirok-chan, that was as if it had been ringed out, must have been a way of saying I will be injuring her slightly. If I nod to this, Mirok-chan will most likely aim solely on the golem's highest weak point, that is Seisi-chan, to silence the golem. I also understand that this is the best method of action. I am the light hero. Protect the people that are devoted to the light church, protect the people that live in Apollon City. I have to make those my priorities. I have to resolve myself. Just when I thought this. What is going on? In the training ground that had fallen into confusion, a bell-like voice resounded in it. This voice is... Yorishiro-sama? Karen. The Light Church's founder, Yorishiro-sama. If I remember correctly, she was supposed to be in a meeting inside the Grand Church, but it seems the disturbance reached even her. Hero Karen, what is the meaning of this? In this dignified Light Grand Church, to allow such a disturbance to occur. Yorishiro. Yorishiro-sama is not talking in the soft tone that she has lately been using to talk to me with, she is using the work mode tone she uses when there's the eye of the public. I can't disturb the order, so I also follow lead. I am truly sorry, Founder-sama. But it is dangerous here, so please move back for now. I will be reporting the details of the event once the situation has been resolved. Karen. My real reason is that I don't want to escalate the situation too much, and if Yorishiro-sama gets involved in it, it would definitely escalate the situation. It was an assumption that was practically a certainty. That is, Yurishiro. My worries reached deaf ears. Yurishiro-sama ended up noticing. Mantle's golems? Why are they here? Yurishiro. As expected of Yurishiro-sama. It looks like she knows of those monsters. And the peculiar aura emanating from Yurishiro-sama seems to have made Seisi-chan notice her as well. Who are ya? Are ya an ally of the evil god Desuka? Seisi. Evil god? Yurishiro. I be the Earth Hero, Seisi. Under the orders of Mother Earth God-sama, I be here to subjugate the personification of the evil dark god Entropy, Koramiya Haine. Seisi. What did you say? Yurishiro. A chill attacked my spine. Moreover, it seems everyone in the place also felt that chill. Naruk-chan, Celestus-chan, the Light Knights, and even Seisi-chan had their face turn ghastly pale. Looks like the Earth Founder and the Mother Earth God are not disciplining their hero properly. Yne. Yurishiro. Yurishiro-sama. At the side of Yurishiro-sama, there's a girl that nestled close to her like a shadow. Please leave it to me. Okay. But don't overexert yourself. Your body was recently liberated from the shadow, so it still hasn't regained stability yet. Yurishiro. That person is Doraha, the shadow hero that had returned from the underworld country after several centuries. 113. The Power of the First. A girl with dark skin walks leisurely towards the Earth Giant. Hey, wait a moment. What is that girl doing? Naruk. She is not even a hero, so why is she walking forward? She will get crushed, is that okay? Celestus. Naruk-chan and Celestus-chan hurriedly tried to stop her, but the two don't know. From where she came, for what reason she is here, I as well don't know as much compared to Haine-san and Yurishiro-sama though. The people that know her a little bit call her in this way the dark hero of the lost underworld country, Doraha. Let me tell you this in advance. Doraha. Doraha-san, who had approached the golem to a distance where she could confront it, spoke as if giving her introductory remarks. I don't have any memories. For some reason, I don't remember anything about the time I was born and what I have done in the past. I was simply taken into custody by Yurishiro-sama when I was wandering about. Doraha. Is that so Desuka? Are ya a pitiful person Desuka? Seisi. Seisi-chan, who was clinging onto the golem again, was also confused by this. But, even with that, there's a variety of things I still remember. I haven't forgotten letters and words, so I am able to have a conversation like this. Also, even if my head has forgotten, my body still remembers. And, most importantly, Doraha. Dorori, I felt like I heard that kind of sound. For some reason, the surroundings became dark. Even though it is still broad daylight. It was clearly 1 or 2 times darker than just a few moments ago. I wonder, is there something in this lost memories of mine? When you insulted Entropy-sama just a few moments ago, clear emotions were born inside of me. That divine power you are clad in, that's the one from the Mother Earth God, mantle, right? I can tell. Doraha. What's with Yasaka? What's with Yasaka? Seisi. The peculiar pressure of Doraha-san was shaving away the courage of Seisi-chan. Mantle, Coacervate, Nova, Quasar, all of them are lower class gods. And you who are just a devotee of that religion, what kind of arrogance brought you to think it was okay to insult Entropy-sama? Doraha. Ha? Ha? Naruk-chan, Celestus-chan, please calm down. A fool that doesn't know her place needs to be disciplined. Have it edged in your body that Mantle is just a subordinate god under Entropy-sama. Doraha. No really, what's with this girl Desuka? Seisi. Of course, Seisi-chan was super angry. Suddenly appearing, saying as much as you want of another's god. If that be the case, I also have my own thoughts about it desu yo. I'll be showing you the greatness of Mother Earth Mantle Sama's power desu. Seisi. Bun 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 bun. Once again, the golem counterweight is swung violently. With that force, it makes me wonder if it could even create a tornado. The chain and its end were creating many afterimages, and it was already impossible to see which one is the real one. And that counterweight that was rotating at such high speed. Jie Shan hit something and was blown back. Ooh yeah. That impact reached the golem as well, it lost its balance and staggers. Seisi-chan was also doing her best in clinging onto the golem. What? What occurred? I couldn't tell well what happened there. I couldn't understand either. Something flew towards the counterweight while it was rotating, hit the counterweight, and was sent flying back. But I couldn't tell at all what flew, when it hit the counterweight, and how it was sent flying back. In the first place, is that counterweight something that can be sent flying back? Even if it was the smallest golem of the group, it was still a giant rock. Moreover, it was rotating at high speeds that were enough to leave afterimages. The only one who could have done it is that person. Dora-san. Is the person called the Shadow Hero going to be display her power here? I didn't even have the time to think about this. The next surprising thing occurred. Gon gaga gagagan, the body of the golem began to break here and there. Hi? Golem father is beginning to break in an incredible pace desu? Seisi. What's being thrown? Many small things were flying about and hitting the golem, and were breaking its body. But just what is it? Is Dora-san the one throwing them? Unbelievable. Mirak. Looks like Mirak-chan has noticed something. Look. At the legs of that dark-skinned girl. Mirak. The dark-skinned girl? So it really is Dora-san doing something, is what I thought as I looked at the place Mirak-chan pointed out and strained my eyes to see. Yeah? Both of Dora-san's legs were moving minutely, moreover, at incredible speed. It was as if she were tap dancing. It looked as if she were stomping in place, but that wasn't it. It is the shadow. She is kicking her own shadow that's at the floor. The shadow that was kicked broke finely like water in a lake's surface, and the pieces of shadow that were broken flew like knives and were hitting the golem, breaking it. No way. I didn't notice at all. Karen. I somewhat knew that Dora-san could fight by controlling shadows, but to think I wouldn't notice she was moving her legs so finely and intensely until it was pointed out to me. It can't be helped. That girl, her lower half is doing so much, and yet, her shoulders and head are not shaking at all. Celestis. It is just as Celestis-chan said. Compared to the lower half that is kicking several tens of shadow pieces by the time you can even count to 10, the upper half of Dora-san was not quivering at all, just like a sturdy rock. I have heard this of master before. The people that have truly mastered martial arts don't shake their head up and down even when they walk or run. And from the posture that has been perfected to its ultimate state, they can bring out killer techniques that surpass their actual strength. Mirak. I dance when I work as an idol, so I can tell. When I have a big performance where I have to dance, I have to create at least one axis somewhere or it won't become beautiful movements. The movements of that girl have properly created that axis to the point that it can be called metal reinforced. Celestis. The explanation of Mirak-chan and Celestis-chan surprises me in a different meaning. The two of them have a lot of confidence, and it is rare for them to even praise someone else. I am the strongest. These two that believe in this had considered the power of Dora-san as overwhelming, to the point that they have to acknowledge it. Hi? At this rate, I'll just be a pig to the slaughter desu. Find victory in a fatal situation desu yo. Seisi. And Seisi-chan, who was unable to endure it anymore, tried to counterattack. It was broken here and there, but even with that, the giant golem was still able to move plenty well. With that body, it swings down the super heavy counterweight. Be smashed Desu. Seisi. But that didn't happen. Dora-san releases a high kick that was so high that it felt as if it could reach the skies. A long piece of shadow that was kicked at that moment accurately flew straight to the center of the counterweight like a spear. Hi? It must have been a pretty good location to hit. From the hole that was pierced, cracks ran through, and the counterweight itself was broken to pieces. Incredible! In just one hit. Karen. She must have hit the life block. Yorishiro. At some point in time, Yorishiro-sama was standing at my side and explained this. The life block is also called the golem core. It is the real body of the earth monster. It is infinitely born from Great Pillar-sama, and I have heard that they are being utilized in an effective way by the residents of the earth capital, Ishtar Blaze. Yorishiro. What did she say just now? Pulling the earth and minerals in its surroundings, it uses those as materials to form its body. That's why, even if its body is destroyed, as long as there's the materials, it can reconstruct itself as many times as it wants, but once its real body, the life block, is destroyed, it will just return to being earth. Yorishiro. It is true that the counterweight was one of the 3 golems that Seisi-chan had, the golem boy. Then, could it be that Dora-san aimed at that place? Karen. Must have been. Yorishiro. No way. It was buried in such a big body, and you can't tell where it even is. Moreover, the body itself was rotating at high speed, and yet, she was still able to accurately aim at it and pierce it? I don't even understand how she was able to do it. Underworld country. In history, this is the oldest nation founded, and Dora-san surpassed time and is now here. In other words, she who has the title of Shadow Hero can be considered the oldest of all heroes in the world. So this is the power of the first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 114 to 115, Shadow Skill. No way. To think the golem boy bit the dust sooner than his parents Desu. Seisi. Please don't say it in that way. It pains my heart. The small and weak ones die first. It follows the natural order. Doraha. And Dora-san, please stop saying such dry things. Unforgivable Desu. Also, this black and evil-looking fighting style, I know now Desu yo. Your Koramiya Haine Desu na? Seisi. Saying this, she points at Dora-san. What are you saying? Doraha. No need to say more Desu yo. Evil personification of the dark god Entropy, your downfall was you meeting me Desu. Now that I be here, I will do my best to fulfill the mission Mother Earth God Sama has given to me Desuyo. Seisi. Seisi-chan takes a stance with the earth side, Sita. Reacting to the golden light from the blade, the chain that was attached to the end of it separated, and turns human-shaped. That chain was originally the middle-sized one out of the 3 golem. The 2 arms that I cut off have also regenerated. Karen. Looks like it is true that as long as the core is safe, they can reconstruct themselves as many times as they want. Golem father, golem mother. Parents, combine. Seisi, pick your Power Ranger theme of preference, or a more adult theme, if you know what I mean. I feel like you said some incredibly troubling words there, Seisi-chan. Obeying that order, the golem parents overlapped their body, turned into earth, and mixed together. They gather more earth from their feet. They become even bigger than when they mix together, and become big enough to the point that they might even be grabbing the clouds. Mixing 2 golems together make it this much bigger? Mirak. Mirak-chan looks up in surprise. Huff, huff. How's that Desu-ka? By injecting earth divine power to da golems, it becomes a lot buffer than normal Desu. Requires a lot of juice Desu ga. Personification of the evil dark god, Koramiya Haine. Give up de suyo. Seisi. As I have been saying, that person is Dora-san, not Haine-san. I didn't even have the leeway to point that out. That supergiant combined golem, just by stumbling and falling, it feels as if it would destroy the light grand church. Personification of darkness, Dora. I wonder why. Being told that makes me feel slightly nostalgic. Dora. Even when facing that giant, Dora-san was not showing a single bit of panic. That air of composure she has was already turning into a personality trait itself. My heart has nothing, it has no past either. The only thing that fulfills me is the benevolence of Yorishiro-sama who picked me up. But even with that, there's a number of words that stimulate something that I should have lost already. Dora. What? For some reason, the surroundings have suddenly turned dark. I thought that the sun had been covered by the clouds, so I looked up to confirm, but there's good weather today with no clouds in sight, and yet, it had become dark. As if changing drastically from fine weather to cloudy to evening, the surroundings were steadily getting darker. The filthy 4 base element gods, those guys are the prime things that stimulate me. Every time I hear their names, inexplicable rage wells up inside of me. If they are going to go against me, I will happily become the dark god Entropy, and just as you wish, cut you into 1,000 pieces. Dora. This is bad. Yorishiro. Yua. Karen. The shout of Yorishiro-sama surprised me as well. The ground at our feet had been dyed completely black. The shadow had expanded to the point that it covered the whole ground. The reason why the surroundings had turned dark was because Dora-san was absorbing the light from the surroundings. She was absorbing the light and turning it into the shadow. What is this, Desu? Why you so serious, Gaioi? Seisi. The shadow expanded without limits, and swallowed the giant golem. The opponent didn't have any time to resist. It sunk in one fell swoop from the legs to the chest, and just like that, it was being swallowed. Hi. My ultimate move golem is. In just an instant? Seisi. The core didn't matter anymore at this point. It all disappeared entirely without leaving even dust behind. With this, Seisi-chan is now completely helpless. I am, the dark god Entropy, Dora. While chanting that phrase, Dora-san approaches Seisi-chan. Save me. Obacha-en. Seisi, grandma. The heart of Seisi-chan broke completely. This is already at a stage where we can't just stay as spectators. Dora-san, wait. Karen. I ran and entered in between Dora-san and Seisi-chan. My back facing Seisi-chan and my face towards Dora-san, in a stance of blocking her way. Fue? Seisi. Dora-san, the fight has been settled already. Seisi-chan already has no strength to fight back and has no will to oppose anymore. Karen. Or more like, it has already reached the level of definitely being a trauma for her. Please forgive her already. Fighting more than it is necessary is not something a hero should do. Karen. But it looks like my voice didn't reach Dora-san. Her face turned even more jet black, and was about to turn into that shadow. I am, dark god Entropy. Okay, that's as far as you go. Yorishiro. From behind Dora-san, Yorishiro-sama hugs her. Her plentiful bosom buries the head of Dora-san. I have told you before, right? You are still unstable. If you get too stimulated, you can easily get swallowed by the shadow. It looks like I will have to prepare some countermeasures fast. Yorishiro. Being hugged by Yorishiro-sama, the rampage of Dora-san was stopped surprisingly easily. Her dangerous expression melted quickly, and the shadow that was covering the ground was also receding. Fufu, as expected of my hero de Sawani. Yorishiro. Eh? Being told this, I couldn't help but get confused. I think the one that is impressive is Yorishiro-sama though. Being able to stop the rampage of Dora-san so easily. It is as expected of you, being able to jump in an instant to save that small hero-san there in her time of need with no hesitation. You already know that your powers don't work against Doraha at all, and yet, even with that, you didn't stop. Yorishiro. No, well, Karen. That action itself is the very proof of your courage. And courage is exactly what makes a hero, that's what makes others call you a hero. Yorishiro. Being told that makes me embarrassed. Courage is the purity that is acknowledged by most. It looks like that heart of yours has already reached a single child. Yorishiro. Eh? At that time, I suddenly felt a weight at my waist. When I looked down, I saw the figure of Seisi-chan hugging me from behind. I was scared desu. Seisi. Wrapping both of her arms around my waist, she firmly clung onto me. She must have been pretty scared there. And like this, the golem turmoil that occurred at Apollon City had been wrapped up. Chapter 115, Consent to Depart. And then. I feel as if I just saw a bad dream, Mirik. Damn right. A hero controlling monsters, that monster being overwhelmed by an unknown girl that is not even a hero. I could hear my common sense falling into pieces. Celestis. Mirik-chan and Celestis-chan, these girls that had completely become spectators in the middle of the battle had also received a shock by that fight. And then, the other one was... my feet are already getting numb desu. The culprit of this time's incident, the Earth hero, Seisi-chan. And with that as the reason, to show her will to reflect, she is currently doing a seiza on the floor of the parlor room. Sorry desu. Can't you please forgive me already desu ka? Seisi. Ha? Of course not, you rampaging hero. For a country bumpkin like you, I have to beat into you that understanding the others is a necessary skill in surviving the city. Mirak. That's right. What we are expecting from you is a reflection that is deeper than the sea. Understand that and fix that attitude of yours. Celestis. The two are unrestrainedly strict with Seisi-chan. Just saying, but, even with this, we are being kind, you know? Or maybe you want to experience the burning fall de Giza of the fire church to reflect even deeper? Mirak. The boiling water de Giza of the water church might also be a good idea. By the time she cries, the water is hot, I can't breathe, she definitely will have reflected on her actions. Celestis. They are whispering dangerous things to each other? You too. Can't you just leave it at that? It looks like Seisi-chan has already reflected plenty enough. Karen. Wani-chan, you're kind desu. Seisi. Saying this, Seisi-chan hugged me. This girl looks like she has completely become attached to Karen-chi after she covered for her in that fight. Being all clingy on her. Celestis. As I thought, let's go for the burning fall de Giza. Let's bake her. Mirak. Your jealousy is unsightly, fire hero. Celestis. At any rate, it is great that the incident was resolved. We have also reconciled with Seisi-chan, and it feels as if we have safely returned to a stable state? More importantly, what bothers me is the opinion one other person voices out. It was the light founder, Yorishiro-sama. At her bosom, she is still holding Doraha-san in the between her arms. It looks like the breasts of Yorishiro-sama have a calming effect on Doraha-san. Even when Doraha-san had rampaged so scarily just a while ago, she is now peacefully sleeping. The movements of the Earth Church. They ordered a subjugation specifically of Haine-san. Just what is Mother Earth Mantle thinking? Karen-san. Yorishiro. Yes? Karen. Depending on the details, we might have to attack the Earth capital, Ishtar Blaze, so be prepared. Yorishiro. A war? No. Never. Karen. Why is it that Yorishiro-sama, who at times says some slightly scary things, would clearly say scary things when Haine-san is involved? Well, that's fine. Right now, there's other things I want to ask Yorishiro-sama. Yorishiro-sama, could it be that Haine-san is currently at Ishtar Blaze? Karen. Why do you think that? Yorishiro. The objective of Haine-san this time was the mother monsters. To destroy the monsters that give birth to monsters. And the golems, these existences that are earth monsters, are born from a giant tree in Ishtar Blaze, Karen. Yorishiro-sama said this in the middle of the battle. Isn't that tree itself a mother monster? Haine-san went there to defeat it. The reason why Mother Earth Mantle-sama gave out an oracle to defeat Haine-san might be related to that, Karen. Yeah? The one who screamed in surprise was Seisi-chan. Then, Kuramiya Haine and I had missed each other Desu-ka? What was the point of my 1-month journey? Seisi. That is of no importance right now. Mirak. For now, just shut up. Celestus. The water and fire team pinned down Seisi-chan. If that's the case, what will you do, Karen-san? Yorishiro. Yorishiro-sama asks calmly. Haine-san has gone to Ishtar Blaze for the sake of defeating the mother monster, and because of that, something unknown is moving. And so, what are you going to do about that? Yorishiro. I want to go to Ishtar Blaze too. Karen. I answered clearly. I love Haine-san. Even if I don't know what to do for the sake of the person I love, I definitely don't want to do nothing at all. If by being at the side of Haine-san I can be of use to him, I don't want to let that chance go away. Fine. Yorishiro. Yorishiro-sama answered clearly as well. Just as you have guessed, Haine-san has journeyed to Ishtar Blaze. He didn't want to drag you into this, so he had me keep silent about it. Sorry about that. Yorishiro. No, well, I did infer that was the case. Karen. But, it is true that the moves of the Mother Earth God are strange. Karen-san, not only will you be moving as the Light Hero, I will have you move to Ishtar Blaze under the name of the Light Founder as well. With that much authority in your pockets, the Earth Church shouldn't be able to act rashly. Yorishiro. Thank you very much. Ah, but what about the defense of Apollon City? Karen. The first time I gave the proposal of going to Ishtar Blaze, I was rejected because I can't leave my base. Don't worry. In your absence, we will have this girl do her best. Yorishiro. Saying this, Yorishiro-sama patted the head of the still sleeping Dora-Hasan. It is true that I have learned of Dora-Hasan's ability to the point that it is indisputable. With Dora-Hasan, even if I am not here, she would be able to protect Apollon City plenty enough. That makes me sad as a hero on its own sense though. You are the official hero here, so this is a hand I didn't want to play much, but taking into account the feelings of a maiden in love, I will allow this rule break just this once. Karen-san, please save Haine-san for my sake as well. Yorishiro. Even if there's a replacement for me, there's no replacement for Yorishiro-sama. Yorishiro-sama can't leave Apollon City. Understood. I will properly send Yorishiro-sama's feelings to Haine-san. Yorishiro-sama and I are companions that love Haine-san, we can understand our feelings. Then, let's do this immediately. Let's go, Seisi-chan. Karen. Me too? Seisi. Of course. We are going to Seisi-chan's homeland, so why wouldn't Seisi-chan go as well, There were a lot of complications, but I am finally going to the Earth capital Ishtar Blaze, where Haine-san is. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 116 to 117 Hero Party. A few days later. Big. In front of our eyes, a big tree filled our view. A tree so big that you would need two adjectives to emphasize how big it is. Even so, it was still far away, and right before our eyes came a mountain range that extends. The big tree was simply peeking out its head from the other side of the mountains. In other words, that tree was taller and towered over the mountains. So that's the prided giant tree of the Earth Church, Great Pillar Sama. Karen. Having the permission of Yurishiro-sama, it took me a few days using my flying machine to fly here. This is my first time going to such a faraway place. Normally, the heroes of their respective church have to protect the believers from monsters, so leaving their base is not allowed. But with the development of the ethereal machines, journeys that take several days become a few hours thanks to the flying machine, and our scope of action has radically expanded, so slight absences have become forgivable now. Even so, this trip to Ishtar Blaze takes several days even with the flying machine. In the time I was troubled since something like that wouldn't be forgiven, thanks to the special consideration of Yurishiro-sama, and Dora-Hasen who can serve as a guard for the light capital, I managed to come all the way here. Seisi-chan. This is your homeland, right? Karen. Please spare me Desu. Just kill me already Desu. Seisi. The reason why Seisi-chan was at the last stages of her sanity was because she had been riding the flying machine until now. She was holding onto my back, but as expected, the super high speed of the flying machine seems to be tough on first-timers. The further we go, the more stamina it shaves off Seisi-chan, so we are currently taking a break for her sake. To think there be such a fearsome ride, the city be scary Desu. The distance that it be taking a month of repeated camping was closed in a few days. Seisi. I feel like I am watching the Haine-san I met for the first time. Haine-san quickly got used to it, but I wonder about this girl. Seriously, how pathetic. For a hero to wail at something of this level. Mirok. Right? But well, this serves as punishment for rampaging at Apollon City, so, isn't it fine? Celestus. Is what the accompanying Mirok-chan and Celestus-chan say. Wait a moment. I should have asked this sooner, but, Karen. Mirok. What? Celestus. Why are you two tagging along as well? Karen. The fire hero, Mirok-chan, and the water hero, Celestus-chan. These two that are the heroes of other churches should not have any connection to this matter. Moreover, they have to protect their own base, so they shouldn't be able to travel far thoughtlessly. The two of them came on their own flying machine that is dyed in the color of their respective church, so if monsters appear in their base, they would take several days in order to return. What are you saying, Karen? We are already comrades. No matter where you go, we go together, right? Mirok. In order to realize my future plans of a worldwide live tour, I was thinking about checking out the 5 capitals at least once. It seems like thanks to the kindness of the Light Founder, that Shadow Girl will be protecting our bases too anyways. Celestus. So there was such an arrangement. Is it really okay to be placing so much weight onto Dora-Hasen? It should be okay. She is so strong after all. Also, Karen, this time's matter is not something that the other churches can ignore either, you know? Mirok. With this girl rampaging in Apollon City, the special point of the Earth Church has been made public after all. Freely controlling the monsters that are originally our enemies, giving out an order to kill a specific person through an oracle. Moreover, that reason is because that person is the personification of the dark god Entropy, Mirok. The dark god's very existence was dubious, but with this, its existence has now become thicker. Just what is currently occurring in the world. There's the need for the other churches to grasp it correctly as well. Celestus. And that's why the dispatch of the fire and water hero was approved? Whoa, it feels as if we are the bad guys Desu. Seisi. We are going to your base in order to confirm that, aren't we? Well, don't worry. We are not the type of people that would rampage around others' house. We are not. Celestis. Celestis-chan was persistently bullying Seisi-chan. But now that I think about it, this is an incredible scene. For heroes journeying together, just what are we going to be fighting now? But, no matter what we are going to be confirming, Haine-san has already taken the lead and has been investigating, so let's prioritize regrouping. Karen. But the one who let out that sunk-down voice was Seisi-chan. Is that Kuramiya Haine truly a good guy, Desu-ka? I just can't believe it, Desu. Seisi. From this group of 4, the only one who has not met Haine-san in person is Seisi-chan. The only thing she knows of him is the oracle she received from Mother Earth Mantle, so she is uneasy. Moreover, the subjugation target has entered her homeland. It is okay, Seisi-chan. Karen. I gently place a hand on her shoulder. Haine-san is stronger, smarter, and kinder than anyone, so Seisi-chan will certainly come to like him. Karen. The strongest, smartest, and kindest is Karen Nekandesayo, Seisi. Her uneasiness must have been driven out. Seisi-chan hugged me. Oh, since being saved at the Light Grand Church, Seisi-chi has been hugging Karen-chi like crazy. Celestis. Can I broil that little girl's face? Mirok. Don't get jealous, fire hero. Celestis. Like this, we deepen our friendship as we head towards Ishtar Blaze. And then, what we saw the moment we arrived at the place was 117, Land of Chaos. What welcomed us the moment we stepped into the Earth capital, Ishtar Blaze, were the screams like those of a battlefield. Rowan. Great Pillar-sama, a Great Pillar-sama is angered. Those kind of screams were echoing all around the city. The people were running about. The farming tools used for their daily lives and the crops had been thrown away and were rolling tragically around. What is this? Just what in the world is going on? Karen. Being welcomed by chaos the moment we arrived, made us fall into confusion. This is the daily scenery of this city, is in no way the case, right? Celestis. Oi, what do you have to say, local girl? Mirok. Mirok-chan asks the one who should know this city the most here, Seisi-chan. But the Seisi-chan in question was dumbfounded and her mouth was wide open. I don't know, Desu. This be the first time I see something like this, Desu. Seisi. Her face was also pale. There were a number of residents that noticed her. Ah. Seisi-sama. And they run to her as if clinging onto her. This is terrible, Seisi-sama. LL look, Great Pillar-sama has gotten angry and I don't know what's going on, Safks. The residents seem to be in confusion as well, so we couldn't get the gist of it. What should I do, Desu? In the time I wasn't at Ishtar Blaze, something like this. Seisi. Seisi-chan trembles along with her words. It is okay. I be told it would be okay, Desu. Founder-sama said that Ishtar Blaze doesn't have many strong monsters, so even if I be gone, the golems would take care of it, he said. That's why it wouldn't be a big deal even if I be gone for a month. He said I can fulfill the oracle without any worries. Seisi. With Seisi-chan falling into chaos as well, the situation will get more and more uncontrollable. I hug her tightly in order to calm down her panic. Calm down. Right now, you as the hero should be the calmest of all and tackle this. This is the Earth capital, Ishtar Blaze. And you are their Earth hero. Karen. Karen Nekan. Seisi. At any rate, let's go to the center of the disturbance. The people are panicked and are not in a state where they are able to make proper conversation. It is faster to confirm it with our own eyes. Karen. The 4 of us run. It was easy to pinpoint the location where the disturbance was occurring. We only had to head to the reverse direction of where the people are running after all. And we already had an idea of what it was. There's only one thing capable of causing such uproar. Ah! At that place, there was the thing that overturned my common sense waiting. The giant tree was rampaging. In my understanding, once trees grow, they don't move at all, but it seems that's not the case here. The roots were moving like an octopus's tentacles. While wriggling around, it swung through the ground, air, and all areas it could reach, and was creating abnormal damage. That is, the prided giant tree of Ishtar Blaze? Great Pillar Sama. And just as the rumors state, it was unbelievably big. That's why once it rampages, the damage it creates is also unbelievable. The houses around the city collapsed as the roots pushed out of the ground, and once it is swung down, they are crushed into pieces. Ah! Why Desuka? Great Pillar Sama, why are you doing such a horrible thing, Desuka? Great Pillar Sama be supposed to protect our Earth believers, right? Seisi. Oi, look. That. Mirak. It seems Mirak-chan has noticed something. We all observed the place she pointed at. That is Haine-san? Karen. From here, it was too far away, so I could only see him like a small grain, but I could clearly tell. A single human was flying around in mid-air, fighting the roots and branches that were coming from all directions. At times, he would slip through the storm of roots, and at other times, he would release a pitch-black mass as a shield. The only one who can do that is Haine-san. Haine-san is fighting the giant tree? Karen. Just what does that mean? That guy, did he really do it? Celestus. Eh? What do you mean by that, Celestus-chan? Karen. He came here to defeat the monster that gives birth to monsters, the mother monsters, right? And the origin of the golems is that giant tree. There's no doubt that thing is the objective of Haine-chi. And so, that giant tree is resisting in that way in order to not be killed, don't you think? Celestus. The conjecture of Celestus-chan was just a conjecture, but it was an incredibly convincing one. Then. Seisi. The voice of Seisi-chan trembled. This time, it was not because of sadness or panic, it was out of anger. Because of him, Ishtar Blaze has fallen into this state, Desuka. My home, because of him. As I thought, he really be the personification of an evil god Desu. Seisi. Is what Seisi-chan says as she runs off. It was so sudden that we were unable to hold her down. Wait, Seisi-chan. Karen. Earth hero, Gonbi Seisi. Will be saving Great Pillar Samadesu. Here I go. Seisi. The Earth side, Sita, was raised. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 118 to 120, The Reason for the Destruction. Translator note, hey guys, sorry for the delay. Phew, the end of the month was a very busy period. I had a lot of things to take care of. But well, the biggest reason of the delay was because I began playing the Danganronpa series. I plan on finishing them all, so this will affect my releases. Yeah, I really like it, so I will be playing it like hell. By the way, Ibuki is frickin' awesome. Oh, and it will be returning to Haine's POV now. Enjoy the chapters, laughing face. Why did things turn out this way? To explain that, I would have to first go back a bit in time. The next day after Kuramiya Haine arrived at the Earth capital, Ishtar Blaze, and had finished my talk with Mantle's Fairy. Asterisk. It had been a while since I have used a bow. In the time when I was helping father in my homeland, this was something I had in my hands almost every day though. It is a weapon and I thought that maybe I would be using one when fighting monsters, but unexpectedly, it didn't turn out that way. And so, I pulled the bow I haven't used in a while, and shoot it. A nice sound of cutting through the air could be heard, and it hit right onto the boar that was laying waste to the tuber field. They really are everywhere, those guys. Ooh, you did it. Ya hit it SANE. The Obasan that was at my side clapped her hands. That damn hateful boar was damaging the fields every day and was troubling me. With the slow legs of the golem, the most it could do was scare it away after all. Ya helped me out. No, I am happy that I can help out. Haine. The mother monster, Grandma Wood, that is called Great Pillar Sama by the people, I decided not to destroy it. With this, I wouldn't have any business with Ishtar Blaze, but I didn't leave immediately and continue staying here. Today, I once again met with the Obasan that had guided me in my time here, and after hearing the talk about a boar is damaging my fields and it is troubling me, my hunter blood grew restless. Just by not touching a bow for one day, my skills degrade quite a lot, so I was uneasy in whether I could actually hit it though. I am glad that the other party this time had its guard down. It looks like it didn't expect an arrow to be shot. But this is unexpected. If you have a farm as big as this, it shouldn't be strange to have a hunting organization of sorts. Haine. Something like that had died out around a decade ago, you know. Thanks to the golems appearing, everything became convenient, you see. Many things became something that people shouldn't put so much effort in. While we were talking, the golem headed to where the boar is to retrieve it. It is because it received that order. We just have to wait for it to return. Building a house, plowing the field, defeating enemies, it has now all become asking the golems. Without those kids, our livelihood wouldn't even be able to stand on its own for a single day. This may sound weird coming from someone that has been taken care of by them a lot, but, at times, it makes me scared. The Obasan says this as she lets her weight rest onto her cane. Visitor-san, did you know? The fighting organization that the Earth Church uses in conflicts is called a scary name like Scorched Earth Annihilation Corps. Several centuries ago, they be just as the name states. They be as tough and strong as a rock, and at the places they pass through, not a single blade of grass is left. They were feared by the other churches. But now, they be good young lads that used their work time to harvest blocks from Great Pillar Sama. Isn't that nice? Rather than scary, it is a lot better to have them being kind. Haine. You thinking that way makes you kind in itself. Saying this, the Obasan giggles. But well, yeah. I've been saved by those kids quite a lot too, and that has allowed me to live till I be this old. Complaining would be uncouth. Seriously, as age piles up, my mouth gets looser. This land was good for my skin. In the first place, I, as the human Koramiya Haine, grew up at a village in the deep mountains. This Ishtar Blaze that has golems as their foundation of living and the ethereal culture has not developed much, has a close atmosphere to that of my homeland. That's why, even when I understood that I have no business here anymore, I just can't make my legs move. As I stay here, it makes me wonder, what's truly good for humans? The humans were imprisoned in the ruling of the gods for several centuries, and the trigger that made them break out of that yoke was a new material called ethereal that brought upon the machine culture. The convenience the machines provided dimmed the need for gods and the people became free. I also moved from my land of birth to Apollon City, and have been bathed by the ethereal culture plenty. However, now when I returned to a life without machines, I felt like I was remembering something I had forgotten. Could it be that this peace of mind I am feeling now is because I am a country bumpkin at core? At any rate, the more I thought about these thoughts that I wouldn't normally think, the more I felt as if the Mother Earth God had gotten me good. Asterisk. At evening, I returned to the Grand Crimson Palace of the Earth Country. It is the headquarters of the Earth Church, and a nice place that provides lodging for the travelers that arrive here every now and then. Hey there, Haine-san. How was the hunt? Just like yesterday, the Earth Founder himself received me. However, his behavior felt somewhat distant. It is only evening, and I was already able to bring down 4. The beast management is pretty negligent around here. Haine. That's just how troubled we were about it. It is embarrassing. But thanks to you, I feel like this season we will have an increase in harvest. Please don't praise me that much. But it would be bad to stay for too long, so I was thinking about leaving by tomorrow. I have truly been under the care of the people of the Earth Church. Haine. No, 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 no. The Earth Founder suddenly got agitated. He even bended back. Just what was so shocking about that? Well, no need to say that. How about staying here for a while more? Haine-san's hunting skills are important for Ishtar Blaze after all. No, but I would feel bad if I were to monopolize the guest room for too long. Haine. In that case, how about we do this? How about we build a house for you in this land? No way. Building a house for a mere traveler, isn't that way too much no matter the case? No need to worry. Building a house in Ishtar Blaze is an incredibly easy task. You are going to have the golems build it? Haine. No, the golems will become your house. Golems not only work hard, they also possess a special characteristic. By pouring Earth Divine Power, we can freely change their composition and form. If we write an order like become a house and have it absorb plenty enough divine power, the house-shaped golem will be made in no time. Are golems really that convenient? This Grand Crimson Palace itself is made out of several golems. It could even be called a golem palace. It is normally just a normal building though. But once I as the user were to give an order, I can change its form freely to a certain degree. Just like this. The Earth Founder snaps his fingers. And then, the walls in both sides swelled up. That swelled up part took human form, and then separated from the wall. Golems. They are small golems that can fit the inside of the room, but there were several of them. They were coming out from the walls in the literal sense of the word. I see. This certainly is something incredible, but why is the Earth Founder going through the trouble of putting up such a show? It is true that a picture is worth 1,000 words, but even so, this number of golems, isn't it going a bit too far? Moreover, all the golems had forms like hammers and stakes at their arm part, and it was clear that they were planning on destroying something. No, maybe kill? Founder, what is the meaning of this? Haine. Just in case, I try asking. But at that moment, the distant feeling that the Founder had disappeared. I already had the people cleared out from the room and its surroundings. To think that you and our hero would miss each other and you would be invading our land. It was truly unexpected. As expected of the personification of the dark god. I was surprised by those words, and at the same time, several things fell in place. It was hard to accept though. Now that it has come to this, the oracle I received from Mother Earth Mantle-sama will be fulfilled by me. Personification of the evil dark god, Koramiya Haine. Know that you won't be leaving Ishtar Blaze alive. 119, Confession. Several golems appeared. My attacks wiped out the golems. Now then, Haine. Well, in the face of my dark matter, elements are powerless after all. It would be pitiful not to even leave dust behind, so I left them with things like arms and legs, but maybe because they have lost their life blocks, they slowly turned to earth and scattered on the room. Hi. The Earth Founder, who had seen the whole fight unfold right before his eyes, let out a scream out of surprise or maybe fear. Then, his legs lost strength and he fell onto the floor, unable to move. Well then, Founder Dano, you will be explaining, right? The reason for this violence. Haine. What unreal power. SSS, so you really are just like the oracle of Mother Earth God Sama said, the personification of the evil dark god. Wah? He knows my identity? Moreover, an oracle of the Mother Earth God? What is the meaning of this, Mantle? Haine. I made this shout directed at the sky, but the change occurred at my feet. At some point in time, one root had entered from the window of the building and squirmed its way to my feet. I was wondering what was going on, so I looked at the Earth Founder, but he shook his head to the sides with incredible force. Looks like this was not done by him. In that case, without giving me the chance to think, something began to swell up from the root. A flower bud blossomed right before my eyes, and from inside it appeared a fluorescent being. I'm sorry. Jaya. She came out. Just as usual, a barrage of apologies came flying out, and it was as if she were trying to crush me. It is okay to apologize, but don't go clinging onto me at the same time. Not with that voluptuous body of yours. A woman that can kill people with her apologies. Mother Earth Mantle enters the stage. Originally, a god has no physical form, and as she doesn't have a flesh vessel like me who had incarnated, whenever she had business in the surface world, she would create a temporary body from the closest plant, which is called fairy, and with that, she communicates. I'm sorry. Can't you appear without apologizing? At any rate, calm down. What I want is not an apology, but an explanation. Haine. Anyways, I expended quite the physical and mental strength to have her calm down from all that apologizing. And then, summarizing what she told me, this is apparently what's going on. Mantle had given an oracle to the Earth Church that revered her, stating to kill the personification of the evil dark god Entropy, Haine. In other words, me. The Earth Founder that received this oracle gave out a subjugation order to the Earth Hero, albeit reluctantly, and had her head to the place where I was, Apollon City. No wonder the hero that normally appears the moment I arrive at their territory didn't show a single shadow of appearing this time. To think we would miss each other as she was aiming for me. Then it is a given that the founder who gave the order would be panicked. And so, the first thing I thought about after understanding the situation was, why did you give out such an oracle? Haine. The fairy of Mother Earth Mantle was currently prostrating with that uselessly big body of hers. She is prostrating, and yet, her line of sight is not that different from me who is standing. I'm sorry. Mantle. Explanation. What I want from you is not an apology, but an explanation. Did you not pick that up? Haine. I pursue the issue slightly snapped. Mantle's shoulders quivered in surprise. No good. With one push more, she will cry. But now that my life has been targeted, I can't leave the matter in a hazy state. Could it be that the reason why you were apologizing really hard the other time was because of this? Haine. Tear. Finally crying. Really, so hard to deal with her. From within the other 5 gods, she is one of the most difficult to deal with. Coacervate was, Mantle. Whom? Coacervate? The water god Coacervate? He suddenly came to my place and told me that Entropy-san has come back, so we have to do something fast. That we would be destroyed at this rate. Mantle. So the usual schemer behind the scenes was him, huh? Coacervate is the type that likes to make his plans in the shadows after all. Moreover, just a while ago, I crushed the conspiracies that he was trying to stir in Hydraville, so it must have pissed him off quite a bit. The weakness of Entropy-san is that he dotes on humans, so if we were to have the humans go against him, it would trouble him quite a lot, he said. That's why he told me to give out that oracle. Mantle. The story makes sense, but why is it that Coacervate had you do that? Mantle. That guy has the water church that follows him, so I thought that it should be fine to just utilize his own hero, but in the middle of thinking that, I soon understood. For a wannabe schemer like him, he would never dirty his own hands. He would use the hands of others and enjoy tricking them, that's the kind of trash he is. He broke that pattern of his not that long ago and was defeated by me, so he must have reflected on it and hid even more in the shadows. If he is not going to be dirtying his own hands, he just has to use the hands of others. But, since the matter of the underworld country, the light goddess inflation has been in a position that is close to antagonistic towards them. The one who has the closest ideology, the fire god Nova, is currently imprisoned, and the wind god Quasar, no matter how much he tries to find him, that wind god is a guy that he wouldn't be able to catch. In that case, the only one he can utilize is this Mother Earth mantle. Her personality also screams, please use me after all. That's why, in the end, I couldn't refuse. I'm sorry, Mantle. Is what the Fairy of Mantle says as she still cried. If that's the case, I can't blame you for it. Haine. Fway? I have been saying it over and over, but it is fine for you to hold more confidence. You are properly thinking about the humans as you act as a god after all. And in terms of your power, you don't fall behind them. No, you might even be stronger. Thanks to the golems, you should have obtained a lot more prayers from the people after all. Haine. That's why, even if Coacervate says something to her, she can just reject him if she doesn't like it. She has that much amount of power after all. Phew. Entropy-san is kind as I thought. Mantle. Don't cry anymore. I am already not angry. Haine. But this girl, why is it that even when she is a god, she is this fragile? Was she like this 1,600 years ago too? Thank you very much. Thanks to Entropy-san, confidence is surging up inside of me. I have never felt this refreshed in centuries. Mantle. If it's now, I feel like I will be able to do anything. As I thought, I really will put it into motion. What I have been thinking about for a long time ago, the plan to provide ultimate happiness to the people. Mantle. 120, absolute happiness. What is this woman suddenly saying? Ultimate happiness plan? Grandma would actually has a second form. The first form is the state where it gives birth to life blocks as a mother monster. But I didn't want this child to stay as just that. I couldn't truly agree in the plan of Coacervate-san and the others regarding the propagation of monsters, so, Mantle. Her way of talking is pretty forward for Mantle. Does that mean my encouragement affected her that much? That's why I added another function to this child. Mantle. Saying this, the Fairy of Mantle patted the root of Grandma Wood that had infiltrated the room. It doesn't rely on other gods. A plan that I myself made that will make possible the ideal coexistence between gods and humans, a groundbreaking function. But until now, I haven't released it. If I were to release it, Nova-san and Coacervate-san would definitely get angry after all. But there's no need to worry about something like that, right? Mantle. The Fairy of Mantle shows me a glittering smile. Thanks to Entropy-san, I have obtained courage. I am thinking about providing the absolute happiness that I have thought of. And then, I will also be able to obtain happiness as a god as well. Everyone will obtain happiness. Is there anything as good as this? No, there's not. That is exactly the duty of Mother Earth Mantle. Mantle. Mantle-san? Haine. The sudden high-tension mantle made me pull back a bit. Oh, am Mother Earth God-sama? At my side, a voice filled with confusion and expectation rang. Are you Mother Earth God Mantle-sama? The Earth Founder. Now that I think about it, I completely forgot that this guy was here too. This old man that has already passed the 50 years old placed both of his hands in prayer towards the fluorescent mantle, and his whole body was shaking. Well, the god that he has been worshipping his whole life has appeared right in front of him after all. I can understand how he is trembling in happiness at this. That's right. I know of you. You are the 59th founder-san of the Earth Church that worships me, right? Mantle. Oh. Mother Earth God-sama, I am humbled. The Earth Founder was literally falling into ecstasy religiously. But is this really okay? For a god to show its figure so easily, wouldn't that create problems in the future? Sorry, but please let me take back the oracle I gave out before. The dark god Entropy-san is the one that loves the humans the most within the 6 gods. I was pushed by the self-interest of the other gods, and was forced to cooperate in a plot to create discord between Entropy-san and the humans, which is a regretful action of mine. Mantle. No way. Please don't blame yourself, Mother Earth God-sama. Understood. I will forget that last oracle. I will also immediately call back the hero that was dispatched. I feel like with this all the problems have been resolved, but... Thank you very much. Well then, now all that's left is proceeding with the plan with peace of mind. My plan to make you and all the people that believe in me realize absolute and flawless happiness. Mantle. Mother Earth God-sama. I am honored. Just by being able to have an audience with you in the time I was alive is already plenty enough happiness, Hiya? At that moment, the Earth Founder noticed the abnormality that was occurring on his own body. It is the root. The root that had invaded this room and had bloomed the fairy of Mantle had at some point in time wrapped around the legs of the Earth Founder. First of all, there's no doubt that this root is connected to the giant tree, Grandma Wood. The root wrapped around him didn't stop at its feet and even wrapped around his whole body, like a serpent capturing its prey. Am Mother Earth God-sama? This is? What is the meaning of this? I will be bringing all of you happiness. I will bring you all incomparable happiness. Mantle. The root didn't stop at wrapping around the founder. Things that looked like branches began to grow from the root, and they began to slip into the skin of the founder, and then began to assimilate him. Mother Earth God-sama? Mother Earth God-sama! The founder shouted as if going crazy, but it didn't take long for him to become silent. The moment he was assimilated by the root, his eyes lost light, and his limbs lost strength. As if his very heart has been absorbed. Oi, don't tell me he died? Did you kill him? Haine. No, he is alive. Mantle. Mantle responded to my surprise and panic in a calm manner. The unnecessary functions of his body were simply cut off. By being assimilated to Grandma Wood, he will be provided the necessary nourishment by the tree. There's already no need for them to intake nourishment, and no need to do the work like plowing the field and harvesting crops for the sake of that. They also won't have to fight against the foreign enemies that try to rob them of it. That's why, there's already no need to think. Mantle. You. Haine. The words that Mantle said not that long ago had resurfaced in my head. Ultimate happiness. Are you telling me this is what she meant? This is the second form of Grandma Wood. It assimilates humans infinitely, and provides them nourishment. Thanks to this, people will be able to live without working. No need to fight, no need to worry, all the troublesome things that need to be done to survive, it is okay not to do them at all. Isn't this the ultimate happiness? Mantle. At the outside of the room, I heard a piercing thunderous sound. Moreover, from all directions, several times. From within all that, I could hear the faint screams of people as well. Could it be? Haine. I ran out the room and checked the state outside. At the state of Ishtar Blaze. At that place, it had already turned into the pinnacle of panic. The roots of Grandma Wood that had been unmoving until now had suddenly begun wriggling like a living being and were bringing chaos to the city. Mowing down buildings, turning around the ground, the branches that were coming out from the roots were capturing all the people and were assimilating them. Just like the founder. Stop it. Haine. I finally was unable to continue watching and jumped out. I released dark matter at whatever place necessary and destroyed the roots from the closest ones I could reach, but it didn't progress as I wanted. The roots had already assimilated the people, and if I were to put the dark matter to its strongest output, there's an incredibly high chance that I might even injure those people as well. Mantle. Stop right this instant. Release the people. Haine. Why? I am doing something good. Mantle. At some point in time, Mantle's ferry was floating in front of me. Everyone will be happy, you know? Me, and the humans too. For a long time now, I have been dreaming of the world becoming like this. Mantle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 121 to 123, True Utopia. Impossible. You 4 base elements can't maintain yourselves unless you receive prayers from humans, right? Haine. I heard that from Yurishiro. For the gods, the prayers of humans should be a sweet poison. They drunk the delicacy to the point of drowning, fattened themselves with it, and not only that, they ended up unable to live without the prayers of humans. Mother Earth Mantle is one of the 4 base elements. If she steals the consciousness of people and makes them unable to pray, it would mean her doom. No need to worry, Entropy-san. Mantle. Mantle answers calmly. It feels as if she is a completely different person from the woman that was crying "I'm sorry" just a moment ago. Grandma Wood's second form doesn't have such a poor making. It can assimilate humans and provide them with nourishment, along with absorbing the soul energy that is pretty similar to that of the prayer energy. We will be presenting each other with the things we both want. If I remember correctly, this is called a mutualism, right? Mantle. What are you even talking about? Haine. Mantle may call it the ultimate happiness, but there's no way that's the case. Stealing the freedom of thought from the humans and leaving them in this state where they are simply alive, there's no way that's happiness. Entropy-san, I hate conflicts. Mantle. That has been the case even 1,600 years ago. The moment the gods began fighting, I was simply scared. I thought, who cares about humans, I just want the fight to be over. Mantle. Mantle wished for the fast ending of the battle, and took the side of the 5 gods that had the advantage. I myself faintly understood this fact. But it is not as if I hate humans. They are intelligent, peaceful, and they respect a god like me. But even them, when there's a clash in opinions, they soon enter into disputes as well. Why do people and gods fight? That's why I thought of this, the best way to live without conflicts. Mantle. And that is to turn humans into living corpses? Haine. Eternal eradication of conflicts. That's exactly the ultimate happiness. Even so, the violent Nova-san and the evil Coacervate-san would be against it and get angry, so I couldn't find the chance to put it into practice. I had no courage. Mantle. But, is what Mantle says as she continues. That courage, you gave it to me, Entropy-san. You praised me for the first time. You agreed with me. That's why I was able to hold my head high and challenge this great enterprise. I will have Grandma Wood swallow all the people that worship me, and bring them into a dream world where no conflict exists. Mantle, God damn it, Madara. So this is where you ended up. It is my fault? Did a weird switch get flipped because I told her words that are normally not told to her? While we were doing this, the giant tree had its roots wriggle without restraint and was capturing people one after the other. Moreover, the enemy of the people were not only Grandma Wood. The golems are. The golems are attacking us. Everyone, get away. The earth monsters that were born from Grandma Wood, golems. They were originally exceptions from the monsters that attack humans. They helped out in the livelihood of humans, and lived alongside humans. It was as if they were the friends of humans, but now, golems have betrayed humans. They take advantage of their big frame to grab the closest person to it, and give them to the roots of Grandma Wood. The golems that have been born from the Earth Mother monster are clearly the dependents of the Mother Earth God. The authority rights are higher for the god than the people. Obeying the will of Mantle, the golems transport the people to Grandma Wood as if they were harvesting humans. Also, as if saying they won't be letting the people at the houses out, the door are being tightly closed. Now that I think about it, I was told that the houses in this city are made from transformed golems. They are trapping the people inside until the root visits them. Their lifestyle that relied heavily on golems was proving to be their downfall at this moment. Now then, let's all go together to the dream world. There, in exchange of receiving your soul energy, I will provide you all with unending happiness. Mantle. That unending happiness you are talking about is a sleep that they won't be waking up from, but dark matter gushes out from my hands. I will protect this place. In the meantime, hurry and run. Haine. The words I said made the people of Ishtar Blaze dumbfounded for a second, but because of the fear of danger, they soon began running away. What's wrong, Entropy-san? If you do that, my work will be hindered. Mantle. Obviously. I plan on getting in the way, after all. Haine. It looks like the fairy Mantle couldn't understand those words of mine. I was careless. In the end, you four base elements all have a loose screw somewhere, huh? Haine. What are you saying? Didn't you praise me? Mantle. And I am saying that was a mistake. Mother Earth God, Mantle. I will destroy that screwed up ideal of yours along with that giant tree. Haine. My dark matter is released. This dark matter that holds a complete advantage against the fire, water, wind, and earth, is plenty effective against the Earth Mother monster, Grandma Wood. But it wasn't an effective method. Grandma Wood had already assimilated several hundreds of people. Even if I were to destroy it with dark matter in that state, it is absolutely impossible to achieve that without hurting the people. I naturally couldn't go into the desired offensive and ended up fighting a defensive battle. Creating a wall with dark matter, it took my all to make sure the roots wouldn't get close to the people, but my opponent is that giant tree. It can easily go around the defense line I created, and it can attack the people from anywhere. At this rate, the situation will just gradually worsen. I have to make a drastic countermeasure, is what I was thinking when OWA? I suddenly felt killing intent from my back, and an instant after I twisted my body, the blade of a giant scythe passed by there, at the place where I was before. That was dangerous. If I hadn't avoided that instantly, I would have been cut in two. The one who swung the giant scythe was a small girl. It is the first time I have seen this girl. I have not seen her once in my time at Ishtar Blaze. Just who is she? Earth hero, Ganbi Seisi. I'll be saving Great Pillar Samadesu. Let's go. 122, too much for a hero. The hero appears at this timing? From the looks of this small girl that called herself Ganbi Seisi, I assume she is around 12 to 13 years old. She is younger than any other hero I have met, and with that, makes her look less reliable than the others as well. But I couldn't lower my guard. Her eyes are devoid of light after all. I won't forgive you, Desu. How dare you do this to Ishtar Blaze? Seisi. No, wait. Could it be that this girl is thinking this chaos is my fault? So you really were the personification of the evil dark god Desu na? Now that it come to this, I be executing my original objective Desu. Golem father, golem mother, golem boy. Seisi. Without even finishing speaking, the Seisi-chan girl began attacking me. The giant scythe was named Sita, and it is most likely the divine weapon that represents the Earth Church. Compared to the ones from the heroes I have seen, this one is on a whole other level of big, and the blade that has Earth divine power flowing from it was dangerous enough to cut iron with it, but it wasn't that much of a threat. She is able to utilize the giant scythe to a certain degree, but her wide moves were making it easy to predict and easy to evade. Her skill level is lacking compared to the other heroes, which is fitting for her age. Even so, it is currently troublesome. Because on the other side, Grandma would continue capturing humans, and in the time I am being troubled with Seisi-chan, the number of people caught increases drastically. Even so, she may be having a misunderstanding here. She is angered by her homeland being hurt. I can't just inconsiderately knock her out. Don't run around Desu. Get cut in half to calm down Great Pillar Sama Desu. Seisi. Wait, you calm down. Even if you defeat me, Grandma won't stop. Haine. Even when I tried to appease her, Seisi-chan was not lending me an ear at all. Just get defeated already, Desu. Giant scythe boomerang. Seisi. She was probably trying to throw the giant scythe and treat it as a boomerang. But... Seisi. It is a giant weapon that surpasses her height by a lot. The moment she tried to throw it, she lost balance, and the giant scythe spins rapidly at an unknown direction. I messed up, Desu. Seisi. Oi, wait. Haine. At the place where the giant scythe was flying to, there's a root of Grandma wood. At its surface, it had already assimilated several tens of people. If the scythe were to hit someone there. Dark matter, set. Haine. I set up the dark matter at my hands to repulsion and fly with the recoil of it. At a speed that can catch up to that giant scythe. Qua! Using myself as a bullet and hitting it with my body, I managed to strike the giant scythe before it reached the root. But... Guh. The intense pain running at my abdomen. It probably hit the edge of the giant scythe. I could see a cut that ran straight through my side. Well, I did a body blow against a big blade like that, so I should consider myself lucky that I wasn't cut in half. I did it, Desu. He be an idiot that went himself to get hit, Desu. This be my chance. I'll give the finishing blow, Desu. Seisi. Picking up the fallen giant scythe, Seisi-chan approaches me. However, because of the pain in my body, I couldn't stand up properly. This is bad. Before the giant scythe fell onto my neck. You idiot. Ujiazu. Seisi. A big water current hit Seisi-chan and was washed away by the overwhelming water pressure. Could this be? In Apollon City you were in incredible pain because of a misunderstanding, and yet, even here, you are rampaging with that same pattern? What was the point of your reflection? Celestus? Haine. Why is the water hero here? Long time no see. That big wound makes you look really manly. Wait for a bit. I will close your wound by adjusting your body fluids. Celestus. Saying this, she places Mickey Moses on my open wound, and then, my wound was closing at a visible speed that wouldn't be possible with natural healing. It can't be called fully healed, but as expected of the water element that possesses the most practical use out of all the elements. No, why are you here? Haine. It is not only me. See? Celestus. Is what Celestus says as she points at a direction, and I follow it. Holy light blade. Flame hurricane. A flash occurs from afar and fire roars. That is without doubt. Karen-san and Mirok? Haine. Oh yes. Celestus. Celestus affirmed it. The two of them quickly judged what the situation was and went their ways. They are currently fighting to protect the residents from those roots, and are evacuating the people. The only one who plunged into the day after tomorrow without grasping the situation was you, local hero. Celestus. Is what Celestus said as she grinded her fists at the temples of Seisi-chan. But because of my elemental affinity, I can't fight straight on against those roots, so I got sent here though. How to say it, babysitting the rampaging girl. Celestus. Ah. The other side is earth element after all. It would be tough for the water element Celestus. But why are 4 heroes together? What happened to the protection of your bases? Haine. About that, I want to tell you about it together with all the events that have occurred till now, but you also understand that this is not the time for that, right? I am the one who wants to do the questions here. Just what is going on, and what is it that we should be doing? Quickly tell me in detail and in a concise way, say it fast and make it easy to listen to. Celestus. Don't ask for the impossible. 123, Decision of the Hero. Ultimate happiness? That woman's plan, for now, I decided on leaving it as the plan of that giant tree. Putting it in a concise phrase, it would be ultimate happiness. Hearing this, Celestus and Seisei-chan froze. Can't be helped. It can't be understood after all. The problem about this is that it doesn't have a single shred of malicious intent about it. It is all out of goodwill. It is just that it decided this is okay for the sake of humans when it decided to take this violent action. Haine. Assimilating the humans into the tree, it provides them with nourishment from inside it. In exchange, it will absorb soul energy from the tree and make them its foundation to live. The assimilated humans will most likely be able to live forever inside the tree. There's no need to fight foreign enemies to protect themselves, no need to work in order to maintain themselves to live. And along with that, they won't require to think, and won't need emotions either. You will be able to sleep inside the tree forever. For it, even that is out of goodwill. It is trying to take away all the troublesome things required to live. What's with that? Don't joke around. Celestus. Taking out the parts about me and Mantle from the explanation, the first one to straight out object was Celestus. You saying that just by living you will be happy? Humans can feel happiness exactly because they think and feel, right? Don't go putting us on the same level as plants just growing on the ground. Celestus. The anger of Celestus surpassed my expectations. She is the hero that held doubts towards being fully devoted to being a hero and entered the bizarre route of being an idle hero. She definitely would object more than anyone else about that logic of having their free will taken away and considering existence as happiness. Rascals, did you hear that? Celestus. Yeah, the reception here is favorable. It is hard to believe, but if Haine-san said it, there's no mistake. I heard the voice of Mirik and Karen-san, who are not supposed to be here. What are you getting all scared for? We are keeping in contact with the ethereal sound transmission device. Celestus. There's something as convenient as that? True, now that I look carefully, there's something at the ears of Celestus? The ethereal sound transmission development is the most advanced at my Hydraville. At any rate, I put 1 vote on kicking the ass of that tree. If they stay sleeping, they won't be able to hear my singing and they won't be able to see my dancing either. Celestus. I also agree. Like hell I would let a damn tree decide the happiness of humans. Mirak. I also, Karen. The voice of Karen-san, that can be heard from the wireless device, made a small pause and finally says this. I can't accept the opinion of that tree. Humans have the right to at least think about what is it that makes them happy. What that tree is doing is a breach to that right. Once hit, opposing is a legitimate right that we have as well. Karen. As expected of heroes. Their decision-making is refreshingly fast. And within that group, only one hero was maintaining silence. What will you be doing, Seisei-chi? Celestus. Celestus slaps the shoulders of Seisei-chan. This is the Earth capital, Ishtar Blaze. Protect this place. In reality, you as the Earth hero should have been the first one to declare that will of yours, you know. Celestus. I. Seisei. It isn't that simple of a matter. It is exactly because this is her homeland and she knows deeply about the people here that it is making her decision difficult. The giant tree that is currently rampaging, just how much was it loved by the residents here? Just how unbelievable that betrayal is? It is exactly because she knows about it, that her feet are heavier. Moreover, she is the youngest out of the current heroes. It would be fitting to call her childish. For such as Seisi-chan, this was a harsh choice. What happened to Earth Founder-sama, Seisi? He was the first one to get caught by the tree. Haine. My answer kicked Seisi-chan deeper into despair. There's already no one who can think for her stead. Seisi. Ah, geez. How long do you plan on dancing around? Celestus got pissed, but the decision of Seisi-chan didn't seem to be coming out. That's right. As we were in this, roots had come attacking us as well. Cook, dark matter, set. Haine. I create a wall with the dark matter and stop the advance of the roots. But I can't go all out. If I were to go at full output in the destructive trait of the dark matter, it might erase even the divine energy of the assimilated people that maintains their very life, or they might get crushed by the heavy gravity. You. What are you doing? Your wound is not closed yet. Celestus. The healing from the water divine power of Celestus was still not done. She can't leave her hands from it. There's no other choice but for me to do this. Why? You are the personification of an evil dark god, and yet, you. Seisi. Seeing this, Seisi-chan looks at this paralyzed. This is bad. Releasing dark matter obviously affects my wound, and we are fighting a defensive battle at a foreign land. I can't expect help from Karen-san and Mirak who are evacuating the citizens. The moment I felt like I couldn't keep up my defense anymore. The roots that were attacking us had been suddenly cut into round slices. What? We witnessed the spectacle with surprise. That root had people stuck onto it at its surface as well, but as if avoiding them, the sliced pieces were cut in a complex manner. I could instantly tell at a glance that this was godlike skill. And what did this was a single swing of the giant scythe, the earth scythe, Sita. But the one who was holding it wasn't Seisi-chan. It was someone completely unexpected. That is Biba-chan? Seisi, Grandma. Seisi-chan shouts this in surprise. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 124 to 125 Old Strong One. Translator note: oh boy, I binge played all Danganronpa 1 and 2, and I gotta say, I was completely mind blown. Now I am going for the anime, and then, V3. I am already at a state where I search for memes in YouTube. I am falling deeper and deeper into this despair. Help! Someone send help. That's someone I know. The granny I first met when arriving at Ishtar Blaze. She transported me at the back of a golem to the center of the city, and gave me a hunting request after. We had that kind of friendly relationship. Why is that Obasan holding the Earthside Sita and rampaging big time? Bachan, you alright Desu-ka? Or more like, since when did you take my Earthside Desu? Seisi. Seisi-chan runs towards the Obasan in happiness. And in response to that Seisi-chan, the Obasan presents a fist to her forehead. Ouch. What you doing, Bachan? Seisi, Grandma. Ye stupid grandchild. In this kind of serious situation, why on earth is the hero spaced out? Grandma? Grandchild? Sorry for that, Visitor-san. My grandchild seems to have hurt ya. Is what the Obasan says as she lowers her head at me. After being appointed as the hero, I thought that her judgment would get better, but it looks like that ain't the case. A stupid child will stay a stupid child. It would have been better if the previous hero waited a bit longer before marrying. This lad doesn't have the makings for a hero yet. But Bachan. That guy is the personification of the dark god Desuyo. The reason why Great Pillar Sama is angered is without doubt cause ouch. Sacy. She got the fist again. Sacy, I already knew that Yi and that brat founder were doing something secretly. Yi as well musta had quite a lot of things to think about as a hero. It must be scary to do things without knowing what is the correct thing to do, right? But you see, even with that, the one who has to take the first step faster than anyone else is the hero. You see, a hero is a hero cause they have courage. The Obasan brandishes the Earth-sight Sita. And then, jumps forward. It'd be important to listen to the oracle, but even with that, seeing all the things that are occurring in front of you, what ye have to do should be obvious, isn't it? A storm dancing wildly in the sky, that's the only way I could describe that sight that was unfolding before my eyes. The earth scythe that the Obasan was manipulating was dancing lightly in the sky as if it weighed nothing, and on top of that, it was freely transforming and attacking the roots that were at the surroundings. The blade entered the roots like jelly, and just like that, it severs them. It is not physical strength. She is cutting them away relying solely on the weight of the giant scythe, and the Obasan was simply holding it. No, that's not all she is doing. The Obasan was constantly pouring earth divine power to the earth scythe, and by doing that, it is changing its weight and solidity at a dizzying speed. At times, as light as a balloon, at times, as heavy as steel. It is exactly because she changes its mass in just an instant that it felt as if that giant scythe was rampaging like a living being. And the Obasan, that was controlling that beast of a giant scythe, was its beast tamer. That means her skills are that much polished. At the very least, more than the original owner, Sacy-chan. Thanks to that, the roots that were trying to attack us were wiped out in the blink of an eye. The people that were captured by it were also rescued promptly. Strong. That Obasan is way too strong. Haine. Now that I think about it, at the time when I first met her, she hit me with strength that I wouldn't think possible from an old woman. Just what in the world is she a dot? Of course Desu. Bachan be a legend after all. Sacy. Sacy-chan shouts happily. She be called the strongest in the history of the Earth Church, the Earth hero known as Taker by the Roots. That be my Bachan Desu. Sacy. Don't go getting all high and mighty over something that's not even about ya. Ouch. And once again, she gets the fist. It'd be embarrassing. Your past craziness just doesn't disappear once it has been edged and will stay till death, just like wrinkles. Thanks to that past glory, my grandchild was appointed as a hero when she is still so unripened. On top of that, she was spoiled rotten by her surroundings, and showed no signs of maturing. Ooh. Sacy. Sacy-chan moans as if being hit in a sore spot, and the Obasan gives her the giant scythe. Now then, take it back. The current owner is not me, but yeah. You're the current Earth hero. But Bachan, I be still. Sacy. I am getting old, you see. I can't maintain my full strength for even a minute. My breath is already rough and I can't move anymore. Just like she said, the Obasan was breathing heavily and was sweating a lot. Sacy, you've only polished your golem controlling abilities and didn't polish your body techniques, but right now, you can't be saying those things, you know. Today's enemy is Great Pillar Sama. That's why, golems are not your allies, but. Just as the Obasan said, the golems are still under the control of Mantle, capturing people and presenting them to the giant tree. Karen-san and Mirak are trying to stop it. There were surges of light and fire far away. Listen well. The true power of the earth divine power is the property alteration of a solid. If you seriously pray for it, this giant scythe will become as light as cotton, as heavy as lead metal, as thin as paper, as thick as a shield, as hard as steel, as sticky as mud. All of those properties are possible. Be it fire, water, wind, light, it can cut anything. That be the earth's scythe. You understood Desu, Achan? Seisi. Don't get weak on your knees. Ya can do it. Seisi-chan takes the earth's scythe Sita with an expression filled with determination. Celestis and I looked at it from beginning to end from the sides. You know. That Obasan might have said all those things, but I think that she herself is spoiling that brat like crazy as well. Celestis. Yeah. But she is properly guiding her. Haine. She must have been raised caringly by many people just like this, like an egg. That is the Earth hero, Ganbi Seisi. Now Seisi, go. What is the motto of the Earth Church's military power, the Scorched Earth Annihilation Corps? Punch first, apologize later Desu. Seisi. If they don't forgive ya? Punch a lot first, and apologize later Desu. Seisi. Isn't that motto no good? But it looks like it was effective. Being given a push by her beloved grandmother, the hero received 100 times more energy. This be the time to make a decision Desu. In order to fulfill my duty as a hero. In order to protect lots of people. The Earth hero, Ganbi Seisi, will now be fighting against Great Pillar Sama. Seisi. And then, she brandished the giant scythe and ran off. 125, Battle at the Earth Capital. Holy Light Blade. Flame Hurricane. Strengthening, and Edge Tornado. Karen-san, Merrick, and Seisi-chan were fighting at their own sides and were hindering the advance of the roots, but the situation didn't look good. The opponent was undeniably gigantic after all. A giant tree that would make you wonder if it is serving as a pillar for the sky, Grandma would. Even if it's a hero, the attack of a single human would only be damage on a level of pricking it with a thorn. On top of that, the giant roots that Grandma would use as weapons have already captured a good amount of humans. There were so many that it made the surface of the roots uneven. Of course, they couldn't attack recklessly, and the fight naturally turned conservative. We were slowly being cornered and the state of the situation was slowly turning to the worse. As I thought, I have to go too. Haine. And like I said, you can't. Stay there. Just a bit more for your wound to close. Celestis. The wound at my abdomen that was made by the Earth-side Sita was closing visibly, but it didn't reach full recovery. In normal circumstances, it should be a wound that would require to be sewn up and have me rest for several weeks, so compared to that, this was a scarily fast recovery here. But right now, every second that passes is mortifying. You see, we ended up relying way too much on things that we couldn't comprehend. The Obasan that was sitting at our side said this. This person that has been confirmed to be a strong fighter in the past is already an old person and can't move much. But that defenseless posture of hers felt like it was saying, who cares anymore, whatever happens, happens, as if she had given up already. We know about the thing called ethereal that the far cities use. That be something that was found by the hands of people, researched by the hands of many people, and took several decades to develop. It be different from golems. The Obasan continues. We be given something we didn't understand at all. We relied solely on something we didn't understand. I thought it wasn't good for things to continue like this, and yet, I couldn't change things. Even so, that doesn't serve as a reason to accept this destruction. Haine. My wound is mostly closed now. I stop the healing, and stand up. You, wait a moment. Celestis. Celestis hurriedly tried to put me back in place, but I didn't obey. I will defeat Grandma with a Great Pillar Sama. I will also save the people that were assimilated. Everyone is still alive. That thing's objective is to obtain stable prayer, spiritual energy absorption, so there's no point if it were to kill them. Haine. How are we going to defeat such a big thing like that? Also, saving the people that are assimilated to the tree is practically an impossible feat. Just how are you going to safely sever the violently wriggling roots? Moreover, save those several hundreds of people. Celestus. The trunk itself. Haine. I point at Grandma Wood. The tree's body is the trunk. That guy is using only the roots to assimilate humans, and the assimilated people are concentrated on the roots. In other words, if we blow up the trunk, the people will be safe. Haine. Of course, plants are filled with vital energy. Just like weeds, even if you cut them into 1,000 pieces, as long as the roots remain, it can grow as many times as it wants, which could be a plausible possibility here. But, even if that really is the case, if we blow up the trunk, and on top of that, wipe out all the leaves and branches, the tree won't be able to receive nutrients from the sunlight, and there will definitely be some damage dealt. No. Wait there. Celestus. Celestus immediately objects to my plan. You are saying this incredibly casually, but can you blow up that big tree? That thing's size is not something to sneeze at, you know? The biggest monster I know of is the great sea dragon I fought not that long ago, but there's the need to combine several hundreds of those in order to reach the size of this tree, you know? And you are saying you are going to blow it up? Celestus. I can. Haine. My affirmation left Celestus speechless. But in order to do that, we have to lower those rampaging roots. Right now they are wriggling and jumping around, and there are times when they would get close to the trunk. With that, there's the risk of dragging those two in it. I won't be able to cleanly blow the trunk up. Haine. Celestus was looking at me with a clear face of, did this guy hit his head? Understood. That role, I will accept it. The voice that reverberated from the wireless transmitter was from Karen. Looks like our conversation reached their ears as well. We heroes will lure the roots and lower them to the ground. Haine-san, please concentrate on attacking the main body. Mirak-chan. Seisi-chan. You can do it, right? Karen. Is there a time when I have said no to what you propose, Karen? Mirak. I don't understand, but I understand Desu. Seisi. Wait, you girls. Celestus. Celestus voices her disapproval alone, but it soon disappeared. She already knows that once Karen-san has said something, she has a personality that doesn't go back anymore. I get it, geez. Let's go with that plan. Get it, Haine-chi? This basically means that the four of us will be entrusting our life to you. Make it succeed with franticness on the level of making all of us your brides, okay? Celestus. And just when she was lacking on things to say, Celestus-san goes and says something outrageous. That sounds nice. Let's do that. Karen. Karen-san, please don't thoughtlessly bite. Anyways, I will be moving to a place where I can snipe Grandma Wood. Please tell the others not to get closer than necessary. If they get caught in it, they won't be leaving even dust behind after all. Haine. I don't understand well, but I do understand that you are incredibly confident. Okay. You take this as well. Celestus. Saying this, Celestus takes out something from her pocket and throws it to me. It is the same thing that Celestus has in her ear. A wireless device? It is the latest model of the head office in Hydraville. You equip it by fixing that hook at your ear. With that, you will be able to fight freely with both arms and still maintain communication. I said this already, but the only ones who have been successful in making a small version like that is us. Celestus. It is true that being able to communicate even when afar is a grateful thing. I equipped the transmission device to my right ear just as told. Haine-san, I have something to talk to you about later. Karen. And, the moment I equipped it, I heard the voice of Karen. I will have you properly explain the reason why you went on your own and left me behind, okay? Karen. It looks like things are getting scary. But in order to connect the future to that scary event, I have to obtain victory here. Understanding what everyone has to do, we move towards that goal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 126 to 128 Heroes vs. Divine Tree. I control the dark matter and fly into the sky. Looking down at a decent height, I could see the full picture of Grandma Wood once again. I knew that the roots that were jutting out from the ground were wriggling like tentacles and were being used as weapons, but now that I look at it like this, the roots were branched to some extent, but there's no more than 5 main roots. There's probably several times more of those underground, but it is most likely not utilizing those to maintain balance. In the first place, the important role of the roots is to support the trunk that is towering high up. If it were to use all of them as weapons and takes them out from underground, the tree wouldn't be able to maintain balance and fall. Those 5 are probably the bare limit to how many Grandma Wood can take out while still maintaining balance. At least that's what I would like to think. If it were to increase even more, no matter how reliable of a reinforcement were to come, we wouldn't be able to control the situation. I heard a shout from my ear. And so, what are we going to do? Just trying to stop those giant roots of the tree is already a crazy tough mission, you know? It might even be an impossible task. Celestus. You might already know, but I will say it just in case. Don't touch that root directly. We will end up assimilated as well after all. Mirok. But I can't do proper damage unless I cut it directly. Desu. Seisi. Calm down, Seisi-chan. If you do a hit and run, you won't get caught. Karen. Their voices were coming at me from the wireless device. Thanks to the work of the heroes, there's already no people around the perimeter of battle. Looks like they have been safely evacuated. But now that there's no people around, the golems that now have nothing to do are gathering around where Karen-san and her group are in, and the more time passes, the higher the chances they will be crushed by the numbers. From what I see from above, the golems have changed their objective and are heading your direction. Their moves are dull, but they are trying to crowd onto you. The more time it passes, the difficult it will be to move. Haine. Above? Where are you at? Celestus. I am going to be entering preparations, so I can't help. I repeat. I can't help. Please stop the movements of the roots by yourselves. I am counting on you. Haine. I was already in the process of compressing my dark matter. I would say it will take me until around the time I count to 1000. Will the heroes be able to stop the movements of the roots by then? Everyone, hear me out. Karen. The voice of Karen-san reverberates from the wireless device. Each of us fighting one separately won't let us stop the roots from moving. Let's gather up, cooperate, and find a method that we can do. Karen. Cooperate, in other words? Mirok. When in trouble, combined elements, right? Celestus. That's right. In the long history of the 5 churches, not only the 5 have been fighting each other, this in turn made the heroes antagonistic with each other too. When those heroes have overcome their conflicts with each other and put their hearts together, put their elements together, a new element is created. That miracle has saved those girls from danger several times already. What you girls talking about, Desu? Seisi. The new member Seisi-chan was the only one who couldn't keep up with the conversation. It is that. The thing that destroyed your golems in Apollon City. Mirok. But what will we be combining with what? Mine and Karenchi's mirage may serve to confuse, but it won't be fulfilling the request of stopping its movements, you know. Celestus. Lightning and explosion have way too high of a possibility to drag the people that are captured in the roots along with it, so we can't use those either. In other words, the things we have used until now are all out of the question. That's why, the one that we can put our hopes into is, at a new possibility. Karen. A new possibility? I see. Sacy. Where are you right now? Celestis. What Desu? I be sending a sign Desu. Sacy. Soon after, a big cloud of dust rose up in the battlefield at a certain place. Okay. Not long after. Alright. I am the first one. Sacy, let's do it. Mirok. Hiya? What Desu? Suddenly hugging me? Why ye suddenly pouring divine power inside my body Desu? Sacy. It is fine, just match my breathing. Mix the divine power. Chant the words that appear inside your heart just as it is. Get it? Mirok. Fui? Sacy. Magma ocean, Desu. Mirok plus Sacy. The ground was dyed completely red. I was in standby high up in the sky, so I could tell. It was letting out a fluid type of shine that was different from fire, and the ground was shining in red. Could that be lava? The combination of fire and earth has created this lava. Because the ground has been covered in a liquid that is several thousand degrees in temperature, it made the roots of Grandma would falter and loosen their attacks, but this is just Mirok. It would burn the captured people into a crisp Desu. Sacy. That's right. If they were to make away from the lava that appeared, it would be able to deal heavy damage to Grandma Wood, but the people that are captured in the roots will certainly die. Just like how lightning and explosion are no good, the new magma is obviously also an overkill. Geez, as expected of the fire element. No matter what you mix into it, it all turns into something atrocious. Celestis. The voice I heard from the wireless device was Celestis. The next one to run to Sacy-chan was her Ha. Just watch. This idol hero, Celestis-sama, will produce magnificent and beautiful water divine power, and do a complete makeup of this country bumpkin girl. Celestis. Hi? I be in great demand for a while now Desu? Sacy. It is hard to tell from just their voices alone, but Sacy-chan is probably in a state where she is being treated like a pet by a group of girls. It is the pattern where she gets pampered so much that the next day she will end up all exhausted. And then, what appeared from mixing water and earth? Tree plant. Celestis plus Sacy. With the two as the center, a green color mist was released, which is something I could see from my point of view. What's that mist? And then, it fell due to gravity and falls to the ground, and when that happened, a surprising change occurred. Grass began visibly growing on the surface of the ground, moreover, it was stretching without limits. It was terrifyingly thick ivies. That's the kind of plant it gave me the impression of. Those wrapped around the roots of Grandma Wood and dragged them to the ground. Because they were plants, I thought for a second that they might be enemies, so I was cautious, but as I thought, it seems to be the combined element of Sacy-chan and Celestis. Mixing earth and water, green appears. Moisturizing the earth, it invigorates the plants. Bingo! Look at that! Being wrapped in ivy, the roots of that bastard tree can't do anything. It is fulfilling the request of Haine 100%. Truly fighting fire with fire, plants with plants. As expected, of an idol. This is Sealstan. Celestis. Enough with the boasting. If the combination of you and Sacy is a jackpot, grab the other roots as well. Mirok. Yes, I get it. I will move now, wait, Ia? Celestis. But she couldn't. The golems that had gathered at the surroundings were still continuing to surround them after all. The giant roots that Grandma Wood is swinging around are 5 in total. Right now, only one of them has been wrapped and immobilized. To restrain the remaining 4, she has to get close to where each of them is and activate the green element. But to do that, she has to get through the encirclement of golems, and even if she manages to, it would take too much time. Oi, Sacy. You were controlling golems in Apollon City, right? Can't you have them retreat with that ability of yours? Mirok. It'd be impossible, Desu. They are not taking orders, Desu. The order authority was most likely taken away by Great Pillar Sama Desu Yo. Sacy. The one who was giving birth to the golems is the mother monster, Grandma Wood. The residents called it Great Pillar Sama, and it should be easy even for Sacy-chan to imagine that it possesses high influence with the golems. But this doesn't link to a solution. They have to do something fast, or my preparations will be ending before they manage to stop them. Mirok-chi, you don't have a role anymore, so how about going kamikaze on those golems and self-destruct? Celestus. When that happens, I will make sure to bring you along with me. But, it looks like this time there's no need for that. Mirok. Weaving through the encirclement of golems and passing by the giants one after the other, a silver flash approaches the three. Karen. Karen Chi. Karen Nichan. The light hero arrives at this moment. 127, outside reality. Karen-san arrives to where the teen is. You are late, Karen. I was tired of waiting. Mirok. We have found a solution, but there's a lot of problems. For the combined element of Sacy-chi and I to bind the roots, there's the need to approach the objective to a certain degree. But for the sake of that, the golems are a complete hindrance. Celestus. What should we do? Have Karen and I take the front in advance as we open the path? Mirok. The four congregated and their morale increased by quite a lot. They are brimming with the will of overcoming this crisis by joining forces. It probably won't make it in time. Haine-san will soon finish his preparations. Karen. I felt the gaze of Karen-san from below. Haine-san is compressing the dark matter he releases at an incredible rate. It will probably be finished soon. We most likely don't have the time to go around binding each root one by one. That's why, let's bet on the last possibility. Karen. The last possibility? Mirok. That's right. There's still one combination that we haven't tried out yet, right? Karen. Understood. Then Celestus and I will hold back the golems. Mirok. Sacy-chi. Do your best, got it? This is the Earth capital, Ishtar Blaze. This is the main stage of the Earth Hero. Make sure you rock it. Celestus. I hear the sound of fierce fighting from the wireless device. But I could tell that there was a side that was incredibly silent. Let's go, Sacy-chan. Light and earth combined element. With that, we will create a breakthrough. Karen. Understood, Desu. I've been smushed for a while now, so I already got the gist of it, Desu yo. Sacy. And then, the different types of divine power were mixed, and after mixing, one new type of divine power appears. What? Mirok. The golems are? Celestus. The first ones to notice the abnormality was Mirok and Celestus, who were fighting at the front line. The movements of the golems have stopped. What happened? Mirok. Don't lower your guard, Mirok-chi. This might be the prelude to a new setup that Large Tree Bastard is preparing. Celestus. But that wasn't the case. In the moment the stopped golems began moving again, their objective was already not the heroes, it was the roots of Grandma Wood. Even with their big frames, the golems jumped, used each other as footholds, and clung onto the giant roots, trying to bring them down to the ground. The golems were indeed encircling the heroes, but most of the golems were scattered at the surroundings of the giant tree, so the attack occurred on all the roots at the same time. In order to not hurt the people assimilated at the surface, they did it gently, but also firmly held down the roots to the ground. That means the golems are completely following our will. Why did the golems suddenly become our allies? Could it be, was this done by Karen and Sacy? Mirok reached straight to that conclusion. Light doesn't only provide energy, it can also be used as a way to relay information. The things we see are because we can visualize the reflected light with our eyes, and light tells us a variety of information. Mirok. If I remember correctly, when Sacy gives orders to the golems, she pours Earth Divine Power, right? When the Light Divine Power and Earth Divine Power combined, the Earth Divine Power rode the light that is in the air, and was able to reach several golems in far distances at the same time? Is that the combined element of light and earth? Celestus also joins in the deduction. Even if that's correct, the current golems are being controlled by the highest authority holder. They should be moving on the direct orders of Mother Earth Mantle. Are you telling me they have rewritten that control? Humans have, I really can't believe it, Daisuyo. Sacy. From the wireless device, a small and fragile voice is transmitted. It is Sacy-chan's voice. Golems been together with me since I be born, Daisu. They've been together with me since forever. They helped me, protected me. They be the friends of all the people in Ishtar Blaze, Daisuyo. That's why, I really can't believe that they are enemies, Daisuyo. Sacy. The hero, that lived in this land and knew of this land more than anyone else, raised her voice along with those violent emotions rising in her. That voice rode the light and reaches the far ends of the world. Nice, Sacy-chan. Shout more. More. Karen. Please, golems. Please help us, Daisuyo. Sacy. The golems overlapped and fused into a giant golem. It was bigger than any golem I have seen. To make a comparison, it is big enough to fight against the fire cow Phalaris and the Hydra serpent. Moreover, fight several of them. With that sufficient frame, it holds down the roots of Grandma wood. The people at its surface are also okay. Placing all of its weight, it felt as if it were trying to fix the rampaging roots in place. The golems are helping the humans again. They have been relied upon so heavily, and in the end, betrayed them. In a situation where no one believed in them anymore, Sacy-chan was the only one who blindly believed in them, and that believing heart turned it into reality. A young hero, a country bumpkin hero, a hero that doesn't know things and stupidly causes problems to others. But that foolishness of hers is a foolishness that allows her to stupidly believe until the very end. A belief towards the golems that has been with her since birth. It is because she believes in the golems that she believed in Grandma Wood who gave birth to them. It is because she believes in the golems that she believed in the Mother Earth God mantle that they served. Even if she ends up not believing in those two, she still didn't stop believing in the golems. A foolishness that will be forgotten in time as you grow up, a foolishness that comes from youth. Sacy-chan's voice reached the places that it should have reached. Seriously, to think that a hero would ask for help from someone else to change the situation, Mirok. Isn't that fine? Sacy gives out an aura that makes you want to dote on her, right? Don't you think that's a quality of a hero as well? Celestus. Even Mirok and Celestus laugh at the silly miracle that Sacy-chan created. But that's fine. I love that foolishness that allowed for this miracle. As someone who loves humans, loving only a part of the humans that I like would make that love of mine a lie after all. And so, I finished what was in my hand right in time. A compressed to the very limits dark matter, a micro black hole. I actually didn't want to use it. The strongest destruction method I possess as the Dark God. This is something that is originally used in order to reset a world that isn't favorable. By reducing its power to 1,000,000,000,000 times, I get the thing that is in my hands. But even with that, it is still hard to use this technique with my human body. Even so, this is still plenty enough to erase half of your body. Haine. Giant tree. Thanks to the heroes, the fear of dragging humans into it has completely disappeared. There's already no need to worry. I stabilize my aim and release it. Wait. But, at the place where I aimed at the light brown trunk of grandma wood that covers my whole view, there was one part that was shining fluorescently. That shine had the figure of a human. It was the fairy of Mother Earth mantle. 128, Black Demise. Mother Earth God, mantle. The very culprit of this disaster has showed up again. I can understand the reason of it. She knows that she has been checkmated. I take away the wireless device from my ear and throw it away. Mantle, move away. Haine. Even if we are far away, if we overlap the wavelength of gods, we can have a conversation plenty well. If you think there won't be any problems in being crushed because you are in the temporal form of a fairy, you are heavily mistaken, you know? Haine. Why, Entropy-san? Didn't you praise me? Didn't you acknowledge that what I was doing was splendid? And yet, are you going to reject everything now? Mantle. Mantle's objection was painful. Everyone will be happy. Humans don't have to fight, don't have to work. They can push away all the troublesome things aside, and live forever. In return, I receive soul energy that is similar to that of prayer energy. Everyone gets something out of it, and no one suffers. Why are you getting in the way of such a splendid thing? Mantle. Mantle, Haine. That's right. I didn't notice how scary you could be. Without understanding the other side of that frailty of yours, I thoughtlessly praised you, and as a result, promoted your rampage. Inflation most likely noticed that madness that was hiding inside of you, and in order for it to not surface, she was always careful about it and pushing it down. That's probably the reason for Mantle's usual weak demeanor she normally shows. I am sorry. I was unable to truly understand you. Without understanding everything, I looked at only a part of you. I could only appreciate a part of you that was convenient for me. I am sorry. I am truly sorry. Haine. Entropy-san, what are you saying? Mantle. But Mantle, happiness is probably not that simple of a subject. Just what is true happiness? An answer to that won't easily come out. Everyone gets troubled by that question, and each individual has a completely different answer to it. That's why there is no true answer, not now, and not ever. Haine. Making someone else happy. That might be meddlesome, but as a wish, I have to admit that a wish like that is not wrong in the least. But to ignore the will of the other party and push your own answer at someone else, I think it is an irreparable sin. Rather than obtaining happiness, thinking about what is happiness, for humans, the search for that in itself is important. That's why, Mantle, I can't forgive you, the you that is trying to steal the right of humans to think. I will be erasing that very action of yours. Just like how humans certainly die, just like how demise will always occur in the millennia of this world, right now, I will, Haine. Provide that demise to you and your subordinate. Heavily decreased, black hole cannon, Haine. From my hand, something that was as small as a grain was shot. I will say it again, Mantle. Move away. Haine. Right now, it was docilely flying in one direction, and in the moment it arrived at the trunk of the giant tree, it does as it was set up to do beforehand. It swallowed everything. Kya. What? Mantle. The dark matter, that was compressed to the very limits, increased the gravity due to its mass, and when it reached a certain critical point, it turns into a black hole that releases unlimited gravity. When that happens, nothing can escape. Whether it is something with substance or not, everything will get caught in its gravity, and be thrown into the depths of darkness. Even the Earth Mother monster that possesses the most mass in this whole world had its wooden body creak conspicuously, and even the very creaking sound got swallowed along with the air, got crushed, broken, and disappears inside the darkness. And then, the other things as well. Why? Why is my body as well? Even my body is being dragged by the gravity. Mantle. Mantle's desperate scream. That's why I warned you to move away from there. This last resort by the dark god Entropy is not something sweet that would ignore things just because they don't have an actual body. A body that has nothing to do with mass. It can even swallow the soul of a god. In my conversation with the fire god Nova, I told him that I can't seal gods. I can't seal, but I can erase them. To the depths of the darkness inside the black hole, that is. This power that I didn't use on even Nova and Coacervate, to think I would be forced to use it in you. You are the epitome of pity, Mother Earth God, Mantle. Haine. If I had been more careful in my choice of words, we might have entered an understanding. Kaya Ia. Nu. Mantle. Swallowing even the cries of the Mother Earth God, the black hole in time swallows even itself, and disappears without leaving a trace. Just like how I set it up to do, it doesn't leave anything behind. Most of the giant tree was swallowed, and excluding the lower part that was gouged out and was left as just a stump, it didn't have a single leaf remaining. If I had set up the range, I could have made it so that the outside didn't have a single wound, but the inside would not even have dust left. My ultimate destructive technique. That's why I didn't want to use it ever if possible. But because of it, we were able to win this time. No, it wasn't only the power of the black hole. The 4 heroes that came at the perfect time and did a splendid job at supporting me. The victory was theirs. And like this, the curtains to the battle in Ishtar Blaze closed. The people that were assimilated into the roots of Grandma Wood were cut out one by one in time, and we managed to save them all without sacrificing anyone. Separated from the tree bark, they regained their consciousness right after, and were able to operate just like before without change. In terms of humans, there were no lives that were lost. In that sense, it can be said to be a blessing. But in exchange, the damage to the land was terrible. Because of the rampaging of Grandma Wood, most of the buildings collapsed, the ground was broken, as if this were what was left after a natural disaster. The sight was so terrible that it made me think it would be next to impossible to return it to being one of the 5 major cities. But that almost impossible task is something that humans have to overcome. No matter what difficulties are in front of them, to think about it and overcome it is what makes a human. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 129 to 130 Rebirth of the Earth Capital. Translation note: Hey guys, because of a combination of various circumstances, the amount of chapters today will be a tad less. Sorry, Orca-san. I was thinking about releasing extra chapters today for your birthday, but I couldn't. I have failed. T*T. Thanks for saving the Earth Capital from its crisis. The Earth Founder was giving its thanks to the heroes that were lined up. In place of the destroyed Grand Crimson Palace, they were at the temporary Earth Church headquarters that was built impromptu. And the first thing that was done there was to sing praises to the heroes' achievements. Your presence in this time of need was an incredible blessing for us, the Earth Church. The Light Church, Fire Church, and Water Church, you who have been fighting each other for a long time, have extended a helping hand to us without hesitation. This kindness of yours, as the Earth Founder of the Earth Church, I want to convey my thanks to. Let's just stop it there. Bachan? Seisi. The Earth Founder, or more like, the new person that has assumed the post of Earth Founder, Seisi-chan's grandma, couldn't endure the stiff talk for even a moment. The former Earth Founder, who was the first to be assimilated by Grandma Wood, was safely rescued, but because of the mental damage he received from the shock, he has fallen into stupefaction, and was deemed as impossible for him to continue in his post as an Earth Founder. Well, I was in the place when it all happened. He was face to face with the Mother Earth God that he has been worshipping his whole life and was about to be killed by her, so I can imagine that the shock he received was something that surpasses imagination. And so, The one who took his place as the new founder was the one who made great achievements as a hero a long time ago, and is considered the legendary strongest, known as Taker by the Roots, the Obasan of Seisichan. That's no good. As I thought, I shouldn't be doing things I am not used to doing at this age. My stiff shoulders are getting even rougher sane. But Ba-chan, you need to have dignity as a founder Desu-yo. Especially today where you're officially face to face with the people of the other churches Desu. If you don't act properly, it will be a shame Desu-yo. Seisi. Those be the words of the girl that made an embarrassment of herself? Ah. Seisi. The hero that is dressed up today, Seisi-chan, has been shot down. Well, it'd be hard to convey feelings with decorated words after all. I'll be straight. Ya have my deepest gratitude. It is true that those words reached our hearts deeper than any ornamented words. Karen-san, Mirak, Celestis, who were participating in this, were also showing embarrassment. Ishtar Blaze may have ended up all beaten up, but well, let's think about it as the price we gotta pay for Relene on something we didn't understand and just start from zero. Luckily, the agricultural land at the surroundings of the city don't have a single scratch. In my eyes, that can be called the core of this city, so things should work out. And most importantly, there be no deaths. Then, the golems are, Haine. I, who was standing humbly at a corner, slipped in a question. Karen-san pushed me heavily into participating in the ceremony as well, but since I am not a hero, I also heavily refused. The golems were fearsome enemies this time around. And their parent Grandma Wood, which is revered as Great Pillar Sama by the humans, was a fearsome enemy as well. Until now, the golems have been helping humans in their daily life, plowed the fields, transported goods, and even became houses using their own bodies, and yet, they suddenly changed, they captured humans, and were presenting them to the giant tree as food. The people of Ishtar Blaze saw Great Pillar Sama as the blessing of the Mother Earth God, but its betrayal and the betrayal of its golem children was shocking enough to not want to accept it. A heated discussion was made regarding this matter at the Earth Church, and there were even extreme arguments like, Great Pillar Sama was dispatched by the Mother Earth God to eradicate humans. It was a radical statement that might even invite the fall of the Earth Church, but because of the words of the heroes that came from the outside, the fact that monsters are originally enemies of humans was pointed out, and chaos was withheld. In the end, the decision that was made was that Great Pillar Sama has no connections with the Mother Earth God, and Great Pillar Sama was planning on making the humans fall into its trap as a monster, and grew closer to humans for that sake. Of course, the truth was different. The real reason for this turmoil was the goodwill the Mother Earth God had towards humans, and her helpless difference of values she held. But rather than exposing those, it was better to keep those secret in order for the humans to stand up as fast as possible. In order to have them lean onto something, I thought that this was a convenient thing to use. But even so, there's still a problem. I can't allow for it to stay as it is. The golems. Even if Grandma Wood has fallen, there's still a good amount of golems that are still remaining. In the battle, Seisi-chan and the others managed to steal back the control and once again turned to being allies of the humans, but about that. Seisi. Yes, Desu? Seisi. Yes, say it. Being prompted by the Oba-san, Seisi-chan speaks. Right now in Ishtar Blaze, around 4,300 life blocks have been confirmed Desu. With Great Pillar Sama gone, they ain't gonna increase more Desu, but with the incident this time, the doubts towards golems has increased. There've been opinions of disposing of all of them Desu. Seisi. That's the natural mentality of humans, or more like, the natural mentality of living beings. The moment it shows to be a danger to their life once, leaving them close normally doesn't occur. And the one who stopped that from happening was this one person alone. Telling Seisi-chan to explain, and yet, the Oba-sen cuts into it and says her piece. It be true that we have been betrayed. But the reason why we were able to develop this much was without doubt thanks to the golems. To forget that and just say, can't believe in them, let's trash them, that would be way too ungrateful, or so she said. I understand. Seisi-chan really loves golems after all. Karen-san says. When we combined the light and earth divine power, I also heard the voice of Seisi-chan that was calling out to the golems. Even if they have no souls, even if they don't have a will, as long as humans love them as much as she does, golems won't betray you ever again. Karen-nichan. I also love Karen-nichan desu. Seisi-chan hugged Karen-san. Two girls were firmly hugging each other. That girl, I wonder if I can slowly bake her up. Mirok. Like I said, don't get jealous, fire hero. Celestus. As if saying, what a hopeless girl, the Oba-san lets out a sigh. At any rate, we have been relying on the golems for several decades. It'd be impossible for us to stand back up without the golems. At that time, the one who gave out an evil order to the golems was Great Pillar Sama. Now that Great Pillar Sama ain't here anymore, the golems shouldn't go doing any more evils. It looks like that is the conclusion they arrived at. Don't know if to call it a blessing, but now that Great Pillar Sama ain't here anymore, no more golems will be born. It will probably take around 10 to 20 years until the golems we currently have to break or decay. So in that long time, you are planning on changing slowly into ethereal machines, huh? Haine. That sounds good. From what I have seen, even now when I have erased Mother Earth mantle into darkness, I can't throw away the belief that what she has formed in this land was in utopia. The humans and monsters that were originally mutual enemies were able to hold hands this much. That is something splendid, and I don't want to think that was a mistake. The time a god lives is long. After several millenniums, several epochs, will I be able to meet Mantle who has gone through the opposite side of space-time? That's right, Desu. That's why, for a while more, golems will be the friends of humans, Desu. Seisi-chan says, filled with energy. This destroyed Ishtar blaze will most likely return to its former glory soon with the help of the golems. The human world, the nature world, today as well, it continues to move forward. 1:30, Hot Spring. I am being revived. After finishing the ceremony in the temporary Earth Church headquarters, we were allowed to relax. There was only me in this open-air bath. Sinking my body in the warm water, I washed the exhaustion that has been accumulated in these last few days. But to think there would be warm water coming out from the ground. I didn't know about that at all. Haine. It is apparently called hot springs. It is a specialty of Ishtar blaze, warm water of moderate temperature that comes out from the ground. Inside the country, there's several tens of facilities that have dug them out. So this is also a blessing of the earth, huh? There was fear that the underground construction would change because of the rampage of grandma wood, but because there were no changes in the amount coming out, they deemed it as not having any problems in its utilization. In order to give a warm reception to the heroes that saved the city, they have reserved the whole facility for us. I kind of feel bad for that, but even those kind of feelings melt away here. Hot springs are the best. Haine. It truly does feel good. It would have been nice if Yurishiro-sama were to have come as well. If she were here, there would be no relaxing. It would turn into a battle for my chastity, Haine. By the time I noticed, there was Karen-san using the hot springs at my side. Haine. Why is Karen-san here? Isn't this the male side, for male use only? Why? Why are you here, Karen-san? This is bad. If you are in the bath, it must mean that you are naked, right? Is this another plan of yours to destroy my self-control? Haine. Don't worry, Haine-san. Karen-san makes a small splashing sound, and stands up. Of course, most of the body that was hidden inside the water had come out, and I thought her naked body would be exposed to me, but It is apparently called Yukatabira single-layer absorbent bathrobe, don't know the English equivalent. When men and women want to enter the hot spring together, They apparently give you this so you can enter the hot spring while wearing it. Karen. It is true that the current Karen-san is wearing something I haven't seen before, and an event that surpassed morals was avoided. But this in itself, the white cloth wet in the water is sticking to her skin, moreover, it is semi-transparent. It is safe, and yet, I gives out an unspeakable immoral sensation. Please don't misjudge me. I have decided that the moment I give my chastity to Haine-san, it will be together with my friend, Yorishiro-sama. I am not the type of woman that would steal the march after all. Karen. Is that so? Haine. And, Haine-san, Karen. The hot spring made a splashing sound again, and Karen-san approached me. Different from her, I was thinking of entering the hot springs alone, so I am not wearing this so-called yukata-bira. That's why I can't escape. Even if I try to escape, the moment I step out of the water, I will be showing a lot of unsightly things to Karen-san. I have finally gotten time to ask you about it. Why did you leave me and went on your own? Karen. Haine. Now that she says it, Karen-san was really angry that I decided on going alone this time around. But there's no helping it. Karen-san has her own duties as a hero, and I can't openly talk about defeating the mother monsters, so I didn't want to involve the hero, who is the representative of the church, as much as possible. It is true that Karen-san and the others appearing at the last moment saved me, but the trigger to that was Karen-san being in Apollon City and meeting with Seisi-chan. That's why, in terms of result, it was probably the right decision to have her stay. For some reason, the silence was heavy and painful. I was worried, you know. Karen. Haine-san was not there, and just imagining Haine-san fighting alone somewhere I don't know of made me unable to sleep at night. What if Haine-san had gotten in trouble? I could save you if I were there, but what if I am not there? Just by thinking that, my heart was in so much pain. Karen. Why you see? Haine. Do you think I am being too conceited for thinking that someone like me can save Haine-san? Karen. I was being pushed back by the spirit of Karen-san. Not only can't I refute her, I can't even justify myself. There's 3 mother monsters remaining. Of course, you plan on defeating them all, right Haine-san? At that time, I will go with you. Even if you tell me I can't, I will. Got it? Karen. Why yes. Haine. Is the only thing I could say? I was not allowed any other answer. This is already not the pressure of a hero, it was the pressure of a woman. I have been told this before, but to think Karen-san had such an intense side to her. Good. Karen. Maybe she was satisfied with my answer, Karen-san smiles. Now then, the complicated talk is over now. From now on, let's have a fun talk. Everyone, you can come in now. Karen. Wah? Without giving me time to understand, an emergency pushed my way. To my surprise, Mirak, Celestis, and even Seisi-chan invaded the male side. So you are finally done, Karen. Mirak. You made us wait too long. It is fine since we were dressed, but if we had been waiting while naked, it would have been so cold that we would definitely be freezing by now. Celestis. It's been long since I be in a hot spring day. Seisi. Everyone is wearing the yukata-bira, so it is still fine since they are hiding their skin though. Wait, is it really fine? Is it really okay for this many girls to intrude while a man is bathing? You are heroes, right? Is this okay in terms of public appearance? Isn't it fine for these beauties to reward the man that has contributed plenty this time? Or more like, what was with that super ultimate technique? If you had used something like that with the Great Sea Dragon, wouldn't it have ended in one hit? Celestis. Just think of me as an observer. Leaving aside the idle slut, if you send an indecent look to Karen, I will immediately break it, okay? Mirak. Celestis and Mirak are going way overboard. And the last one, the new member Seisi-chan. I be truly sorry desu. Seisi. She's suddenly prostrated in the bathtub? Is that okay? Your head is completely inside the water, are your lungs going to be alright? And more importantly, what is she apologizing for? Yet ain't an evil dark god desu. Even though you put your life at stake to save my homeland, I didn't understand that and attacked you. I be truly sorry desu. Seisi. Seisi-chan let her head out of the water and speaks. Ah, so that's what you mean. Haine. That oracle must have been a mistake too desu. I be thinking about doing my best with everyone from now on desu. Seisi. Is what she says as she once again plunges her head into the water and prostrates. But, as I thought, this girl gets really passionate once she is onto one thing. Now then, let's leave the stiff talk there. And so, what do you want to do? What kind of service should we provide this heroic man? Celestus. How about we all wash his body? This is something that's fitting for a bath, and Haine-san would feel like a king. Karen. Understood desu. I be doing my best, I be scrubbin' so hard, skin will peel off desu. Seisi. You understand what will happen if you react, right? I will break it. Miruk. Wait a moment, Dot. What are you doing trying to drag me down into such a perverse pleasure? As I have been saying, I am not wearing a yukadabara like you girls, so when I get out from the water, a lot of unsightly things can be seen. Don't pull me. All four of you, stop pulling. Why do I have to taste the sensation of being fished out of the water when all I came to do was relax in the bath? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 131 Interlude, Know Your Place. TLN, this one is better to release as its own chapter, so I kept it that way. At the time when Haine-san and the others had probably finished their objective, Yorishiro received a visitor. Doraha. Yorishiro. Yes, Yorishiro-sama. Doraha. I spoke to Doraha, who has been at my side at all times lately. Thanks to her being at my side, I haven't felt lonely lately. I felt as if I had returned to the time before I was reborn, the time when I was Izanami, but having her at my side right now would trouble me. Please leave me alone for a while. Until I say it is okay, don't let anyone enter the room. Yorishiro. Understood. Doraha. The obedient Doraha left my room immediately. The sound of the closing door was the last sound to be made before my surroundings were enveloped in silence. How long are you planning on staying hidden? You crept your way here because you had business with me, right? Yorishiro. When I said this, at the wall of the room, I saw something small crawling. With 4 legs and a long tail, it looked like a lizard. But if I had to give an image in that type of animal, it would be more accurate to call it a newt. Its skin was viscous, and it looked like it had plenty of moisture. In other words, it was quite similar to that of a newt, a small-sized water element monster. Water god, Coacervate. Yorishiro. I could tell at a glance. A corner of the 4 base elements. Within that group, the one who is self-proclaimed the most shrewd, a treacherous, and scheming god. It is exactly because I am a god that I can sense that this small newt holds the soul of a god inside of it. You have appeared in quite the minuscule being this time around. After having your former body destroyed by Haine-san, the creation of a new body didn't make it in time, huh? Yorishiro. Light goddess, Inflation-sama. It has been centuries since we last met. Coacervate. The newt, more accurately speaking, the water god Coacervate that had incarnated in the newt-shaped monster was speaking to me in a repulsive manner. To think you had once again incarnated as a human, moreover, as the light founder that is under your religion. If you had told me, I would have immediately ordered my water church to provide you a variety of pleasantries. Coacervate. Did you appear before me just to say that? Even going through the trouble of appearing as a weak and unsightly lizard? Yoreshiro. How harsh. Well then, let's enter straight into the reason. Coacervate. The newt changed its tone of voice. The Mother Earth God mantle has been erased. Coacervate. It wasn't in a loud voice, but his tone was firm, and it gave out an aura that properly told of how important those words were. Must have. The micro-black hole that Haine released, its gravity wave reached all the way here. If he used that, it would be strange if at least one god hasn't been erased. Yoreshiro. This is not the time to be so carefree. A god. A god has disappeared. One of the 5 creation gods that are supposed to be immortal since the Genesis era. Coacervate. The small newt was speaking to me in the thought frequency that only gods can share. This god's voice, whether it is through the air or through the mind, is quite the pain in the ears. To think that the dark god Entropy would resort to such violent actions. As I thought, that god is outside our understanding. The things he does will. Coacervate. Destroy the balance of the world, and in the end, he might even make it collapse. A dangerous and evil god that can't be controlled is what you want to say, right? Yoreshiro. Wa. Ha. Coacervate. Now that it has come to this, we should gather the remaining 5 gods at once, fight together just like in the Genesis era, defeat Entropy, and seal in once again. That is what you want to say, right? Water god, Coacervate. Yoreshiro. Yes, yes. That's exactly right. As expected of the light goddess. You already hold the same idea as me. Coacervate. And what about it? Yoreshiro. My decisive words made Coacervate gulp down his breath. And then, an aura drifted about. It is true that the dark god Entropy are right, he is currently the human Kuramiya Haine. It is true that he brought an end to one of the corners of the 5 gods of creation, Mother Earth God mantle. And? What about it? Yoreshiro. Ha? Coacervate. You must have thought this was your chance, right, Coacervate? After the troublesome Entropy was unsealed, you wanted to somehow deal with him, but you alone can't do anything against him. You needed the light goddess, who possesses an absolute advantage towards the dark element, into your side or you won't be able to do anything. Yoreshiro. But the 4 base elements and me have practically cut off all relations since several centuries ago with the matter of the dark underworld country. Our relationship has completely stopped being the kind that they can just nonchalantly ask me for cooperation. Even so, if mantle has been erased, this is an important matter that can shake all the gods. He must have thought that I as the light goddess Inflation would see this matter as grave and would forget about the past incidents to take hands once again to defeat Entropy. For you, the erasure of mantle must have been a perfect chance to change the current state of affairs. I will say it again. Even if a god has been erased, what about it? Yoreshiro. Coacervate was still unable to speak. That's why I hammered it down myself. This world already has no need for gods. That's why, even if gods die or live, those kind of things don't matter anymore. No, if there's gods that bring harm to the humans and the world, destroying them would actually be considered a good action. Entropy has, Yoreshiro. Entropy has done the right thing. Yoreshiro. Impossible. There's no way that's true. Killing a god. Is there anything more evil than that? Coacervate. Foolish Coacervate. Calling yourself a tactician, you must think you know everything in the world, but it looks like you don't know one important thing. Yoreshiro. And what is that? Coacervate. The dark god Entropy is the one who stands at the top of the 6 gods. Earth, water, fire, wind, and even light was born from the abyss of darkness. That's why he has the right to erase what he has created himself if he doesn't like it. And the embodiment of that authority is his black hole. Yoreshiro. A hole of darkness that destroys everything. From what I have seen, even the light divine power that is supposed to hold an absolute advantage over the dark element is no enemy of the black hole. Before the light's power reaches the super-compressed dark matter core of the black hole, the gravity that originates from it would catch the light. It would be forever caught inside its Schwarzschild radius. There's no one who can stop an entropy that seriously decides to destroy the world. But he is kind. He wouldn't just immediately decide to erase someone just because they don't meet his likes. He wouldn't do something narrow-minded. Coacervate, you are an idiot, so you misunderstood Entropy's kindness for stupidity. Yoreshiro. Rampaging as much as he wanted around a kind person like that, he stepped on the human's Entropy treasured most, and then laughed at him, and not only did he held him in contempt, he has also learned now that he can erase gods as well. At this late in time, I can't even laugh at how stupid you are. Coacervate, along with that wild joy of yours, you are also feeling fear, right? Without even knowing that Entropy can erase you, you have acted violently towards him many times. His bottle of patience might be breaking already. Yoreshiro. That's why even his annoying way of speaking where he mixes in questions all the time has disappeared as well. That's how much composure he is lacking right now. And in truth, even Mantle, who was the most forgivable one of them all, wasn't shown any mercy. Yoreshiro. Inflation. Light goddess, inflation-sama. Coacervate. Coacervate, you self-proclaimed tactician that misguided humans and had them killed pointlessly. The reason why you are playing around with humans even in this era where prayer energy is drying up is because you have already created a system similar to Mantle that would forcefully extract the spirit energy from humans, right? Yoreshiro. When the prayer energy is finally at a state where it is not enough, I can just use that system to wring out those prayers, is what he must have been thinking. The monsters and the people of the church must have been things he did to entertain himself in the time he was creating this system. Water god, Coacervate. However, Mantle, who had executed that system, was erased by Entropy. Coacervate, if you want to walk the same end as her, do what she did. Yoreshiro. In time, the prayers will dry up and they won't be enough. The last means that the water god must have prepared, there's no doubt that it would ignite the wrath of the dark god. In other words, the fate that is waiting the water god are two, to be silently forgotten by the humans and disappears, or to be crushed by the anger of a god and be destroyed. Light goddess. Inflation-sama. Please. Coacervate. A pathetic cry came out from the small newt. Please save me. I have angered Entropy many times. That's why he won't forgive me. But I don't want to disappear, I don't want to disappear. Please, light goddess, mother of all gods. Please save me. Please protect me from the fiendish dark god. Coacervate. A god is praying to a god? Yoreshiro. Even though you have been playing around with the people that have offered you prayers? Shameless was a word that was created to describe you, water god Coacervate. There's no one as stupid as you at misunderstanding their own intelligence. The stupid you probably couldn't notice. The person that you have angered with your follies, did you think that it was only Entropy? Yoreshiro. Please save me, inflation. Please. Coacervate. Get lost. Just listening to your voice is already becoming a nuisance. I will give you one last advice. If you hate disappearing that much, go hide in the depths of the sea or something. Throw away your pride as a god, and if you cling onto the small prayers that humans pour onto you, you should be able to exist minutely as a small being. Yoreshiro. Inflation-sama. Our mother, Coacervate. A surge of light divine power made a splat noise and blew into pieces the small monster. The unpleasant noise disappeared and silence returned to the room. Coacervate shouldn't be able to do anything anymore. No matter what kind of tricks he makes up, the courage to win against the fear of being erased by the dark god Entropy by Haine is already gone from that fool. I feel like a weight on my shoulders has decreased by one more. After that, I called back Doraha, who was outside the room, and for a while, I passed my time holding her between my arms. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 132 to 134, Beginning of Bewilderment. Well then, let's begin the meeting. Yes. Umu. Oi su dot. Day su. Returning to Apollon City, Ikoramiya Haine was surrounded by 4 girls. As a review, let's speak about each one of them. TLN, the following is literally character descriptions and information of past events. Completely safe to skip. First, we have the light hero, Karen-san. She is the first hero I met, and has been the one I have been acquainted for the longest since then. She is diligent and kind, and possesses the most balanced personality as a hero. Equipped in silver armor, her purity as if it were straight out of a painting is fitting to describe as a saint. Next, the second one is the fire hero, Katak Mirik. She is a friend of Karen-san since small, and there was a time when they were in bad terms, but after the relationship was fixed, they became even closer. Being caught by the creed of the fire, she has a manly character that seeks strength. Her body is also well-tempered, to the point that one might even mistake her for a man. The third one is the water hero, Re24-Vol02. She works as an idol while she fights monsters, a unique hero. Can also be considered a skillful one. She is good at singing and dancing along with her fighting skills, and maybe because of this, her personality is also brilliant and cheerful. Her appearance is also excelling. She is a girl that sparkles intensely. The last one is the fourth, the Earth hero, Ganbi Seisi. She is the newest addition to the group, and is the girl that came from the faraway Earth capital, Ishtar Blaze. She is the youngest within the heroes, and thus, her body is also small and thin. It looks like she herself thinks that she is a country bumpkin and has a complex about it, but that in itself makes her a simple and cute little girl. And so, those are all the 4 heroes that will have their names resound around the world. We have also accumulated a good amount of fights, and this team that has increased in numbers as the fights went on was truly a gathering that can be considered a team. These members are like a representation of the path we have taken, and it is deeply moving. Today, there's something I wanted to talk to them about when we are all together. The thing I wanted to talk about is, that's right. Regarding me loving Haine-san. HM? By the time I noticed, the light hero Karen-san had come close to me. Or more like, she is hugging me. Haine-san, Karen. Yes? Haine. Why are you not answering my feelings? I have said it over and over, right? I am not telling you to marry me immediately. I can tell from your behavior that you are treasuring me. But at times, I would like to hear clear words that show it. Karen. Wait, what's with this all of a sudden, Karen-san? Karen-san loving me is not something that happened recently, and I myself don't think badly of it, but why is she going on the offensive at this timing? Even though there's Mirik, Celestis, and Seisi around us? Karen-san, weren't you barely maintaining a line in front of people? And yet, why are you so suddenly going out of line? As I was getting bewildered by this. Karen. It is always about this man. Why don't you say you love me as well? Mirik. And now Mirik went crazy as well. The behavior of Mirik towards her friend Karen gives a feeling of being further than that of friends, but she is suddenly coming out of the closet now. Just how heated do you think my feelings are for you? They are hotter than lava, hotter than the sun, you know. Are you going to treat those feelings of mine coldly? Is it that? Was being unkind towards you for several years the reason? I apologize for that. Sorry. Sorry. That's why, please love me too. Mirok. Wait, Mirok? Your coming out of the closet is several times crazier than normal? I did feel that Mirok's feelings towards Karen-san surpassed the barrier of gender, but isn't being this straightforward a bit too risky? My dream is, Celestis. While we were at it, Celestis suddenly began singing. Is she also going to do something? While being a hero, I wish to become the best idol, but the truth is I don't care about me at all with my singing, my dancing. I wish to grant energy to as many people as possible. That way I will also achieve happiness. In order to share the energy, I need to have a mountain of energy. In order to make everyone smile, I myself have to smile first, Celestis. She surprisingly said something nice. But what's this? Isn't the flow of things been strange for a while now? The three of them have quirky sides to them, but today, that quirky side has lost its moderation. There's no doubt something has happened. Could it be, because of this Daisuka? Seisi. The new member of the hero party, Earth Hero Seisi-chan, seemed to be the only one who maintained her composure. In her hand, there's a single bottle. What is that bottle? A drink? Haine. Haine took so long in coming, so I distributed them to everyone first. I be a big pain for everyone at the previous incident, so this be a soft drink I prepared as a sort of apology desu. Seisi. Soft drink. But I can feel a destructive power from it. I received that bottle from Seisi-chan to test it, and I try placing my nose close to the opening. It stinks of alcohol. Haine. No matter where you cut it, this is alcoholic. Thanks, but no. The reason for this disastrous scene had become all clear now. Seisi-chan, what are you making everyone drink? This is alcohol, you know. Of course it would release all the desires they have been holding inside their hearts. I wonder if it will be alright? This will definitely be etched as one of their most pained memories. It would be nice if they wake up without any memories of this though? Haine. What are you saying, Desu? Karen Nichan and the others may look older in my eyes, but they be legit young ladies. I wouldn't recommend them alcohol before they be adults, Desu yo. This is just grape juice, Desu. Seisi. Grape juice. Why is it that it is making me feel a concrete anxiousness? That grape juice, can I ask the detailed manufacturing method? Haine. Manufacturing method? It simply be made by wringing grapes, Desu yo? Seisi. I see. But this grape juice be high quality, so there be one more step to that. They ferment it, Desu. Seisi. That's wine. Haine. So it really was wine, damn it. Isn't that the representative of fermented fruit juice wine? Why didn't she notice with the simple fact that there's the word fermented? I wanted to show that my feelings of reflecting were as high as a mountain and deeper than a valley, Desuyo. Isn't it more high class the more steps to production there is, Desuka? Seisi. The more doesn't make it better. Going too far can break the good. Haine. Did I do something disgraceful again, Desuka? Seisi. No, it is actually Karen-san and the others that are currently in the middle of being disgraceful though. These three who probably ingested alcohol for the first time have become a cluster of drunkards hugging each other. Karen. I love you. I love you dearly. No matter what happens in the future, I will protect you. Mirok. Thanks, Mirok-chan. I love Mirok-chan too. We are the best of friends, aren't we? Karen. You see, the number one best thing I have experienced in my life up until now was meeting you all. I thought friends were pointless things, but my friendship with you all is a treasure for me. Celestis. Of course. If we join forces, we are invincible. Mirok. I am really glad to have met Mirik-chan and Celestus-chan. Karen. I definitely won't forget this even till my death, the days I have lived with all of you. Celestus. I pray that when the alcohol in their system is gone, they will have forgotten everything. What should I do about this muddy situation? My only saving right now is that Seisi-chan is still sober. She is the very cause of this, so it is hard to say that, but having at least one other person who still has their sanity helps me a lot in maintaining my own sanity. By the way, Haine Niken, Seisi. What? Haine. Why does Haine Niken have 6 arms, Desu? Seisi. No good, this girl is also a goner. Well, it would be strange for this girl to be the only one who hasn't drunk in this kind of atmosphere, but I thought that she had resistance to alcohol. Seriously, it looks like that wasn't the case. But if you have 6, that means it'd be fine to cut off 5, right? Yay, Desu. I wanted to try out cutting off the body of someone with the earth scythe at least once, Desu. Seisi. Moreover, only this girl has quite the darkness hidden inside her heart. While I was doing a life or death race with Seisi-chan, I waited for everyone to wake up from their intoxication. 133, Remake. Okay everyone, are you all sane now? Haine. What? Karen. My head smarts. Mirak. What were we doing? Celestus. There be a hole in my memory, Desu? Seisi. Good. Looks like the alcohol has conveniently purged that memory out of them. It is truly something good. If their memory had remained, all 4 of them might have taken a straight dive onto that window over there. Or maybe, the memory actually remains, but they are acting as if they don't remember, but if that's the case, more the reason I should just leave it be. By the way, Haine Niken, Seisi. What, Seisi? Haine. Why is the face of Haine Niken filled with kiss marks, Desu? Seisi. Silence. Haine. Anyways. There's a proper reason as to why I have all 4 heroes gathered here today. It is in order to talk about the things we have to do from now on. Subjugation of mother monsters. The most concrete form of disaster that covers this world, monsters, appear in the thousands because of a certain existence. That certain existence is the mother monsters. Monsters that give birth to monsters. In order to cut off that unproductive chain, there's no other way but to sever the origin of the monsters that are the mother monsters. After learning of this, I decided on wiping out the mother monster to eliminate all the monsters from this world. There's a total of 4 mother monsters. The plan has already begun moving and the Earth Mother monster, Grandma Wood, has been subjugated. But that is simply the first step. There's still the water, fire, and wind mother monsters somewhere in this world. My current objective is to find the remaining mother monsters, and eliminate them one by one properly. Because the course of events proceeded well, it could be said that the matter slid in a favorable manner. But there's now a new state of affairs. That's right. We will defeat the mother monsters. Karen. Karen-san roared valiantly. With the power of us, the Hero Alliance, and Haine-san. Karen. That's right. Allies have intruded in my plan and want to cooperate. Those allies are Karen-san and her jolly companions. They are all in the hero profession and have a close connection to the monsters being a danger to the world, so I understand their sentiments of wanting to join in, but I first decided on doing this task of defeating the mother monsters on my own. Monsters are a calamity that was created by gods. I thought this was my responsibility as the dark god Entropy. There's also other reasons behind it though. But Karen-san and her group crossed over the line I drew, and in the end, saved me in my time of need. That's why I can't have them stand in the sidelines anymore. It goes without saying why we have all gathered here today. Karen. Karen-san took the role of advancing the meeting in my place. It is in order to have a discussion. The remaining 3 mother monsters, how will we defeat them? Thinking back on the giant tree that we fought at Ishtar Blaze, it is clear that the other remaining 3 won't be an easy fight. It is important for us to wring our brains here and make a careful plan to see how we will fight them. Karen. Well, that's how it is. Mirok. I'm shivering in anticipation. I feel like it will be the ideal stage for the idol hero, Sealstan. Celestus. Mirok and Celestus seem to be in too. Now that I think about it, what about you, Seisi-chan? Haine. Yes, Desu? Seisi. I try asking something that has been bothering me for a while now. Is it okay for Seisi-chan to be here? Haine. The base of Seisi-chan, Ishtar Blaze, is far away from the light capital, Apollon City. Walking takes around a month, even with a flying machine powered by ethereal, it would take several days. If a monster disturbance occurs there, I'd be glad that you're worried, but it'd be okay, Desu. Seisi. Seisi-chan puffs her small chest and answers. My now founder Grandma-chan said this, ye were a huge help in the incident with Great Pillar-sama, so this be our turn to help you guys out now. In Ishtar Blaze, there's the Oni-sands of the Scorched Earth Annihilation Core, and there's still a lot of golems remaining, Desu. If we leave it to M, even if there be a strong monster appearing, they be okay even without a hero, Desu. Seisi. Isn't that sad in itself? Celestus. Celestus-chan, don't go further than that. Karen. Karen-san scolded Celestus at her side. And so, please let this Earth hero Ganbi Seisi accompany you all in defeating the mother of the monsters, Desu. Please, Desu. Seisi. Saying this, Seisi-chan placed both hands and knees on the floor towards me, and even her forehead. I could tell at a single glance, this girl is accustomed to doing Dajiza. It has been decided that Seisi-chan will be taken care of in Apollon City for a while. Karen. As if sending a lifeboat, Karen-san says this. The Earth founder Obaba-sama has also asked this of us. She said she wanted her grandchild, Seisi-chan, to accumulate experience as a hero. Karen. That's right, Desu. I understood in the matter with Great Pillar-sama, Desu. I still don't have the ability and actual results as a hero. I want to stay under the hero I respect, Karen Nichan Desuyo. Seisi. I think the thing that you lack the most is your ability to analyze the situation and your decision-making, though. Just how many big tragedies have occurred because of your rampaging? Mirok. Mirok-chan, don't say further. Karen. Karen-san scolded Mirok, who was at her side. Anyways, Yurishiro-sama has already accepted Seisi-chan to stay in the Light Church. That's why, all heroes will help Haine-san, and we are raging with the will to destroy all mother monsters. Haine-san, let's do our best together. Karen. In the end, it always comes to this, huh? But I haven't forgotten that they saved me in the fight with Grandma Wood. This fight can decide the fate of the world. That's why, the heroes that are the representatives of humanity should join forces and fight together. I think that the important part of obstacles is not overcoming them, but to overcome them with the help of others. Understood. Let's do our best together. Haine. Yes. Karen. Of course. Mirok. The thought of doing this without me is a mistake in itself. Celestus. Desu. Seisi. The heroes all without exception had their hearts race with determination. But there's a problem before that. 134, Mother Monster Investigation. The problem we have to deal with before subjugating the mother monsters. That is, we don't know where the mother monsters are. Haine. Yeah, yup, geez, Desu. That's right. The remaining 3 monsters, we have absolutely no idea where they are. It is impossible to kick the ass of someone that we don't where it is. We are back to this problem. Haine. I remember being troubled by this before. Eh? We were filled with expectation, thinking that you had all the information in your hands though. What a useless man. Celestus. I am not all-knowing, you know. Haine. I return the unfounded expectations of Celestus without any strength. Really, rising our expectations. How hopeless. Mirok. Unreliable Desu. Sacy. These girls have been really relentless lately. Now. But Haine-san, how did you learn of the Earth Mother monster, Great Pillar Sama, then? Karen. That's from a certain information source. Haine. There's no way I can tell them that I directly asked this from one of the 4 base element gods that created the mother monsters. Moreover, that very person is the fire god Nova that is currently lazing about as a cow-shaped monster. Ah. Now that I think about it, there's another piece of information I received from that source. The fire mother monster, only that one, I know its name and outward traits of. Haine. Ho, my element ha. Mirok. The moment I mentioned fire, Mirok immediately bites. The fire mother monster's name is the immortal phoenix. A giant bird-shaped monster, and the fire that covers its body is always burning itself, and from those ashes, many fire element monsters are given birth, or so I heard. Haine. A fire bird. HM? Ah. Mirok. Mirok raises a voice that was screaming she noticed something. Could it be that one? Now that you mention it, that's true. But. Mirok. Do you know of it, Mirok-chi? In that case, don't just tease us and spill it already. Celestus. Being pressed by Celestus, Mirok speaks. In Muspelheim, there are witness reports every now and then that say there has been a mysterious bird flying around the area. And its traits are just as you said just now, a bird that has its whole body covered in flames. Moreover, it is probably quite big. The witnesses say that they noticed it even when it was flying from pretty far away. Mirok. Yeah, and? Celestus. From the abnormal outward appearance it has, the witnesses quickly concluded that it was a monster, but the other party is a bird. By the time the report is given in Muspelheim, and the Fire Militant Corps and the Fire Hero arrive at the place, it has long flown away. Mirok. That's why, it seems there's witnesses of that fire bird, thereby there have been no records of fighting it. As expected, with wings that can let you freely fly in the sky, its whereabouts are unfettered. It is way too different from Grandma Wood that had its roots dug in and stayed in one place. But there's more information regarding this firebird. Moreover, from here on, it will enter into the gossip territory. Mirok. It is fine, just say it already. We are in the step where we are still in between whether the mother monsters itself are gossip after all. Celestus. Regarding that firebird, there's an occult-like story that has no positive proof about. It states that in the places where the firebird is witnessed, a big monster disaster will definitely occur soon after. Mirok. There's no proof that they are connected though. Thanks to that bird is being called the bird that informs of calamities and the herald of catastrophe. But if it is just as Haine says about that being a monster that gives birth to monsters, Mirok, it falls way too in place. Celestus. That's true. If a disaster will certainly occur in the places that the Phoenix passes through, that's because the Phoenix itself gave birth to those fire element monsters. The firebird is not a herald of catastrophe, it is the bringer of catastrophe. Damn it! That bird. If I had known that, I would have placed subjugating it as my highest priority. Mirok. But it is exactly because it is a bird that it doesn't stay in one place. That's why you weren't even able to fight it all this time, right? Even if you noticed the importance it held, Haine, it would be practically impossible to defeat it. Even if there's a witness report and we use the flying machines to rush to that place the moment we receive it, it is questionable whether it will still be there. Moreover, the witness reports itself are once every several years. Mirok. So it really is impossible to catch the immortal phoenix, huh? And while Mirok was speaking, there's Celestis at her side that was slowly getting a more and more serious expression. Hey, about the water mother monster, you have no info about it, right? Celestis. Why yeah. Not only the place, even its shape and traits, Haine. It is still a complete mystery. I have been wondering, I think that the water mother monster is at the sea. Celestis. The water element monsters are all aquatic creatures, and the places where they appear are in a waterside or underwater. On top of that, most of the biggest ones are found in the biggest water source, at the sea. Let's assume that the water mother monster is inside the sea, the monsters it spreads are from the sea. Moreover, if they run through the rivers to go through the whole world, Celestis. It would make sense, huh? Also, there's no doubt that there have been witnesses to the firebird and the giant tree, but from what I remember, I have no memory of hearing about witnesses of a water element monster of about the same gigantic size. The only one would be the great sea dragon we fought before, but that wasn't a mother monster, right? Celestis. Yeah, it is not. Just that, I can say with confidence. Haine. In that case, as I thought, it is safe to say that there's no witnesses to a water mother monster. The reason why there's for fire and earth and not for water, the most plausible reason would be Celestis. Because it is hidden inside the sea, huh? Haine. That's right. The sea is wide enough for that. Even if the water mother monster possesses the same size as that giant tree, the sea can easily receive it whole. And it is also possible to hide from the eyes of humans for centuries. Celestis. I have lost. Celestis' conjecture is quite convincing. Coacervate once said, the sea is greatness. It is able to store many things inside of it. The very person that created the mother monster, if it is that underhanded god, there's certainly a possibility that he is utilizing that greatness to its best. But the conclusion that comes from that conjecture is that finding the water mother monster will be harder than the firebird. Haine. We would have to dive deep into the sea, which is a lot wider than the land, so just imagining it is making my head hurt. Even if I were to devote several lives as Koramiya Haine, I don't have the confidence that I would be able to find it. Finding the immortal phoenix will be difficult. It would be impossible to find the water mother monster that we don't even know its name. I did have an inkling that it was the case, but we are completely closed in all directions. We only defeated Grandma Wood, who didn't bring much harm to humans. Is this how our plan will come to an end? Then we have no choice but to bet on the last remaining one. Karen. Karen-san suddenly said this. The Wind Mother Monster. Karen. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 135 to 137, At the Direction Where the Wind Blows. Wind, Mirok. Mother Monster? Celestis. Daisu? Seisi. Mirok, Celestis, and Seisi-chan were staring dumbfounded at what Karen-san said. I of course did the same. It is true that now that both the fire and water have been determined as being difficult to find, it is natural to concentrate on the remaining one, but, Mirok. Even so, to search for the last choice, the Wind Mother Monster? It is practically the same as having no info at all, you know? Or more like, the information we have on it is even less than all the others. That's why it didn't come into the conversation, and even if we were to blindly search for it, Celestis. In the middle of Celestis' refutal, Karen-san interrupts. No, we do have a method to obtain information of the Wind Mother Monster, Celestis-chan. To be more precise, to an extent that we might have a chance though, Karen. Chance? Celestis. We are going to go meet the Wind Hero, and then, we will have the wind hero become our comrade as well. Karen. What is Karen saying? We are talking about the mother monsters until now, and yet, why did it suddenly turn into talk about a hero? Could it be, Celestis? The talk about the hero alliance, huh? Mirok. What Desu? What is it, Desu? Sacy. Why are Mirok and Celestis making a face as if they understand? I don't see what they are talking about at all here. Leaving aside Sacy-chan, who is new here, I should be the one here who has been the first to second longest with her in this group. I feel like I have been alienated. In the time Haine-san had gone to Ishtar Blaze, we talked about this together. In the time, Haine-san had gone alone. Karen. She is still stuck on that. The light, fire, and water hero have become friends, so we were thinking about having the remaining 2 heroes join us and make a cooperative relationship with all 5 representatives. Karen. You made a plan like that? Haine. And so, we unexpectedly ended up befriending the Earth hero, Sacy-chan. The remaining one is the Wind Church, the Wind hero. If we can have her join us as well, the hero alliance will be completed. Karen. I love Karen Nichin too, Desu, Sacy. This girl, can't I make her crispy on the outside and soft on the inside? Mirok. Give it a break, fire hero. Celestis. I feel like these 4 have already solidified a comedy troupe. Well, what Karen Chi is saying is slightly idealistic though. Celestis. Celestis says this as if advocating for Karen-san. It is true that in the current state of affairs where we have absolutely no information, trying to dig out new information from a new place is not a bad idea. Mirok Chi and I have been able to provide information or speculate information regarding the mother monsters of our elements after all. Celestis. What you are saying is that if we were to ask the Wind Church or the Wind Hero, the probabilities of being able to hear about information regarding the Wind Mother monster are high, right? Mirok. They might even have critical information that might help us break through this stalemate. All of this currently hasn't left the territory of speculation though. If we don't have any other things to do, there might be worth in trying. Haine. Desu. Sacy. Sacy-chan raised a hand with a jerk. Can I speak to Desu-ka? Sacy. I stay silent in contemplation. And then, I look at the eyes of Celestis and Mirok. Go ahead. Haine. Hi. Your tone of voice doesn't have a single ounce of trust in it, Desu. But I be saying it, Desu. I be getting back my lost honor from this opinion, Desu. Sacy. I won't retort anymore. Our objective is not to find the mother monsters, it be to defeat the mother monsters, Desu. So, even if we safely find M, it be natural that we will enter a violent fight, Desu. Sacy. Well, yeah, Celestis. She hasn't said anything wrong for now. Mirok. Celestis and Mirok were cautiously listening to her. That's why, obtaining more fighting power ain't gonna be bad by no means, Desu. By having the Wind Hero as our comrade, our fights will turn more in our favor. Many on the same objective, Desu. Sacy. This is troublesome. I can't deny what Sacy-chan said. It is true that having more allies in this fight against mother monsters would be beneficial. Of course, if it is just defeating them, I as the Dark God incarnation can do something about it, but in the Grandma would fight, without the help of Karen-san and the others, I wonder how many casualties it would have appeared on the citizens if they hadn't been there. And also, having Sacy-chan say something decent for once is shocking. Karen Nichin, was that just now okay, Desu-ka? Sacy. Yeah. Good job remembering all that, Sacy-chan. Karen. So Karen-san was the one who suggested it. I see, that's more relaxing. But, what Karen-san said via Sacy-chan has a point. We have no other options, and with small expectations of finding information of the Wind Mother monster, we will aim for the completion of the Hero Alliance. That might be nice. Haine. As expected of Haine-san. As I thought, I really do love Haine-san. Karen. Is what Karen-san said in elation. But saying that so publicly is a bit embarrassing. Especially in a place where that fire hero is listening. I feel like she would be getting jealous in an instant. Haine, I will bake you. Mirak. Can't you make it more indirect like the times with Seisi-chan? Haine. Mirak is scary. Anyways, looks like our plan has been decided. We will head to the Wind Church's headquarters and make contact with the church or the hero. The city where the Wind Church is located at, wait, I feel like I have a recollection of hearing about it a long time ago. The Wind Capital, Rudra Metropolis, was it? So, where is the Wind Capital, Rudra Metropolis? Haine. Daisu. HM? Don't know Daisu, all. And back to square one. 136, like air. Oi, what is the meaning of this? Why do they not know where the Wind Capital is? At first, we were thinking about searching for the mother monsters. There's 3 remaining, but we don't know where they are. That's why, we decided on taking a temporal detour to meet the Wind Hero, and bet our hopes on finding a clue there. We were planning on going to the place where the Wind Hero is. And yet, we don't know where that place is. In the end, we still don't know anything. Haine. Even I couldn't stay composed anymore. I slammed the table several times to alleviate my frustration slightly. Please don't get agitated, Haine-san. Ah, right. How about I hug you to calm you down? Karen. I won't be able to stay composed in a different sense. Haine. Could it be Karen-san is still drunk? Looking at this situation, Celestus grumbles with a disappointed tone. Geez, it can't be helped, right? The Wind Church is a secretive place after all. Celestus. Secretive? Haine. You see, the Wind Church has a completely secretive creed. Thus, a secret church. And so, as time went on, it worsened, and at present, we don't know the location of their headquarters, don't know the face or name of the founder, the characteristic color of the church, scale, everything is all secret. It has become a mysterious organization that we don't even know if it even exists. Celestus. I see. Haine. I feel like it really does make sense. The reason why is because that explanation of Celestus just now overlapped perfectly well with that one in my memories. It is not memories of me as human, but the time when I was a god. Wind god, Quasar. One of the 4 basic element gods. Also, it goes without saying but, it is the god of the Wind Church we are currently talking about. He is a fellow god that cooperated with creating this world, and also someone that had become my enemy in the battle of the gods. There was the fire god Nova, the water god Coacervate, and the mother earth god Mantle, but within those, the wind god Quasar was a cut from the rest and had a low presence. Honestly speaking, I can't remember what kind of person it was. Well, it is also because I was sealed right after creating the world, but even so, the other gods had a trait that left an impression in my mind, and yet, I don't remember anything regarding Quasar only. It really is a god akin to air. The Wind Church that worships this god being a secretive one is incredibly fitting. Did Quasar itself purposely make it so that I wouldn't know? No good. I really can't remember. Then, about the Wind Hero as well. Haine. People that have met the Wind Hero in this group. Celestus. Celestus sings like a sergeant, but no one raises their hand. The Wind Church. Not only the god, even its church, hero, and everything related is like air. No, this is not the time to be impressed. In that case, it would be completely impossible to make contact with the Wind Church. This or searching for the mother monster, it is on a level where we have to wonder which one is more impossible. Haine. Right. Honestly speaking, I can't think of any good idea. Karenchi, Seisichi, Lesbo, think of something as well. Celestus. You insulted me casually again. Mirak. Mirak protested naturally, but it looks like she has no good ideas either. What about this? Karen. Karen-san's lightbulb flashed. We will spread around pamphlets in all major cities except Rudra's metropolis. With contents like, Wind Hero, please contact us. Even if the Wind Capital is a secret place, its residents should be here and there, so if they pick up those pamphlets and take it to Rudra's metropolis, Karen. Just how many thousands would we need for that? Just the act of spreading it is not free, you know? Celestus. Also, the matter with the mother monsters is something that I would like to be kept as secret as possible, so publicizing it would be a bit. This unworthy Ganbi Seisi has a good idea desu. Seisi. Seisi-chan raised her hand with energy. We kidnap people walking around and interrogate them desu. They might be people of the Wind Church, and they might spit out the information they hiding desu. We continue that several times desu yo. Seisi. Just how random can that be? There's a limit to controlling with fear. Since the time you officially became a part of us, hasn't that dark part of yours been growing more prominent? Celestus. I also thought that. Also, Celestus has been the straight man for a while now, and that gives me peace of mind. But, we have run into a wall, huh? Haine. True. Or more like, Haine-chi, haven't you been enjoying it watching me retort on my own for a while now? Celestus. This is a lot more of a difficult voyage than I thought. We ran onto a wall right at the start trying to find a way to search for the mother monsters, and so, we decided to leave it aside for now, and we have ran onto a wall searching for the Wind Hero as well. We are in the middle of holding our heads brooding on what to do now. Looks like you are troubled. Yorishiro-sama? Karen. Light Founder? Mirak. Light Founder-sama? Celestus. Hai? She be together with the scary person too desu. Seisi. Another troublesome one has come. The Light Church's founder, Yorishiro. Just by appearing, the heroes here were all trembling. By the way, Doraha, who has been sticking to Yorishiro like her shadow lately, is also with her. Seisi-chan was trembling because of her. Did something happen? Looks like you are searching for the Wind Church. Yorishiro. As expected of you, you catch on quick. Were you eavesdropping? Haine. Is what I said teasingly, but Yorishiro didn't answer with a yes or no and simply giggled. Truly like her. By the way, Haine-san, what's with those kiss marks that are filling up your face? That's quite the lovely makeup you have there desu wani. Yorishiro. Hai? Haine. I will have you explain that properly later. Yorishiro. Anyways, is what Yorishiro says as she changes the topic. Since the moment she appeared, the control of the conversation has been grasped completely by her. Seriously, what a woman. The Wind Church. They truly are shrouded in mystery, and are a troublesome party. Yorishiro. Troublesome, Haine. Without showing their figures, they display their power behind the scenes while hiding their cards, and keep in check the other churches. As the one who manages the Light Church, their difficulty in handling is quite troubling. Once you let your guard down, they draw near you without making a sound. There have been several instances where a dagger has been thrust to my neck. Yorishiro. Of course, thrusting a dagger to her neck is simply a metaphor, but to have Yorishiro say so much of them. The strangeness of the Wind Church has increased by a lot. Making contact with such a Wind Church shouldn't be a good thing. They repudiate the thought of trying to catch wind of them. If you thread poorly, you might even be erased secretly. Yoreshiro. Scary desu. Seisi. But be at ease. The light church I manage is one of the 5 great churches, just like the Wind Church. And I am its founder. Yoreshiro. HM? What is it? I know the way to contact the Wind Church. Yoreshiro. 137, appointment. After that, around 1 month passed. I don't know if the statement of Yoreshiro was correct or not, but the time to prove it has arrived. But, why are we here? Haine. The place we are standing at right now is not the Epsilon city we are familiar with. We went outside of it, to a field that is far away. In terms of location, I would say it is in the space between Apollon City and Ishtarblaze. In the first place, Ishtarblaze is the furthest city in terms of distance between Apollon City, so the space between it is quite a distance. Moreover, it is not like there's anything in that place. Arriving at the actual place, we looked around, but the only thing that was there was short grass. Maybe because it is in a dry area, there's no big trees growing here, and in terms of terrain, the ground is completely flat, allowing you to see all the way to the horizon. For now, Karen-san, Yoreshiro, and I were there. And counting Daraha, who was accompanying Yoreshiro, we total 4. At a slightly further away place, there's around 100 Aurora Night Corps. It can probably be called accompanying the founder, or more like, bodyguards. Hey Yoreshiro, can you tell us already? Haine. Is an envoy of the Wind Church really going to come waiting at a place like this, is what I continued saying in my question. Era, I didn't say a single thing about that, you know? Yoreshiro. Yeah? Haine. Then why did you bring us all the way to a place like this? I am sorry, Haine-sama. Doraha. Is what Doraha suddenly said and went down on her knees. I was strictly ordered by Yoreshiro-sama to not disclose today's plans to Haine-sama. Doraha. Why? Haine. She apparently wants to surprise you. Doraha. Oi, this founder. When I stared daggers at her, Yoreshiro simply took them on with a fresh expression. What about Karen-san? Haine. Sorry. I have already been told what will be happening now. Karen. So I am the only one who doesn't know anything? As a hero, I have to get involved with the diplomatic area of other churches after all. Also, isn't that right, Yoreshiro-sama? Karen. Yeah, Karen-san. Yoreshiro. Wouldn't you want to surprise the person you like? Karen. How soothing. Since the time these two hit it off, they have been playing around with me. When there's a third party, they restrain themselves, but when there's only the 3 of us, they truly go berserk. How many times have I already been crushed by that? But right now, it is not really only us 3, there's one more. I direct my gaze at the one other member, the dark-skinned girl. The shadow hero that has returned from the underworld country after 1,000 years, Doraha. Being amnesiac, even when she possesses the prestige of being the strongest hero, she stays simplistic like a young girl, but I am truly sorry, Haine-sama. Just like I said before, I have been strictly ordered to not speak about it. Doraha. It is fine. Don't worry about it. I will get to know if we keep waiting here anyways, right? Haine. But why is she so formal with me? She is really courteous to a point that it makes it hard to think she is amnesic. She is so courteous, I would like it if the heroes of this generation were to learn from her. She is way too courteous to a hero assistant like me. It would be okay for you to be revered at least once, right? Yoreshiro. Yoreshiro whispered to my ear from behind. Could it be that this woman took advantage of Doraha's lack of memories and educated her with weird memories? Haine-sama. Doraha. Doraha wants to say something. If you are dissatisfied, please fondle my boobs to calm down. Doraha. Oi, caretaker. Haine. I instantly felt uneasy in leaving Doraha in the care of Yorishiro. I am in the presence of the hero and her aide, so I can't just go grabbing the collar of the founder. What the hell did you put into the brain of this girl? What are you tainting the pure heart of this girl with? Haine. Ufufu, because Doraha asked me what would make you feel happy after all. Yorishiro. In that case, the more the reason you shouldn't tell her lies like that. Haine. No, it is not like I wouldn't feel happy touching boobs though. But the action itself and a lot of other miscellaneous issues are involved. Haine-sama, Yorishiro-sama. Doraha. While we were bickering in that way, Doraha alone calmly notified us. It has come. Doraha. Eh? What has come? The envoy of the Wind Church? An envoy won't be coming. The Wind Church won't be giving us a single one of their members. Yorishiro. At the direction where Doraha is pointing at and where Yorishiro is looking at that place, a big cloud of dust rose. No, that's not it. For a second, I thought it was a cloud of dust, but that's not it. That's a cloud. Is that the wind barrier, Yorishiro-sama? Karen-san asks Yorishiro with doubt mixed in it. Wind barrier? That's right. In order for the Wind Church to hide their headquarters, they use this barrier that has been created with the power of the wind god. Not only does it obstruct view, it also wards off intruders. The very symbol of those isolated people Disuwa. Yorishiro. Eh? Wait a moment. The reason why such a thing is spreading right in front of our eyes is because, Haine. The Wind Church has not sent an envoy. They won't give us anyone. Their very city is coming to us. Yorishiro. And so, that mass of dark clouds was steadily approaching us. The dark clouds that were like walls were closing in on us, and by the time our vision was dyed in black and gray, its approach stopped. And then, suddenly, the wind barrier cleared up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 138 to 139, Wandering City. Translator note: Hey guys, following a suggestion from one of the comments, the chapter names will be having WR for World Reformation and Suki for Suki Ga Michi depending on the story. This is cause the stories are soon going to have the same amount of chapters and it will be confusing to distinguish later on. Anyways, enjoy the chapter. This is the wind capital, Rudra's metropolis? Once the black cloud cleared up and the thing inside it had been exposed to the broad daylight, my vision was still covered completely by something humongous. If I had to put it in words, it would be a city on tires. Of course, even if I say tires, it is not like those normal ones that are used on ethereal cars. The ones here were several times bigger. Moreover, there's 6 at one side and there's a base that is putting them all together, and over that base, the city is on top of it. In other words, this is this the wind capital, Rudra's metropolis? Haine. It was so shocking, I asked twice. The one who honestly answered my question that was akin to incoherent muttering was the founder, Yorishiro. That's right. It was constructed by refining ethereal engineering, a supergiant method of transportation. This city that is on top of this is exactly the wind capital, Rudra's metropolis, that worships the wind god Quasar. Yorishiro. How overwhelming! Just how much time, resources, and labor force would be required to make something like that? Truly a compilation of human civilization. Different from Haine-san, I received all information beforehand, and yet I still can't hold down my surprise. Karen-san says this at my side. Even she was like that, so I who was not told anything about this was already at the farthest land of agitation. In a sense, their plan was a big success. You fuff you foo. Did you GG get surprised, Haine SSS-san? Yoreshiro. Aren't you surprised as well? Haine. What's wrong, Yoreshiro-san? Asterisk cough asterisk, it can't be helped. This is also my first time seeing this moving land after all. Yoreshiro. Oh, so Yoreshiro also has cute parts in her like getting scared, huh? Making me think that might also be a trap though. But yeah, a moving city. That's how Yoreshiro described it, but it truly must be that. This city being on top of these tires has made this wind capital, Rudra Metropolis, unknown of its details for a long time. And the reason has now been cleared. Being in constant movement, it doesn't stay in one place. There's no way it would be possible to pinpoint the location of a city like that. But I still don't understand why they would go to such lengths to hide the details of their city. Secretive to the point that they would make a whole city move. In my opinion, this surpasses my understanding. Disuwa. Yoreshiro. Is what Yoreshiro said with a tiresome voice. Really, what are the people of the Wind Church trying to do? Well, since we have the chance, we can just ask the people themselves. Yoreshiro. Yeah. Haine. They are coming out. Yoreshiro. Yoreshiro raised her head and it seemed she had her attention at something, so I also follow her gaze. What I saw at that place was what could be called the extension part of the giant moving city. At that place, there's something similar to a gondola lift, and it was making gashan sounds that reached even our ears as the gondola lowered. It was hung by wires, so it looks like there's no need to worry about it suddenly falling down. It lowers to the ground at an appropriate speed, and the door of the gondola opens. And then, from inside it, around 6 people with the same clothing, probably soldiers, move out and line up to the sides. After that, the one who appeared at the center of it was a young man with firm features. Were you the ones who stopped the ungraspable wind? The man speaks with a bitter attitude. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am the Light Church's founder, name's Yoreshiro. Yoreshiro. In response to that, the young man makes a greeting with polished courtesy. Wind Church's founder, Toraito Shiva. Shiva. The man called himself Shiva, and revealed his title as the Wind Founder. In other words, he is the head of this moving city. I am honored to be in your presence, Disuwa. Since the time I entered the position of Light Founder, at this moment, I have finally met with all the other founders. Yoreshiro. Karen-san at my side was also making an face. Just how much lack of relations does this Wind Church have? Due to our Wind Creed, we don't find it pleasant to make contact with pagans. Unless there's a big reason for it, it would be impossible to undo the Vel's bull and stop Rudra's metropolis. Shiva. Slaves of the light goddess inflation, we have complied with a promise from ancient times and have stopped the wind that would originally not stop. Let's hear what you have to say. If it's something stupid, our anger will change the wind into storm, and will make you bastards pay. Shiva. What a coercive attitude. But without being coerced by that firmness of his, Yoreshiro doesn't break her elegant pace. The emergency call for a conference between the 5 churches. This is also my first time utilizing it, so I was worried if it would actually work. But I am glad that it went as planned. Regarding the business, right, Karen-san. Yoreshiro. Yes? Karen. Wind Founder-sama, the one here is the hero of the Light Church, name's Karen-san. She is strong, cute, and the pride of our church, you know? This is a good opportunity, so I will be introducing her. Yoreshiro. Pleased to meet you. Karen. Being suddenly thrown into the conversation, it took Karen-san her everything to just greet. On the other hand, the Wind Founder, Shiva, is getting annoyed. The matter was dodged and he is getting annoyed by it. As expected of Yorishiro. There's no one as good as her in elegantly pushing the buttons of the other party. If possible, I would like to introduce her to your wind hero as well. Yorishiro. Pointlessly revealing information is not in our wind creed. There's no need for the hero in this time's conference. Shiva. Era, so the wind god is a stingy one. Yorihiro. What did you say? Shiva. Yorishiro-san, you are provoking the other party too much. Even when this founder has a face that says jokes don't work on him. Wait. Haine. Unable to endure it, I try to calm down the two. Thanks to that, the surroundings of the wind founder step in. What's with you? Shiva. I am sorry. I am merely an attendant. Haine. And there, Yorishiro speaks even more unnecessary things. That person there is Koramiya Haine-san. A person that is far stronger than you or your hero. Yorishiro. Haine. Why are you provoking them? Why are you doing such unnecessary provocations? Isn't it fine? About the matter at hand, it can't be spoken right now anyways. Yorishiro. The 5 Founders Conference can't begin unless all 5 founders are gathered after all. Yorishiro. 139, Summit. It looks like things have turned hectic. The 5 churches that lead this world, earth, water, wind, fire, and light, their leaders are going to be congregating in one place? That is the 5 Founders Conference. Yorishiro. Is what Yorishiro gives me a lecture about, but if possible, I would like it if you had told me all beforehand. The 5 churches are the existences that rule over all the people in this world. For the sake of that responsibility, we have shouldered a variety of duties and authorities. If need be, we create laws, or at times, take on arms and fight. One of the authorities that have been given to us is to open a 5 Founders Conference. Yorishiro. In the occasion an unknown chaos occurs in this world that a church can't cope on its own, there's the need for all churches to align their wills and blades. What's opened for that sake is the 5 Founders Conference. All tops of the churches gather in one place and discuss directly. Is what it means. Yorishiro. That's all the explanation of Yorishiro. The prohibition the 5 churches have regarding the utilization of ethereal weaponry, and the prohibition of proselytizing in other churches' base were also established in the 5 Founders Conference. The general rule is that all 5 founders have to be present, so it would trouble us if only at this moment the Wind Church were to not appear. Yorishiro. That's why we stopped the blowing wind. We are fulfilling our duty as one of the 5 churches. Shiva. The Wind founder Shiva said this curtly. This is the sole precedent where the location unknown Wind Church would answer to our calls. The founders of each church possess a secret divine power signal for the times when a 5 Founder Conference takes place. As long as there's that, the notice will arrive at the Wind Church even when we don't know where it is. Yorishiro. And then, once we receive that signal, the agreement is that we would be coming to this location. The one who will be receiving us is the very person that has sent the signal. In other words, Light Founder, that means the one who sent out the signal for the conference was you this time, right? Shiva. That's right, Disowa, Wind Founder. Yorishiro. Then, I will have you tell me the topic of discussion for this conference. The business that I have been questioning you many times for a while now. Shiva. The tone of voice of the founder Shiva increased in sharpness. I could feel the coldness of a blade from the air. If the topic of discussion is not approved as something important enough to have all 5 founders gathered to discuss, we will simply return to flowing with the wind. This is also a special privilege given to us Wind Church in the time we created this 5 Founder Conference system. Light Founder, Yorishiro, let's have you answer already. Just what business did you have that you called us, drifters of the wind? Shiva. In that tone of voice and pressure, it was as if he was saying, "If this is something stupid, I will be cutting you down as payment." It is already to a level that can be called killing intent. Being directed that killing intent, is our Yorishiro okay? Karen-san was watching over this in nervousness, but the Yorishiro in question was showing calmness. Then, I will be direct. Our light church will be erasing all monsters from this world without leaving a single one remaining. Yorishiro. That declaration changed even the face color of the Wind Founder. We want to ask the cooperation for that to the Earth, Water, Fire, and Wind people. That's the reason for this 5 Founders Conference. What we 5 Founders will be discussing in this conference will be in how to bring demise to the monsters that have been troubling the humans for close to a century. Yorishiro. Impossible. Impossible. Shiva. The expression of the founder Shiva was already died in shock. Eradicating monsters must be that hard to believe for the people in this world. But even so. Yorishiro-san, Yorishiro-san. Haine. I hurriedly approached Yorishiro. What are you saying so suddenly? Eradicating monsters, you say. Could it be you are going to? Haine. That's exactly what I will be doing, Haine-san. I plan on using all the resources from the 5 churches in order to search for the mother monsters. Yorishiro. What? Haine-san, it looks like you plan on dealing with the mother monster subjugation alone, but I hold a different opinion. The monsters are a problem that all humans shoulder. That's exactly why all humans should cooperate and overcome this, and with that, humans will obtain new power from this. Yorishiro. As expected of one of the persons that rules over one of the churches. In her past life, she was even the queen that created and raised the strongest nation of the world. At times, I even wonder if she is actually the one within the gods that believes and treasures humans the most. I am losing confidence. Mother monsters, you say? Could it be Shiva? On the other hand, the Wind Founder, Shiva, was still trembling in agitation. How about it, Shiva-san? Have you accepted the holding of this 5 Founders Conference? Yorishiro. Yorishiro asks for Shiva's consent. At that moment. There's no need for that. The voice of a hoarse old woman reverberated. That voice is. You are. At some point in time, an old woman wearing the Earth Founder's garment was standing right close to us. With several acolytes along with her, and one of them was the Earth hero, Seisi-chan. Haine Niken. Karen Nichan. It'd been a short while Desu. Seisi. Seisi-chan waves her hand energetically at the sight of the old woman. That's right, that Oba-san is the new founder that was appointed after the Grandma would battle, the grandmother of the Earth hero, Seisi-chan. She herself was an Earth hero a few generations before. Moreover, she had enough skills and achievements to even be called with an alias like Taker by the Roots. The new Earth Founder-sama, right? I am honored to meet you. Yorishiro. Don't mind it. I was just about to make my rounds to the founders due to being newly appointed, but now you have saved me the trouble for that SANE. Oh, the Light Church's founder and hero are both beautiful flowers. Exchanging their first greetings, the Light and Earth Founder shake hands. Seeing this, the Wind Founder recovers his color. You are the Earth Founder? What is the meaning of this? In the agreements of the 5 Founders Conference, it is stated that the other founders cannot step in until the Wind Church has given its consent. Shiva. The 5 Founders Conference will take place. The Oba-san clearly states this. It is true that the holding of the 5 Founders Conference is decided by Wind, but if all other churches accepted aside from ya, it shouldn't matter. The majority rule is the foremost of all principles SANE. By the time I noticed, there were 2 other groups that were approaching from 2 different directions. Good grief. There's quite a lot of hot-blooded ones in the other church founders, huh? Looks like this will be a tiring conference. The founder of the water church, Re24-Vol02. He is an unique founder that was originally the supreme ruler of the maritime business in Hydraville and was welcomed by the water church. With his past history of being a merchant, he possesses a self-interested thought pattern, so even from his position as a founder, he is a ferocious one. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Fire Church's founder, Haine. Monkey King Fire King. Rising from general of the Fire Militant Corps to founder, a pure warrior at work. Training many a fighter with those hands of his, the fire hero, Mirik, is also a direct disciple of his. Earth, water, fire, wind, and light, the 5 founders have gathered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 140 to 141 Gathering of Founders. This is the Wind founder Shiva falters. The ones surrounding him are the equally notorious founders of the 5 churches. Earth founder, Nekasoji Shakuruma, her alias in Japanese, water founder, Re24-Vol02, fire founder, Haine, and the light founder, Yorishiro. Yahoo, Karenchi, Celestis. Were you lonely, Karen? Mirik. The water hero, Celestis, and the fire hero, Mirik, had also come. Ah, Mirik-chan, Celestis-chan. So you were the ones who brought the founder-sans, right? Karen. Karen-san was also happy and held hands with her friends. Yorishiro looks at them with her eyes narrowed. You heard about it beforehand, right? The Hero Alliance can show its effectiveness in this kind of way. Yorishiro. I see, so she used the heroes that chatter habitually in Apollon City as envoys, huh? The Earth, Water, and Fire founders have already been notified of my claim via the heroes. Along with a message telling them that if they agree, they were to gather in this place. I can take our meeting here today in that way, right? Yorishiro. Yorishiro, who is without doubt the youngest one within the founders, looked around the people of her same position that were a lot older than her. Well, I have a big debt with you guys because of that incident before. With that also taken into consideration, I be writing on this talk SANE. Whether it is a founder or a merchant, there's the need to discern the benefits of the future. The claim of Yorishiro Dano, I felt it was a business opportunity. Azul. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Inu. Positive words from the Earth, Water, and Fire founders. Hearing this, Shiva made a bitter expression. Now then, what will you do, Wind founder? 4 of the 5 agree, even if you cry alone, it will only sound like a spoiled brat, you know? Yorishiro. Fine. Shiva. Shiva says this as if spitting it out. It is not like I am not interested in the claim of the light founder. Let's see in detail if that's not just nonsensical talk. Shiva. Thank you very much. Well then, let's leave it at having an unanimous vote in opening the 5 Founders Conference. Is the assembly hall really okay to be where you wish it to be? Yorishiro. Assembly hall? While I was confused, the Wind founder says in an exaggerated manner. Very well. This time's founder conference will be in our headquarters, Rudra's metropolis. That's why we have come here along with our land. Shiva. In other words, we will be entering that moving city? Karen-san and Yorishiro were whispering at my side. It has become quite the event, don't you think? To think we would be able to check out the Wind Capital. Karen. Yeah, to think the Wind Capital that has been denying outsiders has invited us, moreover, we didn't even ask for it. That's exactly what you would call, what kind of wind is blowing here? Yorishiro. It seems like it really is a big deal. In the time I was sensing an incredible atmosphere here, the talk between the tops was steadily progressing. Wind founder, Shiva-sama, we appreciate your kindness, but your people have been in secrecy for a long time, And for your people, the wind capital is supposed to be the very definition of a sacred land that no one can step into. Can you please tell us the reason why you have decided to accept us in it? Yoreshiro. Let's just say this was on the discretion of the wind god. Shiva. Quasar's discretion, huh? That air-like god, what is it thinking? But, Shiva resolutely said this. Of course, I will be placing restrictions on the people entering. First of all, the only ones that can enter are the founders. I will allow 1 bodyguard per church. Is there any objections? Shiva. 1 bodyguard max. That means the role will naturally fall onto the heroes. Oya, how cold. Since it was a rare chance, I brought a lot of people in order to deepen each other's understanding. Azul. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Inu. Looks like the founders are also dissatisfied with it. But even so, this is a visit from the founders. All churches have come with a unit of at least 100 soldiers, and now that it has been allowed to take only 1 from that group, it would certainly be stingy. I will have the remaining people camp at the outskirts of the moving city. We will provide the facilities and food for that. There should be no complaints with that. Shiva. This just be a hypothetical scenario, but is what the Earth founder Obasan said. The volume of her voice was low, but it was a voice that was so sharp it felt as if a scythe was thrust at your neck. If an unexpected situation occurs inside the city, what shall be done? The only ones who can enter the city will be the founders and the heroes. They are existences that be irreplaceable for the church. The time something happens, can you take responsibility? At that time, Shiva. A faint smile appeared in the face of Shiva. You can attack Rudra's metropolis with all the soldiers that are at standby outside. Even if they are not as strong as heroes, if it's with several hundreds of combatants that can control divine power, they should be able to at least destroy the tires of the moving city easily. That way, we will be sitting ducks. Shiva. The conversation of these two had the scent of implied danger in it. There's not many unexpected situations that can occur inside Rudra's metropolis. If there is, it would be one thing. The Wind Church is using this opportunity to capture the founders and heroes that have entered their bosom. With the matter of them being secretive and then suddenly saying they will be receiving the founders inside their base, it reeks of suspicious. It can't be helped to think that there's some sort of hidden agenda here. The Obasan, who was a past hero, pointed out this possibility and warned them to not do anything weird, and the Wind founder answered in response with, "If you think it is weird, just attack," as he faced her. It was as if sparks were flying. It is embarrassing saying it myself, but, within the 5 major cities, Rudra's metropolis is the smallest. The population is also the lowest. If we fight straight on, the ones falling first would definitely be us. Shiva. That's why you were thorough with that secrecy, and we're progressing with the ethereal research the most compared to anywhere. There be no doubt that ye guys be the weakest if we were to fight head-on, but there be no way ye thinking about fighting head-on. You're not someone we can lower our guards on SANE. I feel like the sparks might create fires already. Now, isn't it fine already? Azul. Unable to endure the atmosphere, the water founder, that looked like the one with the weakest marrow, interjected. No matter what we will be talking about and what we decide on, what's necessary is trust between churches, right? If there's no trust, there's no point no matter what's decided on. Azul. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Inu. And the fire founder accompanies his words. Well fine. It be just as the water guy said. For now, I be trusting you wind guy. If you betray me, killing you would be a justified cause after all. Fine. Shiva. Looks like things have wrapped up for now. Sacy, how about coming together with me? Seeing a foreign city can be a learning experience for the future. Understood, Soboshan. Seisi, you will be learning all ways of saying grandma with this Earth Founder, D. This one will of course be asking Celestis to be my bodyguard. If you are with me, this one will feel as if this one is on board of a cruiser after all. Azul. Okawai. Leave it to me, Papa. Celestis. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Inu. At your command. Mirak. The other churches were steadily deciding on their bodyguards. As expected, the ones chosen as bodyguards are all without exception heroes. And so, the problem falls onto the Light Church. The one who will be personally selected as the bodyguard of Yorishiro would normally be the hero Karen-san, but Yorishiro also has an exclusive bodyguard called Doraha. On top of that, well, I am probably counted. Who is Yorishiro going to choose from us three? 141, the chosen ones. As expected, the one who should be going here is Karen-san. The Light Founder should be protected by the Light Hero. Haine. When I bring out a sound and proper argument, Karen went against it. No, I think it is better for Haine-san to go. Thinking about the things that we'll be talking about at the conference, it is definitely necessary for Haine-san to be there. Karen. In order to form this 5 Founders Conference, Yorishiro submitted the Mother Monsters as a topic of discussion. There's no doubt that the talk about these existences will be discussed in the conference. Now that the attendance is restricted to only founders, there's no other choice but for the other people to accompany the founders as bodyguards. Haine-san, please take that seat. Karen. Wait please. This is just, Haine. My gaze went to the other problem, to the dark-skinned girl, Doraha. What is it? Doraha. Karen-san and I look silently at her. She has been attached deeply to Yorishiro since the time she left the underworld country, and she doesn't leave her side. To pull apart Doraha from Yorishiro. And to leave her at the outskirts of the city. It feels terrible, as if I was taking away the mother of a small girl and abandoning her outside. Haine. It looks like Karen-san felt the same. She had a serious expression all around. Now then, what should we do really? As expected, separating Doraha from Yorishiro would definitely hit my conscience, so let's decide on Doraha going then? According to Karen-san, she has fighting ability that is plenty satisfying to act as the bodyguard. Please wait. At that moment, the very person that has to decide a bodyguard appeared, Yorishiro. Before beginning the 5 Founders Conference, there's one proposition I want to make. Yorishiro. A proposition, you say? Shiva. Moreover, the one who spoke was not us, but Shiva. What's that about a proposition? We have consented on the 5 Founders Conference and we are even providing our city as the assembly hall. Don't you understand how unprecedentedly gracious we are being here? You probably want to talk about increasing the number of bodyguards, but I absolutely will not accept more than one. It is most likely just a plan to have a spy slip in to dig out the details of our city though, Shiva. No, the thing I want to increase is not bodyguards. Yorishiro. Interrupting the repetitive talk of Shiva, Yorishiro said this. What I want to increase is the number of participants in this conference. In other words, a founder. Yorishiro. Ha! In this time's conference, I want it not to be a 5 Founders Conference, but a 6 Founders Conference. Yorishiro. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Inu. The sudden utterance of Yorishiro made the many people there raise their voice in surprise. The person here, Kuramiya Haine, is Yorishiro. Is what Yorishiro says as she places both hands on my shoulders, and then, she presses her boobs stealthily on my back in a way that the people around wouldn't notice. Is a person that can control the rare dark divine power. What I am saying is that I want to have him participate in the conference with the same speech right as a founder. Yorishiro. Darkness, you say? Shiva. No. What are you doing throwing explosive statements one after the other, Yorishiro-san? Karen-san. Yorishiro. Why yes. Karen. Ignoring the confusion of everyone, Yorishiro continues speaking. You will accompany Haine-san as his bodyguard. I will have Doraha protect me. Yorishiro. Yes, but is that okay? Karen. It is okay. Yorishiro. Even if you say that cutely. At any rate, the problem about not being able to decide between Karen-san, Doraha, and I has been resolved by having all of us participate, right? I don't mind. At this moment, we received support fire from the Earth Founder Sama. We have a crazy big debt with that Nichan there, you see. That's why, I know about how big of a vessel this Nichan has. If he be in the conference, it would give me peace of mind SANE. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Inu. Looks like the earth and fire are okay with it. In that case, this one also okay with it. Azul. It looks like the founders are steadily accepting? I thought that the wind founder would be vehemently against it in response, but do as you please. Shiva. He unexpectedly stepped back easily. Well then, the founders and bodyguards, I will be welcoming you to our land. The elevator will be a tight fit, but I won't have you complain, got it? We have 2 unforeseen guests after all. Shiva. We finally take a step into the last of the 5 major cities, the wind capital, Rudra's metropolis. But why is it we were trying to get here? The reason why I couldn't remember it at this moment was because it was all taken away by the show displayed by Yorishiro. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the flow of the situation was completely in her control. As expected of the rumored strongest light founder and the light goddess that has been constantly putting pressure on the 4 base elements for 1,600 years. Thanks to that, it could be said that all events in this occasion have been utilized by Yorishiro. With this conference, she is trying to use all the 5 churches to find the mother monsters, and connect that to their subjugation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 142 to 144, Plan of the Fortune Princess. Sponsored chapters. TLN, hey guys, Ryagokai here. It's been so long since an actual sponsored chapter. I've added an extra one for time's sake, and am thinking about doing some free chapters next Sunday as well. Look forward to it. At first, we tried to find the mother monsters. But the information was so little that we couldn't even find a starting point for our search. There, with the desire of finding new clues regarding the mother monsters and increasing our fighting force, we decided on making contact with the Wind Hero. But it seems like we didn't even have information regarding the Wind Hero. The one who came out at that moment was Yorishiro. Using a secret technique called 5 Founders Conference, she succeeded in summoning the Wind Church. But with the call of a conference, there's the need for a topic of discussion. And it has to be one big enough to make all 5 churches that essentially rule the world together. The topic Yorishiro used was the mother monsters. At first, I was like HM? The plan of finding the mother monsters has once again resurfaced and with a chance of actually being possible. This mother monster subjugation that I had planned on dealing with on my own at first, has begun to involve the whole world. My mouth can't say anything towards the sturdy determination of Yorishiro in eradicating the monsters from the surface world, but I couldn't do anything but be surprised by the political power of Yorishiro, who was able to make all of it possible. She is already not in the realm of simply being the incarnation of the light goddess, hasn't she already climbed to being the strongest existence? But even so. Are you still angry? We had already entered the wind capital, Rudra's metropolis, and we were in the middle of moving through the city with an ethereal-powered car. It was a limousine type of car and possesses enough space for even us 2 who have been added to the group. The inside is also luxurious, and it was plenty good for the nation-level guests of honor to ride. But the real intention of the Wind Church for preparing such a car for us, rather than it being to welcome the guests, it is more like they wanted to properly keep in check the people in order to not have them do whatever they wanted inside their territory. Hey, Haine-san. Answer me please. Inside that car, there was a voice repeatedly calling to me inside my mind. Without the need to use air as the intermediary, it is something that rides the waves of the soul, a voice that can only be heard by the people that possess the soul of a god. Haine-san, you already don't want to talk to me, right? It is so sad. I feel like crying. Yoreshiro. No. I was just thinking about something. Haine. I quickly follow up on Yoreshiro, who was eagerly talking to me in the mind channel. The reason why she is not talking to me in the flesh was because she was considering the many people inside the car. This woman has a lot of secrets after all. Karen Nichan. Look outside the window desu. There be a lot of super long chimneys lined up desu. Seisi. They are not chimneys, but smelting furnaces. But this is the first time I have seen it in such a large scale. Karen. Oh yeah, I thought that we were the ones who were the most forbearing in regards to ethereal, but it looks like I will have to rethink that. Celestus. There's always a top to the top. Keep that in mind, water idol woman. Mirok. Why are you talking so high and mighty, fire she-male? Celestus. While warmly watching over the conversation of the heroes, I continue the secret talk with Yoreshiro. Well, it is true that I am angry though. Why did you do such a reckless twist like that? Haine. Twist, you say? Yoreshiro. About having me participate in the 5 Founders Conference. Even if it was to have me accompany, that's way too conspicuous, don't you think? You even publicized my dark powers. Haine. If I wanted to infiltrate the Wind Capital, there's plenty of methods I could have used. But to think that of all things, I would be participating at an equal standing to that of a founder, no matter how I think about it, it gives me the shivers. Era, that's not good. Making a big appeal of your existence is what will fulfill my objective after all. Yoreshiro. You are still plotting something after all this? What? What is it she is trying to stir up by revealing my existence? It is to meet that person once again. Yoreshiro. That person? Haine. The wind god, Quasar. Yoreshiro. The ruler of this Rudra's metropolis is the Wind Church, and the ruler of that Wind Church is the wind god. As of now, it is someone that I haven't seen a shadow of its figure since the time I was unsealed. It was truly like air. The original objective of Haine-san and the others to meet the Wind People was because you had the faint hopes of obtaining information regarding the Wind Mother monster, but, Yoreshiro. Well, yeah, that's right. If it's Quasar-san, it definitely knows about it. Yoreshiro. Well, yeah, that's right. It is one of the very culprits that created Mother monsters after all. Even if it doesn't know the specific location like with Nova, it should at least know its form and what traits it has. But that person is one that has the most lack of presence within the 6 gods of creation. Even if you try to search for it normally, you wouldn't be able to find it. Yoreshiro. I feel like this time everything is like that. Ah, no, wait. Maybe that's why. Is that the reason why she went so far to even set up the 5 Founders Conference to infiltrate the Wind Capital? For us 5 gods, including me, the base, or the church that worships us is a special place. If we were to enter its territory, we should be able to grab some sort of clue. Yoreshiro. It is true. Now that I think back about it, the gods until now, Nova, Coacervate, and Mantle have all appeared when we arrived at their base cities. But that's not enough. Yoreshiro. The other party not only possesses an incredibly light presence within the 4 base elements, even within the 6 gods of creation, it is on a whole level of its own. Even if we were to go to a place where it is likely to be, it is naive to think that it would come out. Yoreshiro. Aren't you wording it pretty harshly there? In order to search for something that we can't find even when searching, the best way is to have the other side come to us. To do that, spreading bait is the most effective way. Yoreshiro. Are you talking about me? Haine. Bait, you say? Is that why you made such a big show of my dark powers in front of so many people? In order to have a god that is like air, who can be anywhere, and can't be seen or touched, to hear it. It looks like you yourself haven't noticed it, but for the 4 base elements, you are an existence they can't ignore, dark god Entropy. Yoreshiro. She calls me by my god name. The dark power has the absolute ability of erasing earth, water, wind, and fire elements. In reality, the 4 base elements should have been completely under your power. Them beating you at the battle of gods is serving as the core of their shallow pride. Yoreshiro. In essence, the one who defeated me was only you though, light goddess inflation. Haine. To tease her, I also spoke her god name, but the response didn't come. What? Ooh. Yoreshiro. Yua, that's not it, that's not it. It is not like I am holding a grudge for that time. Don't cry. Haine. But in order to find the mother monsters, we have to unify the power of the humans and lure out the last basic element god. To be able to bring out many results from one action is the very definition of a tactician. In the time I was sleeping, the one who was the most influenced by humans might have been her. This god-to-god conversation we are having right now, there might be someone else listening into it. Is that also her aim? 143, meeting begins. In the time we were doing all that, the limousine had led us to the assembly hall for the 5 Founders Conference. I am also here, so, is it more accurate to say 6 Founders Conference? It is complicated, so I will leave it at 5. At any rate, the place where we were led to was the headquarters of the Wind Church, the Grand Wind Workshop. Until we were led there, we did have the chance of moving through the inside, but mysteriously, there was not a single instance where we encountered anyone passing by. There was indeed the presence of people, but they didn't enter our field of vision even once. I felt like I was being reminded of how thorough the Wind Church is with their secrecy policy. In the round table prepared, one unknown man sits down where the 5 founders sit. How pressuring, ... The heroes also stood at the back of each of their founders to protect them, and the conference took form. Well then, first of all, I want to give my thanks to the founders that have responded to my call and have gathered. Yoreshiro. Is what Yoreshiro opened with. An ellipsis. While giving a basic explanation of the mother monsters, the 5 founder conference continues. In short, as long as we defeat those mother monsters, monsters will be eradicated from this world, right? Azul. The water founder was showing a merchant-like gaze that didn't allow a single oversight. Quite the splendid thing. Because of those things, the ships get sunk along with their cargo, and there's also the danger for the ones on board. They are truly a bunch that are only detrimental with just appearing. Azul. He is saying the same thing as my father. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Inu. My interest was piqued at what the fire founder said. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Inu. Yeah, that's right, bud, with all the fire church? Mirak. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Inu. Are you saying you are going to go that far for us? Mirak. Let there be hot-bloodedness. Inu. No way. We truly appreciate it. Mirak. According to what the fire founder said through Mirak, he will be spreading an exclusive search network with the fire church that has obtained the information of the immortal phoenix. Hereafter, the moment a phoenix-like bird is seen, it will be immediately reported to all stations through the nation, and when the report arrives, they will have a system that will allow them to move promptly to the scene, or so he says. In our Earth capital, there was a tree named Great Pillar Sama. It gave birth to convenient things called golems, and it be respected by the people. But one day, they suddenly attacked the people. We learned it be a mother monster after we fought and defeated it SANE. That means the Earth Mother monster has already fallen, and the remaining ones are the water, wind, and fire. If we were to defeat them, we can bid farewell to monsters for eternity. Yorishiro. Yorishiro breathes in and stands up from her seat. She then slams both of her hands onto the round table. There's a variety of areas we can see it from. Just like how the water founder Sama said just now, the economic losses we face because of the monsters, who knows how much it would be. Putting it in other words, they are the very blight that festers humanity's growth. Yorishiro. The other founders kept silent and listened. Just how much unnecessary energy have we expended in fighting with monsters? If we had directed that energy in something constructive, how much could we have developed? There's also no need to say that there have been many precious lives lost because of monsters. For us, monsters are Yorishiro.